This is Audible.
Skulduggery Pleasant. Mortal Coil. By Derek Landy. Read by Brian Bowles. Chapter 1. Wreath's Task. The doors swung open, and High Priest Auron Tenebrae strode into the room, his robe swirling around his tall, narrow frame. To his right was Quiver, a miser with words, but overly generous with withering glares. To Tenebrae's left, Craven, a bland sycophant, possessed of an uncanny skill to worm his way into his superior's good graces. Solomon Wreath had been seeing far too much of all three lately. "Cleric Wreath," Tenebrae said, nodding imperiously at him. "Your Eminence," Wreath responded, bowing deeply. "To what do I owe the honour?" "Why do you think we're here?" Craven said, almost sneered. "You're late with your report. Did you think the High Priest would forget? Do you think him a fool?" "I do not think him a fool, no," Wreath answered calmly. "But as to the intelligence of the people who accompany him, I'm afraid I cannot say." "An insult!" Craven screeched. "How dare you? How dare you use a derogatory tone in the presence of the High Priest?" "Enough," Tenebrae sighed. "Both of you. Your constant bickering tries my patience." "My humblest apologies," Craven said immediately, bowing and closing his eyes, his lower lip trembling on the verge of tears. A magnificent performance, as usual. "Yes," Wreath said. "Sorry about that." "Despite Cleric Craven's over-dramatics," Tenebrae said, "he is quite correct to point out that you are late with your report. How is Valkyrie Cain progressing through her studies?" "She's a fast learner," said Wreath. "As far as the practical side goes, anyway. She's a natural at shadow casting, and every time I see her she's improved." "And the philosophical aspect?" Quiver asked. "Is not progressing nearly as smoothly," Wreath admitted. "She doesn't seem to be at all interested in the history or the teachings of the Order. It's going to take a lot to open her mind to it." "The skeleton has already poisoned her against us," Tenebrae said bitterly. "I fear you may be right, but I still think the effort is worth it." "And I have yet to be convinced." "Just because the girl is a fast learner," Quiver said, "does not mean she is the Deathbringer." "Cleric Quiver speaks the truth," Tenebrae nodded. Wreath did his best to look humble, keeping his comments to himself. He had been searching for their saviour, for the one who would save the world from itself, for most of his life. He knew full well the danger of false hope and blind alleys. He'd had his fair share of both. But Valkyrie Cain was different. He felt it. Valkyrie Cain was the one. She troubles me, Tenebrae said. Does she have potential? Absolutely. With training and with study, she could be the best of us. But the best of us still falls far short of what the Deathbringer should be. I'll keep working with her, Reith said. In 2 years, maybe 3, we'll have a better understanding of what she's capable of. 3 years, Tenebrae laughed. A lot can happen, as we have seen, in a short space of time. Serpine, Vengeance, the Diablerie. Dare we risk being sidetracked by a mistake? While we are busy testing Miss Cain, another one of Mevalent's disciples might actually succeed in their insane goals and bring back the faceless ones for good. What if, as you yourself fear, Cleric Reith, Lord Vile returns to punish us all? If that happens, our plans mean nothing. There will be no world left to save. Then, what does His Eminence suggest? Reith asked. We need to know if we are wasting our time with this one. A sensitive, Craven nodded. We've tried this before, Reith argued. None of our psychics are able to tell us anything. Reading the future has never been a particular talent of the Necromancer Order, Tenebrae said. Our sensitives are somewhat lacking when it comes to fortune-telling, but there is another I keep hearing about. Finbar something. Finbar wrong, Reith said. But he knows Valkyrie personally. It would raise too many questions. Even if he didn't know her, I doubt he'd ever aid our cause. As I keep reminding you, nobody out there likes us. We're working to save them all, Craven barked, and this time not even the High Priest paid him any attention. The psychic will help us, Tenebrae said, and afterwards he will remember nothing about it. Cleric Reith, I want you to take the soul catcher and release the remnant we have trapped inside it. Reith's face slackened. Your Eminence, remnants are highly dangerous. Oh, I trust your ability to handle any situation, Tenebrae said with an airy wave of his hand. Have it possess this Finbar person, and if he sees a future where Valkyrie Cain is the Deathbringer and sees her saving the world, then we can put all our energies into making sure she fulfills her potential. If she does not see this future, we forget about her, and our search continues. But using the remnant, once the job is done, simply return it to the soul catcher. What could be easier? Chapter 2. The Smiling Detective. Christmas was a few days away, and all but one of the houses on this suburban Dublin street had lights in the windows. 3 of the most competitive neighbours had filled their small gardens with flickering Santas and frolicking reindeer, and some idiot had even wrapped a cable of fairy lights round the lamppost outside his gate. There was no snow, but the night was cold, and frost clung to the city like glitter. The big car that rolled to a stop outside the house, with no lights, was a 1954 Bentley R-Type Continental, one of only 208 ever made. It was an exquisite car, retro-filled with modern conveniences, adapted to the needs of its owner. It was fast, it was powerful, and if it received even the slightest of dents, it would fall apart. That's what the mechanic had said. He'd done all he could, used all his knowledge and all his abilities to bring this car back from the brink so many times. But the next dent, he promised, would be its last. All the tricks he'd used to keep it going, to bend it back into shape, would be counteracted. The glass would shatter, the metal would rupture, the frame would buckle, the tires would burst, the engine would crack. The only way to avoid complete and utter catastrophe, the mechanic had said, was to make sure you weren't in the car when all this happened. Skulduggery Pleasant got out first. He was tall and thin, and wore a dark blue suit and black gloves. His hair was brown and wavy, and his cheekbones were high, and his jaw was square. His skin was slightly waxy, and his eyes didn't seem capable of focusing, but it was a pretty good face, all things considered. One of his better ones. Valkyrie Cain got out of the passenger side. She zipped up her black jacket against the cold and joined Skulduggery as he walked up to the front door. She glanced at him and saw that he was smiling. "Stop doing that," she sighed. "Stop doing what?" Skulduggery responded in that gloriously velvet voice of his. "Stop smiling. The person we want to talk to lives in the only dark house on a bright street. That's not a good sign." "I didn't realize I was smiling," he said. They stopped at the door, and Skulduggery made a concerted effort to shift his features. His mouth twitched downwards. "Am I smiling now?" "No." "Excellent," he said, and the smile immediately sprang back up. Valkyrie handed him his hat. "Why don't you get rid of the face? You're not going to need it in here." "You're the one telling me how much I should practice," he said, but slid his gloved fingers beneath his shirt collar anyway, tapping the symbols etched into his collarbones. The face and hair retracted off his head, leaving him with a gleaming skull. He put on his hat, cocked at a jaunty angle. "Better?" he asked. "Much." "Good." He knocked and took out his gun. "If anyone asks, we're scary carolers." Humming Good King Wenceslas to himself, he knocked again, and still no one answered the door, and no lights came on. "What do you bet everyone's dead?" Valkyrie asked. "Are you just being incredibly pessimistic?" Skulduggery asked. "Or is that ring of yours telling you something?" The necromancer ring was cold on her finger, but no colder than usual. "It's not telling me anything. I can only sense death through it when I'm practically standing over the dead body." "Which is an astonishingly useful ability, I have to say. Hold this." He gave her his gun, and crouched down to pick the lock. She looked around, but no one was watching them. "It might be a trap," she said, speaking softly. "Unlikely," he whispered. "Traps are usually enticing." "It might be a very rubbish trap." "Always a possibility." The lock clicked open. Skulduggery straightened up, put his lockpicks away, and took his gun back. "I need a weapon," Valkyrie muttered. "You're an elemental with a necromancer ring, trained in a variety of martial arts by some of the best fighters in the world," Skulduggery pointed out. "I'm fairly certain that makes you a weapon." "I mean a weapon you hold. You have a gun, Tanith has a sword, I want a stick." "I'll buy you a stick for Christmas." She glowered as she pushed the door. It opened silently, without even a creepy old creak. Skulduggery went first, and Valkyrie followed, closing the door after them. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust to this level of gloom, and Skulduggery, who had no eyes for this to be a problem, waited until she tapped him before moving on. They passed through into the living room, where she tapped him again. He looked at her, and she pointed to the necromancer ring. It was buzzing with a dreadful kind of cold energy as it fed off the death in the room. They found the first dead body sprawled across the couch. The second was slumped in the corner, amid the wreckage of what had once been a side table. Skulduggery looked closely at each of them, then shook his head at Valkyrie. Neither was the man they were looking for. They moved into the kitchen, where they found a third corpse face down on the floor. Were his head not twisted all the way around, he would have been looking up at the ceiling. A bottle lay beside his hand, smashed against the tiles, and the smell of beer was still strong. The rest of the ground floor was clear of corpses, so they went to the stairs. The first one creaked, and Skulduggery stepped back off it. He wrapped his arms around Valkyrie's waist, and they rose off the ground and drifted up to the body on the landing. It was a woman, who had died curled up in a fetal position. There were 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bathroom was empty, as was the first bedroom they checked. The second bedroom had scorch marks on the wall, and another dead woman halfway out of a window. Valkyrie guessed this woman was the one responsible for the scorch marks. She had tried to defend herself, then tried to run. Neither attempt had worked. There was someone alive in the last bedroom. They could hear whoever it was in the wardrobe, trying not to make a sound. They heard a deep breath being taken as they approached, and then there was absolute silence for all of 13 seconds. The silence ended with a ridiculously loud gasping for air. Skulduggery thumbed back the hammer of his gun. "Come out," he said. The wardrobe burst open, and a shrieking madman leaped out at Valkyrie. She batted down his arm, grabbed his shirt, and twisted her hip into him, his shriek turning to a yelp as he hit the floor. "Don't kill me," he sobbed as he lay there. "Oh, God, please don't kill me." "If you had let me finish," Skulduggery said, slightly annoyed, "you would have heard me say, 'Come out, we're not going to hurt you, idiot.'" "He probably wouldn't have said, 'idiot,'" Valkyrie told the sobbing man. "We're trying our best to be nice." The man blinked through his tears and looked up. You're not going to kill me?" "No, we're not," Valkyrie said gently. "So long as you wipe your nose right now." The man sniffled into his sleeve, and she stood back, trying not to shiver with revulsion. He got up. "You're Skulduggery Pleasant," he said. "I've heard about you. The skeleton detective." "Season's greetings," Skulduggery nodded. "This is my partner, Valkyrie Cain. And you are?" "My name is Ranajay. I live here with my friends. It's so nice, living next to all these normal people. We really liked living here, me and my friends." Ranajay looked like he was going to start sobbing again, so Valkyrie cut in quickly. "Who did this? Who killed everyone?" "I don't know. A big guy, huge. He wore a mask and spoke with an accent. His eyes were red." "What did he want?" Skulduggery asked. "He came here looking for a friend of mine." Valkyrie frowned. "Ephraim Tungsten?" "Yes," Ranajay said. "How did you know?" "That's who we want to talk to. We believe he's been in contact with a killer we've been tracking for 5 months. Davina Ma, right? That detective who went bad, blew up the sanctuary. That's why the big guy wanted Ephraim too." "Do you know if Mar has been in touch with Ephraim?" Skulduggery asked. "Oh, she has, yes. Paid him to make her a false ID and arranged to get her out of the country. That's what Ephraim does. When people have to disappear, he takes care of it. Only this time he didn't. I think after he realized what she had done, he didn't want any part of it. The detective, Mar, she came looking for everything she'd paid for after the sanctuary fell into the ground, but he was gone. She tore this place up 3 times in the same month looking for him. Haven't seen her since then. Haven't seen Ephraim either. We all thought it'd be safer if we stayed away from him, you know. Fat lot of good that did my friends." "The man who killed them," Skulduggery said. "Did you tell him where Ephraim is?" Ranajay shook his head. "Didn't have to. I knew what he wanted to know. I think that's the only reason he didn't kill me. Ephraim had told me ages ago that the only thing he'd done for Ma was to set up places for her to stay in 3 spots across the city. That's all the information the big guy wanted, just to know where Ma was staying." "Can you tell us the 3 spots?" "Are you going after him?" asked Ranajay. "Our main priority is Davina Mar, but the man who killed your friends has just made it to number 2 on our list." "You'll stop him?" "If we can." "You'll kill him?" "If we have to." Yeah, I'll tell you." Chapter 3. Tesseract. He was a giant of a man, his thick-set muscles stretching the dusty black coat he wore, but he was quiet. She had to give him that. Smart, too, to get this close to her, without setting off the alarms. Probably dismantled them as he came, she thought, as she flung herself through the window into the cold air. Taking his time, doing it right, the way any good assassin should. She knew who he was, of course. Killers that size tended to be conspicuous, and only one of them wore a metal mask over his scarred and misshapen face. The Russian Tesseract. She hit the ground and rolled, shards of broken glass accompanying her down. She reached into her jacket, found the trigger device, flicked the safety off with her thumb, and pressed the red button without even taking it out of her pocket. He was up there, right now, and she would only get one chance at this. But when there was no big explosion, she looked up to see him climbing out of the window overhead. He'd dismantled the explosives. Of course he had. Davina Mar didn't even bother to curse. She just ran. The ground was wet with recent rain, and she slipped in the mud and scrambled up again. All that time and effort spent fortifying this pitiful excuse for a dwelling, all for nothing. The security measures she'd placed at every conceivable entrance to the disused construction site had turned out to be useless. The traps she'd set on the metal stairs to the foreman's office in which she'd been living had turned out to be less than useless. The big brute had entered silently, and it had only been pure luck that she'd happened to look up in time. She ran to her car, but if he was as meticulous as she thought he was, he'd already have sabotaged the engine, so she broke left, running for the tall fence that bordered the east side of the site. She heard quick footsteps behind her, and decided to try to lose him in the maze of cargo containers. It was a moonless night, too dark to see much of anything, and she hoped he was finding it as difficult in this gloom as she was. There was a heavy clang, followed by footsteps on metal, and he was moving above her, across the top of the containers, aiming to cut her off before she reached the fence. Mar doubled back, wishing that she'd had time to grab her gun off the table before she'd made that jump. Magic was all well and good, she often thought, but having a loaded gun in your hand was a reassurance like no other. She ducked low and crept along, keeping her breathing under control. She couldn't hear him any more. He was either still up there and not moving, or he was down here, in the muck and the mud and the dark, with her. Possibly sneaking up on her right now. Mar glanced over her shoulder, saw nothing but shadows. She tried to remember what Tesseract's chosen discipline was. He was an adept, she knew that much, but beyond that, his magic was a mystery to her. She hoped it wasn't the ability to see in the dark. That would be just typical, and it'd fit right in with how her luck had been going these past few months. All she had wanted to do was go home, for God's sake. Mar was from Boston, born and raised, and that's where she wanted to die. Not here, in wet and muddy Ireland. She got on her belly and crawled through a gap between pallets. She took another look behind her, to make sure he wasn't reaching out to grab her ankle, and then considered her options. They weren't great, and they weren't many. And hiding wasn't one of them. He'd find her eventually, probably sooner rather than later. She could try the east fence again, or she could go all the way back to the entrance at the south. Heading west was out of the question, seeing as how there was nothing there but acres of flat ground with no cover. Mar propped herself up on her elbows, the cold wetness seeping through her clothes, and looked straight out in front, due north. There was another fence there, higher than the east side, but it was closer, and at least there were pallets and machinery she could duck behind if she needed to. She inched forward, out through the gap, coming up on her hunkers. There were a couple of barrels stacked up on top of each other, and she hurried to them. Still no sign of Tesseract. Running bent over, she came up around a bulldozer and made a mad dash for the next piece of cover. The chain-link fence was maybe 20 strides away. It was tall, as high as a house, taller than she'd remembered, but Mar felt sure she could jump it. She allowed herself a moment to envy the skeleton detective and his newfound ability to fly. Oh, that would really come in handy right about now. She gauged the distance and felt the currents in the air, reckoning that she'd need a running start to clear the fence successfully. She looked back, making sure Tesseract wasn't anywhere nearby. She scanned her surroundings carefully, methodically, pivoting her head slowly, on the alert for the slightest movement. It took her a full second to realize that she was looking straight at him as he ran at her. She couldn't help it. She gave a short yelp of fright and stumbled back, tripping over her own feet. Slipping and sliding on the wet ground, Mar scrambled for the fence. She flung her arms wide, hands open and grasping, then pulled the air in around her and lifted herself up, away from the mud. She wasn't even halfway to the top when she realized she wasn't going to make it. She managed to steer herself closer and reached out, fingers slipping through the links just as she started to drop. Her body swung into the rattling fence, her fingers burning. She looked down, saw him looking up, silent behind his metal mask. She started climbing, using only her hands. She glanced down. Tesseract was climbing up after her. God, but he was quick. It started to rain again, and the droplets soon began to sting against her face. Tesseract was closing the gap between them with alarming speed, his long arms reaching further than hers, and his great muscles hauling his body after her without tiring. As for Mar, her muscles were already complaining, and, as she neared the top, they were screaming. Still, better them than her, she reckoned. Below her, Tesseract had stalled. It looked like he'd snagged that coat of his in the fence somehow. Mar couldn't spare the time to be smug about it, but she promised herself a smirk when all this was over. She clambered over the top, pausing a moment to estimate how high up she was, and then let herself fall. The street rushed towards her, and as she prepared to use the air to slow her descent, she glanced at Tesseract. In an instant, she saw that he hadn't stalled, but had been cutting through the links with a knife. As she passed him on her way down, he reached through the fence and grabbed her arm. Her body jerked and twisted. She cried out. He held her for a moment, then let her fall. She tumbled head over heels to the street below. Her shoulder hit the pavement first and shattered, and her head smacked against the concrete. Mar lay there, waiting for Tesseract to jump down and finish the job. And then a familiar car came screeching around the corner, and she blacked out. Chapter 4. Grander Scales. Skulduggery braked, the Bentley swerving to a perfect stop on the slippery road. Valkyrie threw the door open and jumped out. Davina Mar lay in a crumpled heap on the pavement, several bones obviously broken. A man landed behind Mar, a big man in a metal mask, and Skulduggery appeared beside Valkyrie, gun in hand. "You're Tesseract," he said. "You are, aren't you? Who hired you? Who are you working for?" The man, Tesseract, didn't even look at him. His red eyes were focused on Mar. He moved towards her, and Skulduggery stepped into his path. Immediately, Tesseract grabbed the gun, twisting it from Skulduggery's grip. Skulduggery grabbed the bigger man's elbow and wrist, and wrenched, and the gun fell back into his hand. "Get her to the car," Skulduggery ordered, and Valkyrie grabbed Mar and started dragging her away. As they struggled for control of the weapon, Tesseract kicked Skulduggery's leg, and Skulduggery kneed Tesseract's thigh. They headbutted each other as they locked and counterlocked, using moves Valkyrie had never seen before. She heard the gun click, but their hands were covering it, so she couldn't see what was happening. Finally, Tesseract flipped Skulduggery over his hip, but Skulduggery took the gun with him. He rolled and came up, aiming dead center for Tesseract's chest, and the fight froze. Valkyrie shoved Mar into the back seat of the Bentley and looked back in time to see Tesseract hold out his fist and slowly open his hand. 6 bullets fell to the ground. "I thought it was a bit light," Skulduggery muttered, putting the gun away. Valkyrie considered helping, but she'd never even heard of this guy, Tesseract, and she knew how dangerous it was to charge into a fight without knowing who your enemy was. Instead, she slipped in behind the wheel of the Bentley. The priority here was Mar, and they had her after all this time. Valkyrie wasn't about to risk letting her escape again. She put the Bentley in reverse, like she'd done 100 times before, under Skulduggery's tutelage, then yanked the wheel. The car spun, and she put it in first. She sped away from the fight, rounded the corner, and kept going. There was no other traffic on the road. Valkyrie took another corner, a little too sharply, but maintained control. Something moved in the rear-view mirror, and then Skulduggery was flying alongside the car. He nodded to her, and she braked and slid over to the passenger side. Skulduggery got in behind the wheel, and they took off again. She frowned. "Are we not going back for him?" "For Tesseract," Skulduggery said. "Good God, no." "But he's in shackles, right? You beat him." "I like to think I beat him in a moral sense, in that he's an assassin and I'm not. But apart from that, no, not really." Valkyrie turned in her seat, looking at the dark street behind them, and then settled back. "Who is he?" "Assassin for hire is all I know. I recognized him from his sheer size, and the fact that he wears a metal mask. I've never encountered him before. That's probably a good thing, but let's not dwell on the new enemy we might have made tonight. Let's dwell instead on the old enemy we've got in the back seat. Hello, Davina. You're under arrest for multiple counts of murder. You have the right to... not much at all, really. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Mar remained unconscious. "Splendid," Skulduggery said happily. The Hibernian cinema stood old and proud and slightly bewildered, like a senior citizen who had wandered away from his tour group. It had no part in the Dublin that surrounded it. It hadn't been refurbished or refitted. It didn't have 20 screens on different floors, and it didn't have banks of concession stands. What it did have were old movie posters on its walls, frayed carpeting, a single stall for popcorn and drinks, and a certain mustiness that agitated long-dormant allergies. The one screen it did possess only ever showed one thing: the black-and-white image of a brick wall, with a door to one side. But beyond that screen were corridors of clean white walls and bright lighting, rooms of scientific and mystical equipment, a morgue capable of dissecting a god, and a medical bay that Valkyrie visited on a worryingly regular basis. Cain Speckled Grouse shambled in, dressed in a bathrobe and slippers, what remained of his grey hair sticking up at odd angles. He looked grumpy, but then he always looked grumpy. "What," he said, "do you want?" "We have a patient for you," said Skulduggery, nodding to Davina Mar on the bed beside him. Cain Speckled glared at the shackles around her wrists. "Don't know her," he said. "Take her to someone else. She's your prisoner, isn't she? Take her to one of those sanctuary doctors. Wake them up in the middle of the night." "We can't do that. This is Davina Mar. she's the one who destroyed the sanctuary. Some of the grumpiness vanished from Ken Speckle's eyes, replaced by a kind of disgusted curiosity.
"Is this her, then? You finally found her?"
He walked closer.
She's a bit the worse for wear, but I have to admit I'm surprised she's still alive. Are you getting less ruthless as you get older, Detective?"
"We didn't do this to her," Valkyrie said, not comfortable with where Ken Speckle's questions were heading. "We saved her, actually. She'd be dead if it wasn't for skullduggery." Ken Speckle pulled back one of Mar's eyes.
"I put that down to your good influence, Valkyrie. But that still doesn't explain why you haven't taken her to the authorities. You are, after all, sanctuary detectives once again, are you not?"
"We want to keep this quiet," Skulduggery said. "Things are too volatile at the moment. If we hand her over to the Cleavers, I doubt she'll even get a trial. They'll execute her on the spot." Ken Speckle traced his hands lightly around Mar's head.
"From what I remember, you've executed your fair share of guilty people in the past."
"I'm not here to argue with you, Professor. The fact is, I don't believe she was working alone when she decided to destroy the sanctuary, and I fear that her allies, or her bosses, will try to have her killed before she can name them. I'm fairly confident they're the ones who hired the assassin."
"Ah," Ken Speckle said. "So, it's not mercy that stays your hand. It's a grander scale of ruthlessness."
Skulduggery cocked his head. "This woman is responsible for the deaths of 50 people. But there are others who also share that responsibility. They're all going to pay."
"Well," Ken Speckle said, "justice can wait, can it not? Your prisoner has a serious head injury. She's staying with me until she's out of danger. It should be a few hours, a day at the most."
"She's going to need someone to stand guard over her."
You think she poses a threat? She'll be unconscious until I say otherwise."
"And what if the assassin comes looking for her?"
"First, he'd have to know who she's with, then where to find me, and lastly, he'd have to get past my defences, for which he'd need an army. Leave me now. I'll get in touch when she's strong enough to answer your questions."
With nothing left for them to do, they walked back to the Bentley. Valkyrie buckled her seatbelt as they pulled out onto the road. Skulduggery was using the facade again. Ghastly Bespoke's facade gave him his own face every time, minus the scars, but Skulduggery hadn't been able to decide on one look. So China made it so that his facade changed every time. Same cheekbones, same jaw, but all the rest was brand new. "Could you drop me off at Gordon's?" Valkyrie asked. Skulduggery raised an eyebrow, a newly acquired skill. "You don't want to go home to Haggard?" "It's not that. It's just that I haven't been to Gordon's in a while, and it's nearly Christmas. Around this time every year, when I was a kid, we'd go up there, to his big house. Oh, I loved that part of Christmas because, finally, someone would talk to me like I was a person, you know, a grown-up person, not a child. That's what I loved about him the most." "Ah, there it is," Skulduggery said and nodded. "Sorry?" "That, right there. That story you just told, that little excerpt from your life. That's the most annoying thing about Christmas. Everyone has these little stories about what Christmas means to them. You don't get that at any other time of the year. You don't get people telling you what Easter means to them, or St. Patrick's Day, but everyone opens up at Christmas time."
"Wow,"
Valkyrie said.
"I've never noticed before, but you're a grouch."
"No, I'm not.
You're a Grinch."
I am neither a Grinch nor a grouch. I like Christmas as much as the next person, so long as the next person is as unsentimental as I am."
"Sentimental's nice."
"You hate sentimental."
"But not at Christmas. At Christmas, sentimental is a perfectly fine thing to be. It is allowed. In moderation, naturally. I don't want anyone,
being sentimental around me, but in principle I have no problem with,
What? What's wrong?
the facade. Skulduggery tilted his head, and the left side of his face drooped down off his skull, looking like melted rubber. I think something's going a bit wonky, said Valkyrie. Skulduggery felt his ear flapping against his lapel, and took hold of his face with one hand and hoisted it back up again. He gathered a thick fold around his forehead, trying his best to manoeuvre an eye back into its socket.
This is a tad undignified, he murmured. Do please tell me if we're about to crash into something.
Maybe you should let me drive?
I saw how you drove a few hours ago. I'm not letting you behind the wheel of this car ever again.
His voice was muffled because his lips were sliding down his jaw.
Do I look better now?
Oh, much. He did his best to keep his nose in one place.
So, will I pick you up from Gordon's once your lapse into sentimentality is over? We have that meeting to go to, in case you'd forgotten.
How could I have forgotten? She asked dryly. I've been looking forward to this incredibly boring meeting for days. I really and truly have. Oh boy, oh boy.
You appear to have found a new level of sarcasm. Skulduggery nodded. Impressive.
And no, you don't have to pick me up. I'll get Fletcher to pop by. Of course, if you change your mind and decide I don't have to go to this incredibly boring meeting, I can take my time about it all and really get sentimentality out of my system for good.
And deprive you of your chance to be there. I actually think you'll be surprised by how interesting it all is.
I actually think I'd be very surprised.
But we'll be electing the new Grand Mage. This is history in the making, Valkyrie.
And how long do you think the new Grand Mage will last before he's either murdered or imprisoned?
You're too young to be so cynical.
I'm not cynical. I just happen to remember the last 4 years. You give me one good reason why I should go. One good reason why I would be even remotely interested in attending.
Erskine Ravel will be there.
Well, okay then.
Skulduggery laughed and let go of his face. After a dangerous quiver, it settled down and stopped misbehaving, apart from the ear that was slowly drifting towards his chin. Chapter 5. Valkyrie's Dilemma. With the morning sun barely making an effort to leak through the windows, Valkyrie's dead uncle made a steeple of his fingers and peered at her over the topmost peak. When he was alive, he would often do this while sitting in an armchair with his legs crossed, giving him the air of a wise and contemplative man. Now that he was dead, and could no longer interact with the physical world, it merely gave him the air of a man in desperate need of a chair. "You've discovered your true name," he said. "Yes," Valkyrie responded. "And your true name is Darkus." "That's right." "And Darkus is the sorcerer that all the psychics are having visions about, the one who's going to destroy the world?" "Correct." "So you're going to destroy the world?" "It looks like it." "And when did you discover all this?" About 5 months ago." "And you're only telling me about it now?" "Gordon, it's taken me this long to stop freaking out about it. I need your help." Gordon began to pace the room. It was a big room, lined with bookcases and Gothic paintings. An oil portrait of a semi-clothed Gordon, his body rippling with muscles he had never possessed when he was alive, hung over the vast fireplace, glaring down at all who passed, like a great and terrible god. Even though this house and the land around it had been left to Valkyrie, she still couldn't bring herself to take the painting down. It was far too amusing. "Do you realize what this means for you?" Gordon asked, as his slow pacing took him towards the corner of the room. "A sorcerer who knows their own true name has access to power other sorcerers can only dream about." His image began to fade away, and Valkyrie cleared her throat loudly. Gordon stopped and swung round, pacing back the way he had come. Immediately, he became solid again.
The echo stone, which housed his consciousness, sat in its cradle on the coffee table, glowing with a soothing blue light. "I don't care about any of that," she said. "I saw one of these visions, okay? I saw a burning city and injured friends, and I saw Darkes. I saw me kill my own parents."
Now, just wait a second. From what you've told me about Cassandra Farros's vision, your future self and Darkes seem to be two distinctly separate entities.
That's just because at no time in that vision was I ever seen hurting anyone. We saw fragments of what's going to happen. We saw Darkes, me, as a figure in the distance, fighting and killing and murdering. And then we saw me, my future self, close up, feeling pretty bad about it all, which was nice of her, but she's undoubtedly a little Fruit Loops. Listen, it's taken a while for me to look at this and be logical about it, but obviously someone finds out what my true name is and they use it to control me.
"Then you're going to have to seal your name," Gordon said.
"Do you know how I can do that?"
"No," he admitted. "I wrote about magic, but as you are aware, I never had the aptitude for it. Something like that, sealing your true name, is knowledge only a certain breed of sorcerer would have."
"I can't ask Skulduggery," Valkyrie said quietly. "I don't want him to know."
Gordon stopped pacing and looked at her kindly. He would understand, Valkyrie. Skulduggery's been through an awful lot.
"If he's so understanding, how come you still won't let me tell him you exist?"
"Well," Gordon said huffily, "that's different. That was never about him or anyone else. It was always about me and my insecurities."
"Which you are now cured of, right?"
He hesitated. "In theory."
"So, you'd be fine with me telling Skulduggery that I talk to you on a regular basis?"
Gordon licked his lips. "I don't think that now is the perfect time for that. You have a lot on your plate, and I think I can be of more use to you without the distraction of other people."
"You're scared."
"I'm not scared. I'm cautious. I don't know how my friends would react. I am not actually Gordon Edgley after all. I am merely a recording of his personality."
"But—" Valkyrie raised her eyebrows.
"But," he said quickly, "that doesn't mean I am not a person in my own right, with my own identity and value."
"Very good," she smiled. "You've been working on it."
"I have a lot of time for self-affirmation while I'm sitting in that little blue crystal, waiting for you to drop by."
"Is that your subtle way of telling me I should call round more?"
"I practically cease to exist when you're not here," Gordon said. "There's nothing subtle about it." The alarm on Valkyrie's phone beeped once.
"Fletcher will be here soon," she said, picking up the echo stone and its cradle. "We better get you back."
Gordon followed as she led the way out of the living room and up the stairs. "The big meeting is this afternoon, isn't it?"
"Yeah,"
she scowled.
"Even after everything that's been happening with everything that's hanging over me, I still have to waste my time at this stupid thing. Skulduggery says it's important to see how this kind of politics works."
"You're lucky," Gordon said wistfully. "I would have loved to have been invited to something like that when I was alive."
"It's going to be a bunch of people talking about what we're going to do about setting up a new sanctuary. What do I have to contribute to that?"
"I don't know. A general air of grumpiness?"
"Now that I can do."
They passed into the study, but instead of following her through the hidden doorway to the secret room where he kept the most valued pieces of his collection, Gordon went to a small bookshelf beside the window. "And how is Fletcher these days?"
"Oh, he's grand."
"Has he met your parents?"
Valkyrie frowned. "No, and he's not going to."
"You don't think they'd approve?" Gordon asked as he scanned the books.
"I think they'd start asking all kinds of awkward questions. And I don't think they'd like the fact that my boyfriend is older than me."
"He's 18. You're 16, Gordon said. "That's not drastically older."
"If I need to tell him, I will. Right now, Skulduggery has taken responsibility for asking every single awkward question that my parents could ever possibly ask, so you needn't worry."
"This one," said Gordon, pointing to a thin notebook. "In here, there are directions to a woman who might be able to help you."
"She can seal my name."
"Not her personally, but I think she knows someone who can."
"Who is she?"
"Who isn't important. What, however, is. She's a banshee."
"Seriously?"
"Most banshees are harmless," Gordon said. "They provide a service more than anything else."
"What kind of service?"
"If you hear a banshee's wail, it's a warning that you're going to die. I'm not sure of the advantage of such a service, but it's a service nonetheless. 24 hours after you hear it, the Dullahan gets you."
"What's a Dullahan?"
"He's a headless horseman, in the service of the banshee."
"Headless?"
"Yes."
"Seriously?"
"Yes."
"So he has no head?"
"That's usually what headless means."
"No head at all?"
"You're really getting hung up on this headless thing, aren't you?"
"It's just kind of silly, even for us."
"Yet you spend your days with a living skeleton."
"But at least Skulduggery has a head."
"True."
"He even has a spare." "Are we going to get past this now?"
Yes, sorry.
Carry on."
"Thank you. The Dullahan drives a carriage, a coach of ours, that you can only see when it's right up beside you. He is not a friendly fellow."
"Probably because he has no head."
"That may have something to do with it."
"So, this banshee," Valkyrie said, "is she one of the harmless ones or the harmful?"
"Now, that I do not know. Banshees are an unsociable bunch at the best of times. If she isn't too pleased to see you, though—"
"Yes?"
"I'd recommend putting your hands over your ears if she opens her mouth." Valkyrie looked at him.
"Right," she said. "Thanks for that."
"When do you plan to approach her?"
"Soon, I suppose. As soon as I can. I want this over with. I think I'll— tonight."
"Really?"
"Yes, I have to, Gordon. If I put it off, I'll never do it. I'll give Skulduggery some excuse. He won't miss me."
"Valkyrie, from what I know of it, sealing your name is a major procedure. You have to be sure going in that this is the best thing to do."
"I'm going to be sure. You remember when Dusk bit me? He tasted something in my blood, something that marked me out as different. I think that whatever he tasted has to do with Darkess, so I'm going to get a second opinion."
Gordon frowned. "You're going to get someone else to taste your—" "Oh, I see. You're talking about him."
"Cain will be able to tell me what Dusk sensed. If it's bad, I won't need any more proof or prodding. I'll know this is something I have to do."
"Right," Gordon said gently. Valkyrie nodded, feeling an unwelcome mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. She left the echo stone in the hidden room and took the notebook from the shelf, flicking through the pages until she got to the part about the banshee. She put the notebook in her jacket pocket and went down to the living room. Her phone beeped again, and a moment later Fletcher Wren appeared beside the fireplace. Blonde hair standing on end, lips always ready to kiss or smirk, one hand behind his back, the other with a thumb hooked into the belt loops of his jeans. "I'm gorgeous," he said. Valkyrie sighed.
"Are you now?"
"Do you ever just look at me and think, God, he's gorgeous? Do you? I do all the time. I think you're gorgeous too, of course."
"Cheers. You've got those lovely dark eyes and lovely dark hair, and your face is all pretty and stuff, and I love the way you dress in black, and I love the new clothes. It's a jacket, Fletch."
"I love the new jacket," he insisted. "Ghastly really made a lovely, lovely jacket." He grinned. "You look wide awake," she said. "You're never wide awake at this hour of the morning." "I've been researching."
You're not the only one who likes to read books, you know. Apparently, my power will increase if I work at it a little, so I thought I'd give it a try. I was told there was this book in Italy, written by a famous teleporter, dead now, obviously, that could really help me. So I went there and got it. Good man. But it was all written in Italian, so I left it on the shelf and went to Australia for ice cream. He brought his other hand out from behind his back, holding an ice cream cone. Got one for you. Fletcher, it's winter. Not in Australia. We're not in Australia. I'll take you to Sydney for 5 minutes, so you can eat the ice cream while we watch the sunset, and then we'll come back to the misery here. Valkyrie sighed. Your power is wasted on you. My power is brilliant. Everyone wishes they had my power. I don't. I quite like being able to hurl people away from me just by moving the air. Well, every non-violent person wishes they had my power. How's that? Valkyrie frowned. I'm not a violent person. You punch people every day. Not every day. Val, you know I think you're great, and I think you're the coolest chick I've ever met, and the prettiest girl ever. But you get into a hell of a lot of fights. Face it, you lead a violent life. She wanted to protest, but no argument sprang to mind. Fletcher stopped holding out the ice cream and started licking it instead, already forgetting what they'd just been talking about. Valkyrie checked the time, forcing her attention back to the here and now. Are you getting me anything for Christmas? Fletcher asked, and Valkyrie found herself grinning despite everything. Yes, you better be getting me something. He shrugged. Of course I am. It better be amazing. Of course it is. Hey, this time next year, you'll have someone else to buy presents for. When's your mum due? Middle of February. I'm going to be asked to babysit, you know. How am I supposed to do that? Get your reflection to do it. I'm not leaving the baby with the reflection. Are you nuts? But I don't even know how to hold a baby. Their heads are so big. Aren't babies' heads abnormally large? I'm not sure I'm going to be a good big sister. I hope she doesn't take after me. I'd like her to have friends. You have friends. I'd like her to have friends who weren't hundreds of years older than her. Have you realised that you're referring to the baby as her? Am I? I suppose I am. I don't know. It just feels like it's going to be a girl. Do you think she'll be magic? Skulduggery says it's possible. Of course, that doesn't mean she'll ever find out about magic. Take my cousins, for example. Ah, the infamous toxic twins. They're descended from the last of the ancients, the same as I am. But we'll never know if they can do magic, because they don't know magic even exists. So, if you don't want your sister involved in this crazy life of yours, you can just not tell her. And in 25 years, she'll be looking at you going, Hey sis, how come we look like we're exactly the same age? Will you tell her then that magic slows the aging process? I'll probably just tell her that my natural beauty makes me look eternally young. She's my little sister, and she'll believe anything I tell her. To be honest, Val, I love the fact that this is happening. Once you have a sister, or a brother, that looks up to you and needs you, it might make you stop and think before rushing into dangerous situations. I do stop and think, and then you rush in anyway. There's still stopping and thinking involved. Fletcher smiled. Sometimes I just worry about you. Your concern is touching. You're not taking me even a little bit seriously, are you? I can't take you seriously, Fletch. You have a dollop of ice cream on your nose. Besides, we can have this conversation 1,000 times. It's not going to stop me going out there and doing what I do. Fletcher finished off the cone and wiped the ice cream from his face. Are you so determined to be a hero? He asked softly. She kissed him and didn't answer. He was wrong, of course. It wasn't about her being the hero. Not anymore. It was just about her trying not to be the villain. Chapter 6. The New Messiah. Sneaking up on someone who can see into the future is not as impossible a task as many people think. For one thing, the future changes. Details shift. Circumstances alter. And while the universe is struggling to realign itself into some semblance of balance, opportunity has its moment to present itself. The trick is to be a constant, destabilizing influence in a world that really just wants to be left alone. Solomon Reith was confident that he could be just such a destabilizing influence. Leaving many of his decisions open to chance, he had approached the tattoo parlour 3 times already, and by the toss of a coin, he had walked on by. The 4th toss of the coin, however, brought him to the door, and had him climbing the narrow stairs, black bag in one hand, Cain in the other. No sound coming from above. No whine of the tattooist's needle. No chat, laughter, or yelp. He could practically sense the trap waiting for him, but this didn't slow his step. At the top of the stairs he turned and walked through the doorway, and that was when the skinny man with the Pogue's t-shirt came at him with a cushion. Not being the world's deadliest weapon, the cushion bounced softly off Reith's shoulder, and the skinny man did his best to run by. Reith dropped his cane, caught the man, and threw him against a chair that looked like it belonged in a dental surgery. The skinny man fell awkwardly over it. "Finbar wrong," Reith said, putting the black bag on a nearby table. "May I call you Finbar? I assume you know who I am." Finbar sprang to his feet, hands held out in front of him, fingers rigid. "I do," he said. "And I feel I have to warn you, man, you can't beat me. I've seen this fight already, and I know every move you're gonna make." Shadows curled around Reith's cane and brought it up off the floor and into his waiting hand. Finbar nodded. "I knew you were going to do that." Reith went to walk around the chair. Finbar moved in the opposite direction. Reith turned, went the other way, and so did Finbar. Reith sighed. "Ah, this is ridiculous," Finbar interrupted quickly. "See, I've already lived through this encounter. You better walk away now, dude. Save yourself a whole lot of pain." "If you have seen this fight, if you knew precisely when I would arrive, then why did you attack me with a cushion?" Finbar hesitated. I'm toying with you, is what I'm doing. Hitting you with a cushion instead of my fists of fury is going to, take longer, draw out your agony. Kind of like water torture with cushions. Cushion torture. It doesn't sound very painful. Well, we haven't really settled on a name for it. You're a trained fighter, I take it. Oh, yeah? You're a bit thin, aren't you? You're practically malnourished. Looks can be deceiving, man. After all, the strongest muscle in the human body is the brain. Well then, as long as you don't hit me with your brain, I should be okay. Finbar suddenly broke for the door. Reith came up behind him, whacked the cane into the back of his legs. Finbar crashed into the wall. "Ow!" he moaned. Reith took a hold of him and dragged him back, threw him into the dentist's chair. "When did you first have a vision that I would be paying you a visit?" "Last night," he moaned. "And what did you do?" "I sent Sharon and me kid away. I was going to join them, but the vision changed, and you weren't going to come." "But then, a few minutes ago." He nodded. "Had another one. Told me you were about to climb the stairs. Only weapon I had was a cushion." "Which is not technically considered a weapon." Finbar glared. "A true master can make anything into a weapon." "But you're not a true master, Finbar." Reith prodded him with a cane, forcing him to sit back. "Did your vision tell you why I was coming to see you?" "I didn't really get that far."
I need you to do me a favour. I want you to look into Valkyrie Cain's future and tell me what you see.
Why don't you just ask her?
I need something more than what you've already seen. I need you to look harder.
Can't do it, Finbar said, shaking his head. Oh, I won't do it. Val's a friend of mine. You can torture me all you want.
Can I? He paled.
Metaphorically speaking.
Reith smiled. The shadows crept up the chair, wrapping themselves around Finbar's arms and legs before he could even struggle. Reith went to the black bag on the table. It's okay. I know it would probably take a lot for you to betray a friend like that, so I'm taking the option away from you. From the bag, Reith took a glass sphere encased in a stone shell. Quickly realising that he couldn't break his bonds, Finbar settled back into the chair.
You're bribing me with a snow globe, he asked. That's a bit insulting, don't you think?
This isn't for you. Now Finbar could see the darkness swirling in the sphere, and his face slackened and his voice cracked.
That's a soul catcher?
Yes, it is. And its occupant is the remnant who caused everyone so much trouble a few months ago. This is the little guy who possessed Ken Speckled Grouse, who went on to repair the desolation engine that destroyed the sanctuary. This is not a very nice remnant.
Finbar licked his lips nervously. You can't put it in me. You just can't, man. No, listen, that thing is... It's evil, right? Once it's in me, it'll lie to you. Tell you whatever it thinks you want to hear.
It will tell me whatever I want to know, Finbar, which is not quite the same thing.
Oh, please don't do this.
The man was almost crying. Well, I'll take it out of you immediately after, Reith assured him. You'll black out. You won't remember a thing.
I don't want it in me. It'll change me.
Only for a few minutes. Reith turned the sphere in the stone and stepped back. The darkness drained out of the soul catcher as the remnant flitted straight to Finbar. He turned his head and shut his eyes and clamped his mouth shut, but the remnant would not be denied. Things that may have been hands prized his jaws apart. Reith watched, fighting the urge to suck the foul creature back into its prison. Finbar tried to scream as the remnant, no more than a streak of twisted darkness, clambered its way down his throat. The scream choked, and the throat bulged. Finbar's body thrashed, but Reith's restraints held. Finbar suddenly went limp. A moment passed, and dark veins spread beneath his skin, and his lips turned black. Then his eyes opened.
Why is it, Finbar said, that every time I'm set free, I have to share a body that isn't in the peak of physical perfection? Last time it was an old man, now it's this.
I didn't release you for a casual conversation, Reith said. I just want to know what I want to know.
And why would I help you dig up information on my good buddy, Valkyrie?
She isn't your friend, Reith said. She's Finbar Wrong's friend.
And there you go, man, making the mistake that everyone makes. I am Finbar Wrong.
No, you're a remnant.
To be honest with you there, a remnant isn't really much more than intent. It flies around being angry and doesn't think too much about anything, you know? It doesn't have a personality or a real consciousness to speak of. But when it inhabits a body, that all changes. It's whole again. I am Finbar Wrong, but I'm also the remnant inside him. We're very happy together, as you can see.
He smiled, and the black veins receded, and the darkness disappeared from his lips. It's easy for you to pass for normal, isn't it? Reith asked. To hide the telltale signs that mark the possessed.
We can hide it when we need to, yeah.
And it's good to be out of the soul catcher, yes?
Oh, yeah,
Finbar laughed.
That thing is even worse than being in that room in the Midnight Hotel where they kept us locked up. Now that you've tasted freedom, do you want more? I can give you more. I can let you go. A few moments ago, you said you were going to separate us immediately after. I'm a necromancer. I lied to make it easier on you. The old you. Look into the future for me and tell me what you see. And what makes you think I'll be able to see anything new? Because you and I both know that sensitives are wary about pushing themselves too hard. Seeing the future is a dangerous line of work. Minds can snap. That they can. But your mind is reinforced now, isn't it? It's stronger. So you can look further and harder until you see what you need to see. This is all very true, Finbar nodded. But why should I trust you? The last people to ask me a favour put me in an old man's body. Now, I'm not denying I had fun being Ken Speckled Grouse for a day, especially when it came time to hammer nails through Tanith Lowe's hands, but they cheated me. They wouldn't let me go when they said they would. Scarab has never been a trustworthy man. And you are? You're a necromancer. Then how about this? You look into the future for me, or I'll kill you. Remnants can't survive in something dead. Am I right? So the moment Finbar's body dies, the remnant inside him dies too. Do you want to die? Either of you? Finbar smiled. You're talking like there are two of us in here, Mon. There's not. You had Finbar, you had the remnant, and when you put them together, you get me. And I happen to think that the world would miss me too much if you killed me. Reith smiled back. I thought you'd see it my way. I'm gonna need a few things before I start, though. Herbs, potions, a back rub. You have 3 seconds to begin. A very quick back rub, then? Reith raised the cane, and Finbar laughed. Okay. I suppose I could do without the luxuries, just this one time. You're going to have to back off. I'm not going to be able to attain the required level of relaxation if you're hovering over me. Reith nodded. Get it done, Remnant, or you're going back in the bottle. Chill, Finbar breathed, closing his eyes. My old buddy Val, he murmured. Are you going to show me why everyone's so interested in you, are you? Are you going to show me what's in store for you? Reith suppressed a sigh, while Finbar prattled on, his voice growing softer and softer. He had never had much time for sensitives. They'd deliberately chosen a branch of magic where you reached out with your feelings instead of your fists. They were, in his opinion, a bunch of spaced-out, peace-loving hippies, and he had never liked hippies. The 1960s and 70s had been particularly annoying times for him. There she is, Finbar said, a slight smile on his face. Found her. How far ahead are you? Reith asked quickly. Hard to say, man. She looks a little older. She's got a tattoo. Is she a necromancer? Finbar's brow creased over his closed eyes. Don't know. What's she doing? Walking. Where? In the ruins. Reith shook his head. That's with Darkus, right? I'm not interested in that. You need to find out if Valkyrie is the Deathbringer. I can only see what I see, Finbar said in a sing-song voice. My sight is drawn to the big moments. Then look away, Reith snarled, but his impatience went unnoticed. I've never seen this much detail, Finbar continued, deep in the trance. I've always flinched, but now I can see it all. So many dead. It's wonderful. Reith held his tongue. I'm looking at Darkus now. Oh, she's magnificent. She's striding through the city. Death all around her. You'd like this dude so much,
death. I didn't ask for a vision of Darkess. I asked for a vision of Valkyrie. Wreath's eyes narrowed. Unless... Finbar smiled in his dream state. Unless? Is Valkyrie still there? Can you see her? I can sense her presence, but all I can see is Darkess. Maybe that's it, Wreath said, sudden excitement burning through him. Maybe that's how she does it. If Valkyrie is the Deathbringer, maybe she's the one who steps up and fights. Maybe she's the one who stops Darkess, and then this, her victory, is what leads to the passage. This is how she saves the world. Oh, I don't see any of that, Finbar said. All I see is Darkess. His smile was replaced by a grimace. This is painful, by the way. Keep looking. It hurts my head. Keep looking, or you'll lose that head. I'll keep looking then. Blood dripped from Finbar's nose. Wreath said nothing. I found her again, Finbar said happily. Valkyrie? Darkess. I'm drawn to her. I don't have a choice. She is everything. She's so cold. I'm trying to get in closer, but she's unlike anything I've ever seen. Can you see a weakness? How can Valkyrie destroy her? Darkess will not be destroyed, Finbar snarled suddenly. She is everything. Tell me her weakness. She has none. She is perfection. Then who is she? Where does she come from? Finbar strained harder, and blood began leaking from his ears. The shadows are heavy around her. I'm trying to see her face. She's looking away from me. No, wait. She's turning. I can see her. Finbar stopped talking. Well, Wreath pressed. Can you see her face? What does she look like? Who is she? Finbar's eyes opened. He blinked up at Wreath. This changes everything. Wreath leaned in close. Who is she, damn it? You necromancers have your messiah, Finbar said. Now, we remnants have ours. The black veins appeared again, and his head shot forward and crunched against Wreath's nose. Wreath stumbled back, cursing, feeling his shadow restraints collapse under Finbar's remnant-enhanced strength. Hands grabbed him, and suddenly he was flying into the far wall. He crashed through a shelf and sent equipment spilling out across the floor. Hope you don't mind, man, Finbar said, smiling at him, but I'm going to take you over for a bit. I have a brand new mission, and I need an upgrade. Wreath tasted his own blood. His cane was on the floor behind him. There were two ways out of this room, the door and the window. The window was closer. Finbar opened his mouth wide. Wreath glimpsed the remnants start to climb out and then spun, snatching up his cane and using the shadows to smash the window. He leaped through the broken glass without the slightest hesitation, landing painfully on the cobbled street, sending people scattering all around him. He didn't look at their shocked faces. He didn't look back at Finbar standing at the window. He just ran. Chapter 7. Blood. Valkyrie took a taxi to St. Anne's Park, which was still covered in a fine frosting of white that the weak sun was failing to melt away. She passed over the gurgling stream, smiling at a dog that was being taken for a walk. Her breath came out in puffs of cloud, and her hands were jammed in her pockets. She moved off the well-worn trail into the trees. Dead twigs cracked under her boots. Cain was standing on an embankment that dipped 5 meters down. He didn't look round as she approached. Instead, he kept his gaze on an old couple below him, out for a brisk midday stroll. Valkyrie wondered briefly if he was hungry. "I need your help," she said, and watched him turn his eyes to her.
Being held in his gaze had become an electric experience that was as addictive as it was unsettling. She didn't like this power he had over her. Being around him was like being around China, but with China, she at least had the knowledge that the attraction was coerced through use of magic. With Cain, though, the attraction was real, and so it was a lot more dangerous. "I am waiting," he said with a slight smile, and she realized she hadn't spoken a word for the last few seconds. She looked away, letting her hair fall over her face to hide the blush creeping through her cheeks. "You're probably not going to like it," she said, "so it'd be a huge favor I'd have to pay back. The problem is that I can't really tell you why I need this done. You've just got to trust me when I say I have my reasons." "What do you need?" Valkyrie hesitated. "I need you to taste my blood." Caelan's smile froze on his lips. "You can't be serious." "Dusk bit me," she said. "You know how much he wanted to kill me, and he had his chance, but he didn't take it. Haven't you ever wondered why he let me go?" "Because I stopped him," Cain replied gruffly. "No, you arrived after he'd pushed me away. He told Billy Ray Sanguine that he tasted my blood, and I don't know, whatever happened, whatever was in my blood, it changed his mind. He no longer wants to kill me. They both think it's a lot crueler to let me live." "You want me to tell you what's so special about your blood?" "Yes." "Dusk is hundreds of years older than me. He could detect 1,000 different nuances in your blood that I couldn't begin to identify. Dusk is a connoisseur. I'm not." "But you can try." "There's no point. Cain, there's something wrong with me. Do you understand? There's something wrong with who I am, and Dusk knew straight away from one tiny bite. You might not have his experience, but I need to try." "You don't know what you're asking. It's far too dangerous." "I'm used to dangerous." "For me, Valkyrie, it's too dangerous for me. I don't know how Dusk managed to deny himself, but I'm not that strong. If I bite you, I won't stop feeding until you're dead." "Then don't bite me. I'll cut my finger. You can taste a drop." "Would you please remember who you're talking to? I'm a vampire. There's a reason I'm classed as a monster. You really think that letting me taste a drop of your blood is a good idea? Really? You think that won't drive me insane? One drop, and I'd need the rest. I'd need all of it." "You've still got a mind. You don't lose the ability to think, do you? You're not an animal." "That's precisely what I am. You look at me while the sun is shining, and you think this is me. This is Cain. You think the vampire is the thing that comes out at night, then goes away in the morning, and Cain comes back. You don't understand yet that the vampire is Cain. This face is a mask. This skin is a disguise. Beneath it is the real me, Valkyrie. I'm not a tortured soul. I'm not a brooding romantic figure. I'm a monster. And not a moment goes by when I don't want to rip your throat out. No other vampire on the planet wants anything to do with me, and I really don't want to be cornered by the skeleton detective and his vengeance-hungry friends after I'm done feeding on your corpse. I quite like immortality. You get very used to it after a while." Valkyrie looked at him, but didn't speak, and the anger slowly left him, until they were just two people standing there in silence. "You know," she said at last, "that's the most words I've ever heard you speak." Cain nodded. "I was just thinking the same thing." "You feeling okay?" "Vocal cords are a little sore." "You might want to sit down." He smiled, and she smiled back. "I need you to do this." His smile vanished. "I'm telling you, no." "Listen to me, okay? I'm working on something to help me, something that could hopefully solve all my problems. But the thing is, it's dangerous. And I mean really dangerous. I might not live through it. And I can't tell Skulduggery or Tanith or Fletcher because they'll try to stop me. But you can tell me because you think I won't try to stop you? No, I'm not telling you either. But before I do this, I have to know if this is the right thing to do. I need to know what Dusk saw, or what he felt, or what he sensed. If it's as bad as I think it is, then I'll go through with this dangerous thing because it'll be my only option. If it isn't as bad as I think, I won't. Simple as that. Cain turned away and didn't speak for a long time. Fine, he said at last. But afterwards, it would probably be best if we never saw each other again. Oh, that's a bit dramatic, isn't it? Perhaps. But that's stupid. Why should we never see each other? You say that like you'd miss me. Oh, of course I'd miss you. You're my friend. No, I'm not. She frowned. You're not. You and me could never just be friends, Valkyrie. We were fated to either be nothing to each other or everything. She stared at him, struggling to make sense of what he was saying. Ah. Eloquent as usual. I mean, Cain, I'm with Fletcher, and I like Fletcher, and I don't want to hurt you, but I don't know how I feel about you. This is a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest. You truly didn't know how I felt. I really and truly didn't. I'm sorry if you think I did. I see. She looked at him as he stepped back. And now I feel awful. Don't, said Cain. I can't help it. Do you... I hope you don't think I was leading you on or anything. He shook his head, but kept his eyes down. Of course not. This is my fault. It's no one's fault, Cain. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just, I'm with Fletcher and I never really thought about the possibility of you. Because I'm a vampire, he said softly, like he was cursing his very soul. That's part of it, admitted Valkyrie. But most of all it's because I'm 16 and you're like 100. Ah, he said, cracking a smile. I'm too old for you. Ever so slightly. And there is no part of you that wonders what it would be like. She swallowed. I didn't say that. You need me to do this. Yes, I do. Very well. He stepped up to her, one hand at her shoulder, the other sweeping her hair slowly from her neck. I'm sorry to say this will hurt. I've been bitten before, said Valkyrie, and gritted her teeth. Cain pulled her towards him, and she waited. When she was this close to Fletcher, she could feel his warmth, the heat emanating from him with each rapid heartbeat. But there was no warmth coming from Cain. He was cold as smooth stone. Even though his mouth was a centimetre from her bare skin, she felt no breath. The fingers of his right hand curled in the collar of her jacket, the fingers of his left hand in her hair. She waited for his teeth. His cold body sagged, and he stepped back. I can't, he murmured. I'd tear your throat out. He took a penknife from his pocket, slid the blade free, and gave it to her. Just a drop, no more, Valkyrie, okay? I should be able to handle a drop, I think. She pressed the blade into the pad of her fingertip, wincing as it pierced the skin. A drop of blood swelled up, and she brushed it with the knife and handed it back to him. Cain hesitated, then brought the knife to his lips, running his tongue the length of the blade. He worked the blood around in his mouth and as he did so, he folded the penknife and put it away. His movements were slow and deliberate. His eyes were closed. He swallowed and licked his lips, like a lion standing over a felled deer. Valkyrie had a sudden urge to step away. "Cain?" she said softly. He was on her, lifting her off her feet and driving her back, teeth bared and diving for her throat. She twisted in his grip and hit a tree, and he moved from her throat to her mouth and kissed her, his mouth crushing against hers. The kiss took her by complete surprise, and she hung there for a long moment before she realized she was kissing him back. She felt her arms wrap around his neck, felt his hard chest press against her. Then something sparked in Valkyrie's mind. She pushed off against the tree with one foot while she tripped him with the other. They both fell to the ground, and she rolled off him and got to her feet. She tried to speak, but he was already behind her, his cold hands on her face, turning her head to kiss her again. Valkyrie folded into him, weakness flooding her body, before she forced strength back into it. She broke off the kiss and leaned away. "This is not going to happen," she breathed. "It already is," he said, his eyes dark. "What did you see? Cain! My blood, what did you see?" He smiled. "Nothing. I tasted your blood and saw nothing." "You're sure?" "I don't know what Inside Dusk gained, but I gained nothing. The only difference between your blood and anyone else's is history." "What do you mean?" "It's old blood. It stretches back to power." "To the last of the ancients." "That's probably it." His hand reached out to her, and she slapped it away. His smile broadened. "But everyone knows you're descended from the ancients. I can't see why it should come as such a big revelation to Dusk." "Maybe he saw something else." "Very possible. I've changed my mind, you know." "About what?" "About how we should spend some time apart." "Cain, now I think we should spend more time together. I think I need to go now." Valkyrie went to walk by him, and he laughed and grabbed her hand. When she swung back to face him, his laugh was gone. "Fletcher's a boy," he said. "That's why they call it a boyfriend." "We're meant for each other." "Holy God," she said. "Do you always come on this strong?" Cain looked like he was about to sneer. Then he frowned and backed off. "I told you," he murmured, looking away. I'm not always in control." Valkyrie took the opportunity to hurry away. "Thank you," she called over her shoulder. Cain didn't answer. Chapter 8. The Zombie King. The refrigerated van pulled into the side of the road. Seconds passed, and the driver got out. He was a middle-aged man with bad skin. He wasn't very bright, and tended to say stupid things that annoyed his master. His master was a great and terrible man. His master was the Killer Supreme. His master was the Zombie King. Thrasher opened the rear door, and Vorian Scapegrace, the Zombie King, stood there majestically, blinking against the cold afternoon sunlight. "We have arrived?" he asked imperiously. "We're here," Thrasher said, nodding his idiot head. "We got lost for a little bit. I took a wrong turn, had to stop and ask for directions. I had a map with me, but it's pretty old, and with all these new one-way systems, it's pretty hard to—" And he prattled on, annoying the Zombie King with mind-numbingly boring detail. Not for the first time, Scapegrace wished he had picked someone else to be his first zombie recruit. Every recruit after Thrasher decayed at the normal speed for a dead body, but Thrasher had, unfortunately, inherited some of Scapegrace's longevity. But even the great zombie king was looking poorly these days. Months earlier, his face had been badly burned by Valkyrie Cain. He had tried to peel the burnt skin off in giant flakes, but that only made things worse. His body would not repair itself, and so the disfigurement stayed, and occasionally another bit of him would fall off or stop working. Survival had become his only ambition. He went everywhere in this refrigerated van. He stayed out of the sun as much as possible, and he covered himself in car fresheners that struggled to mask the stench of rotting meat with sickly wafts of pine. Survival. That's what it was all about. And that's why he was here today. Scapegrace stepped out of the van onto the road.
"What do you need me to do, master?"
Thrasher asked, eagerness ripening his features. "Stay here," Scapegrace replied, "and don't annoy me. How is my face?" Thrasher hesitated.
"It's good. Fine. The makeup is... It really hides the worst of the scarring."
"And my suit? Do I have any bits on it?" His ear had fallen off the day before. He'd stuck it back on with glue.
"It looks clean, sir."
"Excellent. Back in the van you go, Thrasher?"
"Yes, sir, only—"
Scapegrace sighed. "What?"
"Don't you think I should be the one to talk to these people, master? They are civilians, and I don't have the distinguishing features that may alarm them."
"Nonsense. I have it all worked out. I have my plan, and I've accounted for every single possibility. Every question they are likely or even not so likely to ask, I have prepared an answer for. My backstory is rock solid. My lies are intricate and 100% infallible. You'd only mess it all up."
"Yes, master."
"Back in the van, moron." Thrasher bowed and did as he was bid. Scapegrace adjusted his tie, then strode purposefully along the pavement. The road was a cul-de-sac with only 3 buildings on it, a funeral parlour on either side, and a large house at the end with a car outside. Scapegrace entered the first funeral parlour. A man in a sombre suit hurried up to him, took one look at his face, and faltered.
"It looks worse than it is."
Scapegrace chuckled good-naturedly. "I see," said the man.
"It was the same accident that killed my brother," Scapegrace continued, realising that he should probably stop chuckling. "It's a tragic shock. We're all very saddened by his loss."
The funeral director shook Scapegrace's hand and gave him a sad smile. "Would you like to sit down?" he asked, gently.
"I would, yes. I'm feeling quite faint because of the loss of my dead brother."
The funeral director showed him to a comfortable chair, then sat behind his big desk and solemnly opened a ledger. He picked up what looked to be an expensive pen and raised his eyes to Scapegrace. "May I ask your name?" Scapegrace had rehearsed this part a dozen times, coming up with answers for every possible question. This was an easy one. "Elvis O'Carroll." The funeral director hesitated, then nodded, and wrote it down. "And your brother's?" "I'm sorry?" "Your brother's name." Scapegrace froze. It had all been going so well.
"My brother's name," he managed, "is a name that makes me cry every time I hear it. His name, my brother's name, my dead brother is—"
His mind raced, careered off walls, and stumbled over hurdles. A name, a simple name. All he needed was a simple name to get to the next stage of the conversation, and he could not think of one. Aware that he was staring at the funeral director with a perplexed look on his face, Scapegrace seized a random name from history. "Adolf," he blurted. The funeral director stared at him. "I'm sorry?" "Adolf O'Carroll," Scapegrace continued, trying to be as calm as possible. "That's with 2 L's at the end." "Your brother's name was Adolf?" "Yes." "Do you find something wrong with that? It's a common name in my family. I had an uncle Adolf, and a great-aunt Adolf." "A great-aunt? You realise, of course, that Adolf is traditionally a man's name?" "Well, that makes sense, as my great-aunt was traditionally a man." "You seem to have an interesting family, Mr. O'Carroll," the funeral director said politely as he scribbled notes. "Please," Scapegrace said, "call me Elvis." "Indeed. May I inquire as to what service you wish us to provide for you during this trying time? The funeral, of course, is what we specialise in, but we also—" "Embalming," Scapegrace said. "Do you do your own embalming?" "We prepare the departed for their final resting place, yes." "And do you do that here?" "On the premises, yes. We have a staff of professionals who take care to treat each individual with the utmost respect. We have found there to be dignity in death, as there is in life." "How long does it take?" "The embalming process? How long does it take to stop the decomposition?" I'm not sure I understand. What exactly are you asking us to do?" "I want him preserved." The funeral director put down his pen and interlaced his fingers. Are you asking us to perform taxidermy?" "Am I? What's that? Is that when an animal is stuffed and mounted?" "It is." "That's it," Scapegrace said happily. "That's what I want. Can you do that?" "No." "Why not?" "Because the actual animal body is not used in taxidermy. The animal is skinned, and the skin is stretched over a replica animal body. Note, I keep saying animal. That is because taxidermy is not done to humans. It might be seen as somewhat barbaric." "Wouldn't suit me anyway," Scapegrace murmured. "Needs to be the original body. So, can you embalm it and just give it to me?" "I'm afraid that we do not provide a take-away service." "Maybe the place across the road does." "That wouldn't surprise me," the funeral director said huffily. "But I doubt even they would stoop to that level. Mr. O'Carroll—" "Elvis." "Elvis, I think the death of your brother has affected your judgment. You're not thinking clearly. What you're asking for is unsettling." "It's what Adolf would have wanted." "I'm sure he would have appreciated a more peaceful resting place." "His last words to me were, 'Don't bury me.'" "We also provide a cremation service." "And then he said, 'Don't burn me either.'" The funeral director sighed. "Elvis, I don't think we are the people to help you. It is not often I recommend our rivals across the road, but I feel they would be more suited to your needs. I'm sure they'd be happy to deal with your requests." He smiled. Scapegrace left the funeral parlour and crossed the road, dousing himself with a half-can of deodorant as he went. He was greeted by another sombre funeral director, explained his injuries, without the chuckling this time, and was shown to another comfortable chair. He skipped through the tragic loss stuff quickly and got down to specifics. "Adolf was a devout Catholic," he said. "And I mean devout. Oh, he was crazy for that religion. He'd be praying every day, sometimes twice a day. It was all Our Father this and Hail Mary that. Rosary beads and signed pictures of the Pope. He went nuts for the whole thing. He thought priests were great altogether." The funeral director nodded slowly. "So, at least he was comforted in his time of need. Then it will be a traditional funeral you're looking for?" "Not at all. Have you read the Bible?" "I have, yes. I find great strength in its words." "Did you read the bit about the zombies?" The bit at the end, where God raises the dead for Judgment Day." I'm not sure. It's when God decides who gets into heaven and who doesn't. And all the dead climb out of their graves, and they all wait there to see who gets in. That's in the Bible, right? That's what Adolf wants to do. But he wants a head start on all the others. He doesn't want to waste time crawling out of a hole in the ground. He wants to be ready for the sprint. So, I want you to preserve him. The funeral director paled.
Preserve?
I was thinking, if you pump all that embalming fluid into his veins, then I can take him away, store him somewhere cool, and he'll be ready to go at the end of the world. What do you think?
Are you being serious?
I've got my dead brother in the back of my car. Of course I'm being serious.
Mr. O'Carroll.
Elvis,
what you're saying makes no sense.
Do not deride my brother's religion.
I assure you I am doing no such thing. But what I am saying is that your plan is nonsensical. A dead body will rot, sir, no matter how much embalming fluid is injected into it. Over time, everything decays.
Adolf is particularly resilient.
Even if Judgment Day happened before he started to decompose, say it happened on Thursday, embalming fluid would actually be a hindrance. It suffuses the muscles, stiffens them, until they can't be moved. Do you understand, Elvis? He wouldn't have a head start on anyone. He'd actually be left behind, unable to move.
Scapegrace frowned. So there's nothing you can do to stop decomposition?
I am sorry.
What about those bodies they find in bogs, hundreds of years old?
Do you really want to lay Adolf to rest in a bog? Elvis, unless you're prepared to mummify your brother, he is going to decompose.
What's that? Mummify? He'd be a mummy.
We don't do that sort of thing here.
Well, who does?
Nobody.
What about the Egyptians?
Nobody apart from the Egyptians.
The funeral director nodded.
Take him to an Egyptian funeral parlour. They'll wrap him in bandages and put him in a sarcophagus, and he'll be right as rain come Judgment Day.
Really?
No. Those morons across the road paid you to come in here and waste my valuable time, didn't they?
Of course not.
Did they tell you to act so stupid?
I'm not acting,
Scapegrace responded. Tell them, if they want to start this practical joke war again, then I'm fine with that. I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve. If it's a war they want, it's a war they'll get. Scapegrace left the funeral parlour, confused and disheartened. It was as if the universe was closing off every avenue just as he was realising it was there. He had pinned all his hopes on being embalmed, and what was he left with now that science had let him down? He stopped in the middle of the road. Magic. Of course. He hadn't considered it before because, quite honestly, he had no sorcerer friends. But surely there must be something a mage could do. They were always coming up with new and exciting ways to live for as long as possible. Would it really take that much power to stop meat from rotting? He was no expert. Even in life, his grasp of magic had been negligible at best. But this seemed possible. All of Scapegrace's magic was used to animate his body and keep him thinking. But there was nothing stopping anyone else from performing magic on him. There was a name that his old master, Scarab, had once mentioned. He had been talking about an expert in science magic. Grouse. That was it. Ken Speckle Grouse, who had a medical facility somewhere in Dublin. Butterflies of excitement fluttered within Scapegrace's stomach. He just needed to find out where it was, and all his troubles would be over. A car horn beeped right behind him, and he jumped in fright, then stalked to the pavement, muttering curses. The car carried on past him. Scapegrace saw it out of the corner of his eye and froze. He knew that car. The first time he'd seen it, he'd been thrown into the back seat in handcuffs. The second time, he was thrown into the trunk, in another set of handcuffs.
It was the car Skulduggery Pleasant drove. Scapegrace suddenly forgot how to walk like normal people. How had Pleasant known he was here? Had he been following him? Was this the day his existence ended? He was sure he hadn't been recognized because he had been facing the other way and he was dressed in a suit. But all it would take was one glance, and it would all be over. He staggered to a large bush and fell into it, then crawled around to take a look through the leaves. The black car turned the corner and was gone. This didn't make any sense. Was it all an elaborate trap? An ambush? Pleasant had driven right by him. Had the great skeleton detective made a silly mistake? Or maybe he hadn't been searching for him after all. Maybe this was just a coincidence. Maybe the house— Scapegrace looked back at the big house. Pleasant's car had been parked outside it. In the driveway, in fact. Pleasant had parked his car in the driveway of the house like he owned the place. Scapegrace stared. He knew where Skulduggery Pleasant lived. Now all he had to do was figure out who'd pay the most for the information. Chapter 9. The New Grand Mage. Valkyrie followed Skulduggery as he strode briskly through the alley. It was so cold it was almost painful, and for once she was glad of it. It meant she had something else to think about other than kissing Cain. She regretted it now. She'd regretted it the moment after it happened, but she couldn't stop replaying it over and over in her head. Skulduggery came to some steps leading down below street level, and an iron door swung open to let them through. The corridor they walked into was warm, with fantastic images carved into the walls on both sides. In places, the paint was cracked and peeling, but the years had not diminished the sheer lushness of the colours used. Valkyrie bent to examine a tiny running figure. Even the light glinting in the figure's eyes had been painted in. "What is all this?" she asked. "History," Skulduggery answered. "It's all here, for those who know how to look." He nodded to a carving of two men and a woman, holding light in their hands. "These are the ancients, discovering magic for the first time. The clouds above them represent the faceless ones, and the grass at their feet represents the people." "Regular people are represented by a lawn?" Valkyrie asked, with a raised eyebrow. "How nice, and not at all insulting." "The people are represented by individual blades of grass," Skulduggery said with a smile in his voice, "born of the earth, as natural and integral a part of life as magic. You can see the ancients protecting the grass from the unnatural storm clouds." "All I see are the ancients standing on the grass, being rained on, and not one of them thought to bring an umbrella. Not the smartest, were they?" "Don't be too harsh. You're descended from one of them, remember?" "Any ancestor of mine would have brought an umbrella," Valkyrie muttered, and crossed to the other wall. The scene depicted there disturbed her, like a hook that had found its way inside her belly and was now tugging gently at her guts. A city in ruins, the dead scattered like dry leaves fallen from a tree on a still afternoon. At its centre stood a man, burning with black fire. "And this," she asked, "is this meant to be malevolent?" Skulduggery stood at her elbow. "These chambers were built before the war with Malevolent even started. No, that's not Malevolent. That's his master. That's the Unnamed." Valkyrie looked at him. Was his name the Unnamed, or did he just not have a name? He didn't have one. She frowned. "But how does that work? All our magic comes from our true name, right? I've been reading all about this. So, if he didn't have a true name, where did he get his magic from?" "To every law of nature there are aberrations. I'm very impressed that you're doing a little research, by the way. After Mar ordered Myron Stray to kill himself and destroy the sanctuary, I thought it might be a good idea to learn a little more about the whole name thing. You're worried that someone might learn your true name. Worried was such a weak term for something so coldly terrifying. Valkyrie nodded, but didn't speak. She didn't trust herself to answer him. Skulduggery started walking again. So, what did you learn? She walked beside him, forcing herself to remain casual. Our true names are names of magic, from the oldest of the magical languages. Virtually all of us go around without knowing what that name actually is, but we can still use the magic it provides. And? If you find out what your true name is, it's kind of like going straight to the source. You'd become more powerful than even the ancients were. You'd be able to take on the faceless ones without needing a weapon. If that is so, Skulduggery said, then how come Myron Stray became a puppet and not a god? Someone, in this case Mr. Bliss, found out his true name before he did, so he never had time to seal it. They walked into the great chamber, and the conversation died away. 30 or 40 people stood around on the marble floor, talking quietly. The walls in here were splendid, the elaborate carvings continuing up to the domed ceiling. Erskine Ravel smiled as he came over. Valkyrie had met him a few times before. She had fought in a special unit with Skulduggery and Ghastly during the war. She liked Ravel. He was charming and nice and quite beautiful in a manly sort of way. Erskine, Skulduggery said, shaking his hand. Skulduggery, good to see you, said Ravel, shaking Valkyrie's hand next. Valkyrie, you're looking well. She actually blushed and turned her head so it wouldn't be noticed. Then she spotted an old man with a grey beard and frowned. Why is he here? Ravel put his hands in his pockets. Like it or not, we need representatives from all the major groups in order to elect a new Grand Mage, and the mages in Roarhaven have as much say as anyone. But why does he have to be here? You don't like the Torment? He doesn't like me. The Torment scowled at Valkyrie when he met her eyes. There was a woman beside him, in a black dress that flowed onto the ground at her feet. Her face was covered by a veil, and her hands were gloved. He's here with his sister, Ravel said, anticipating her next question. Not his real sister, of course, but another child of the spider. Valkyrie had seen with her own horrified eyes the way the Torment could vomit black spiders the size of rats with talons for legs. He also had the disconcerting habit of transforming into a spider himself, a huge, monstrous thing that liked to haunt her dreams every once in a while. Madam Mist, Skulduggery said, eyeless gaze on the woman in the black veil. She lives in Roarhaven now, too? Since when? I didn't even know she was in the country. Ravel shrugged. We really weren't chatting long enough for me to get the details. I try to stay away from children of the spider, you know. They tend to give me the creeps. And speaking of creepy, High Priest Tenebrae entered the hall, flanked, as always, by Craven and Quiver. Tenebrae nodded to Valkyrie as they swept by in their black robes. Well now, Ravel said, catching the nod, you seem to know more people here than I do. Valkyrie smiled. I'm still going to need some help with the boring ones. Ravel laughed. I'm sure they'd love to hear themselves being called that. In this hall, you have the usual suspects, sorcerers of particular power or age or standing. That lady over there is Chakra, and beside her is Flaring. You probably know them from the sanctuary. They were lucky enough not to be there the day the desolation engine went off. To their left are assorted sorcerers you may not know. They work behind the scenes mostly. and do their best to stay out of the spotlight. Over here we have Coil Juice, Ravel continued, indicating a portly old man in a colourful coat. He's more or less retired now, but we dragged him out of his house for this little get-together. He's a good man. A very good man, Skulduggery agreed. We took orders from him during the war. There aren't many people I'd take orders from. He's one of them. Valkyrie had heard Skulduggery and Ghastly mention Coil Juice in their conversations, always with real affection and respect. She decided she liked the old man very much, even though she'd never met him. "The two people ahead of us," Skulduggery said, "are Geoffrey Scrutinous and Philomena Random." Scrutinous had bizarrely frizzy hair and a goatee, and despite the cold weather outside, he was wearing sandals. Random's appearance was altogether more sober. She had short hair, a warm coat, and none of the beads or rings or bangles that decorated her colleagues' wrists and hands. They're public relations officers. It's their job to convince the mortals they didn't see what they thought they saw. The 5 people glaring at the necromancers call themselves the 4 elementals. They see themselves as being in harmony with the world around them, and, because of this, they're astonishingly self-righteous. The 4 elementals? Yes. But there are 5 of them. I know. Can they not count? They started off with 4, but then Amity, the man with the unusual chin, married the heavy-set woman with all the jewellery, and insisted she be allowed to become the 5th member of the quartet. Couldn't they just rename themselves? And become the 5 elementals, when there are only 4 elements? They didn't want to lose their precious synchronicity. It's better than everyone thinking it can't count.
"That it is," said someone at Valkyrie's elbow. She turned, surprised to see Coil Juice standing there. She hadn't heard him approach. "You're Valkyrie Cain," he said, smiling. "I've heard so much about you. This is indeed an honour." She shook his hand. "Hi," was all she could think to say. "Erskine," Coil said. "Skulduggery, good to see you again." "I didn't think you'd come," Ravel said to the older sorcerer. Coil barked to laugh. "What? After a solid 3 weeks of you pestering me about it?" "I thought I was being subtle." "You don't know the meaning of the word. Where are the others, then? Where's Ghastly and Vex?" "Ghastly hates these things," Skulduggery said, "and I don't know where Vex is." "Probably having another adventure," Coil said with a little sigh. "That boy needs to grow up one of these days. He really does. What about Anton Shudder?" "Shudder likes to stay in his hotel," Ravel said. "Besides all the remnants trapped in there, he also has a vampire guest to contend with. If I were him, I'd want to keep a close eye on things too." The memory of Caelan's kiss came flooding back into Valkyrie's mind, and she fought against it in vain. Coil looked around. "So, is this it? Is everyone here? Erskine, maybe you should start the ball rolling. I have places to go and things to do." "Me?" Ravel asked. "Why do I have to start it? You're the most respected mage here. You start it. Or Skulduggery?" Skulduggery shook his head. "I can't start it. I don't like most of these people. I might start shooting." Ravel scowled. "Fine." He turned, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. "Everyone who is going to be here is here," he announced. The other conversations died down, and all eyes turned to him. "We all know why we've gathered. If we can elect a Grand Mage today, then we can immediately start work on forming a new council and finding a new sanctuary." "Before we talk about the new sanctuary," Geoffrey Scrutinous said, "I think we should discuss the old one. In particular, I think everyone would like to ask how the search for Davina Ma has been going."
As far as we know, she's in the country, Skulduggery said. Any more than that, I'm afraid I can't disclose.
Why not?
Asked the elemental named Amity. It's an ongoing investigation.
She has evaded you for 5 months already, Detective Pleasant. Maybe we should be entrusting somebody else with the task of tracking her down.
Then, by all means, Amity, Skulduggery said. Find someone else.
The damage has been done,
the woman called Chakra said in a Belfast accent.
Mar isn't important, not anymore. What is important is how weak we appear. The sanctuaries around the world are waiting to pounce. Did you know that?
That's a slight exaggeration, Scrutinous said.
Is it? The Americans have already announced how they will no longer stand by and watch as Ireland struggles against the legacy that people like Malevolent have left us. That's what they said, word for word. It was a gesture of support,
Amity said.
No, Chakra responded. It was a threat. They're telling us they're getting ready to step in and take over if something like this happens again.
Amity shook his head.
Nonsense. Ireland is a cradle of magic. No one would dare disrupt the delicate balance that holds the world in check.
Chakra scowled.
You're a moron. Being rude does not make you more intelligent than I. No, being more intelligent than you makes me more intelligent than you goat-brained simpleton. I did not come here to be insulted. What? Do you have somewhere special to go for that kind of thing?
Can we please focus?
Caravel asked. Immediately, everyone shut up.
In the last 5 years alone, 2 of our elders have been murdered. The third betrayed us, and the Grand Mage who took over has been revealed as a criminal. 2 out of Malevolent's 3 generals returned, and the Faceless Ones actually broke through into this reality. Amity, you and your 4 elementals may not want to believe this, but Ireland is under attack. We have enemies both obvious and hidden. The war with Malevolent was fought largely on Irish soil. His actions and the actions of his followers have created an instability that is impossible to be rid of. This is where the agents of unrest are drawn. There is blood in the water here.
That's right, Flaring said. Dark sorcerers like Charivari in France, or Keratin in the mountains of Siberia, hate us and plot against us with every moment that passes. And what about all the visions of this darkest person, laying waste to the world, huh? We need to be ready.
Valkyrie saw the nods and the looks in the eyes. If any one of them knew the truth, they'd have torn her apart right there and then.
Then we need to get down to business,
High Priest Tenebrae said.
The task ahead is not an easy one. We'll have to set up a new council, elect a Grand Mage and 2 elders, build a new sanctuary, and consolidate our power base. Even though it will add greatly to my responsibilities and workload, I am willing to put my own name forward for the role of Grand Mage.
There were some rolled eyes and cruel whispers, but Caravel held up a hand to silence them.
Thank you, High Priest. Who are the other nominees?
Some of us have been talking about this amongst ourselves, Scrutinous said, and we'd like to suggest Caravel Juice as a candidate.
Caravel raised an eyebrow.
Excuse me?
You're well-respected and well-liked, Caravel, and—
I know what I am, Caravel interrupted, and what I am is retired. Even if I wasn't retired, I've never been interested in the job. That's for people like Meritorious, not people like me.
Your country needs you, Flaring said.
My country needs better taste.
You're the only one who can do it.
This is ridiculous, Caravel said. I don't have the experience or the training, and I'm always getting into arguments. Not many sorcerers agree with my point of view, you know.
Even so, said Philomena Random, you're one of the few people who could bring the Irish magical community together in its time of need.
Nonsense. There are plenty of others.
We don't make this suggestion lightly, Caravel.
We've considered this a great deal.
And all you could come up with was me.
I'm afraid so.
But I'm really enjoying my retirement. I get to sleep in every day. I do crossword puzzles and eat cakes.
Duty calls, Caravel. Then we'll vote, Flaring said. Right here, right now. Let's forgo the usual pomp and circumstance and have it as a simple aye or nay. All those in favour of High Priest Auron Tenebrae as the new Grand Mage say aye. Craven and Quiver both said aye. Tenebrae clenched his jaw against the overwhelming silence.
OK, then, Scrutinous said. All in favour of Caravel Juice as the new Grand Mage say aye.
Eyes filled the room. Only the necromancers and the Roarhaven mages stayed quiet. Scrutinous grinned.
I think it's decided.
Fine, Caravel said. I'll accept the position on the condition that as soon as someone more competent comes along, you'll all let me retire in peace.
Agreed, said Amity. So, now we need to talk about nominations for the other 2 seats on the council and where the new sanctuary is going to be built.
Don't need to start building,
the Torment said in his dreadful, croaky voice.
We have a sanctuary, ready and waiting.
In Roarhaven, Tenebrae said, disgust in his voice.
Yes,
the Torment glared back.
A fine building, built especially for this purpose.
Built for a coup that failed, said Ravel.
That may be so,
the Torment said.
But the fact remains. There is a new sanctuary building with all the rooms and requirements. Do any of you have any proper objections, apart from the fact that it is outside your precious capital city?
There was silence.
It's a good suggestion, Caravel said.
Valkyrie looked at him in surprise. She wasn't the only one.
The fact is, he continued, it's there and it's available. And if someone sets off another bomb, we won't have to explain it to the civilian authorities. And as for the other 2 seats on the council, I already have my nominees. I nominate Erskine Ravel and Skulduggery Pleasant.
Someone barked a laugh. Valkyrie turned to Skulduggery, really wishing he was wearing a face so she could see his reaction.
Ah,
said Ravel.
Oh,
said Skulduggery.
Sorry, fellas, Caravel said, but if I have to suffer through this ridiculousness, then so do you. Both of you are controversial figures, but I've fought with your unit on the battlefield, and I've never known such bravery and honour. Erskine, you like spending money way too much, but you've been my trusted confidant for the last 100 years, and I don't think there is anyone who is going to deny that you would make an excellent elder. You're wise when you need to be, and impulsive when you have to be. Skulduggery, my old friend, I dare say a lot of people are going to object to your nomination.
Myself included, Skulduggery answered.
You make more enemies than friends, which isn't saying an awful lot, but you also make the difficult decisions. You always have. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. The rest is up to the voters. As duly elected Grand Mage, I now call a halt to proceedings, as I have a crossword to do and some cakes to eat.
Without waiting for a response, Caravel turned and walked from the room.
I was not expecting that, Ravel said in a low voice.
I'll vote for you, Skulduggery said, so long as you promise not to vote for me.
Ravel grinned.
And let you miss the fun? Not on your life, dead man.
As they were walking for the Bentley, Valkyrie caught sight of a pretty blonde girl standing by a long black car.
"Back in a minute," she said to Skulduggery, and jogged over to the girl, trying her best not to smile too broadly. "Hi, Melancholia," she said brightly. Melancholia scowled.
She was 4 years older than Valkyrie, tall, and she wore black necromancer robes. From the very start, Melancholia had never made a secret of the fact that she despised Valkyrie utterly. Valkyrie, for her part, thought this was astonishingly amusing, and revelled in the many opportunities she had to annoy the older girl. "What are you doing?" Valkyrie asked, smiling a friendly smile. "I'm standing here," Melancholia responded, not looking at her. "And a fine job you're doing of it, too. Do you know where Solomon is? He said he was going to come today, but I didn't see him." "Cleric Wreath is on an assignment." "Cool. What kind?" "I don't know." "Is it exciting?" "I don't know." "Right. So you're just waiting here for the others, then? Waiting for old Tenebrae?" Melancholia stiffened. "You should show more respect for the High Priest. You should use his full title when referring to him." Valkyrie shrugged. "High Priest Tenebrae just takes so long to say, you know. I usually just call him Tenny. He likes that." "If you were truly one of us, you would be severely disciplined for such behavior." Valkyrie frowned. "Do you really talk like that, or are you just putting it on?" Melancholia finally looked at her. "You are mocking me?" "Is that a statement or a question?" Melancholia was taller than Valkyrie, and she loomed over her. "I should punish you myself, on behalf of the High Priest." "I don't think Tenny would like that very much." "You are not our saviour." "Solomon seems to think I am." "Cleric Wreath has spent too long out in this decadent world. He's lost his objectivity. He looks at you, and he sees the Deathbringer, whereas everyone else looks at you and sees a pathetic little child." Valkyrie grinned. Despite how sinister it sounded, the Deathbringer was a title that she was beginning to actually like. She found necromancers creepy on a very fundamental level, Solomon Wreath aside, but even so, it was nice to be thought of as a possible saviour. Certainly it was a change from having to think of herself as Darkess. The chance, no matter how slim, that instead she might turn out to be the Deathbringer was a source of comfort to her. 2 possible destinies, one where she saves the world and one where she ends it. Her future couldn't get any starker than that. "Maybe I am the Deathbringer," she said. "Don't be absurd. You've been studying necromancy for just over a year. I've been studying death magic since I was 4 years old. You're nothing compared to me, or anyone like me." "And yet," Valkyrie interrupted, "I'm the one they're all making a fuss of." Melancholia scowled. "You're nothing but an elemental playing at being a necromancer." "And you're a necromancer through and through. You've wanted to be nothing else your entire life, and yet I've been invited to all the important meetings, and you get to stay out here and mind the car. I've been told things about your art and your religion that you won't be told for another year or 2. Ridiculous! Is it? When were you told about the passage?" Melancholia hesitated. "I learned about the passage when I was ready. When I had completed my studies on over 3 dozen... It was pretty recently, wasn't it?" Melancholia gritted her teeth. "Yes. See, I was told about it ages ago. Now, I'm not saying I'm an expert. In fact, I have loads of questions about the whole thing. You must have noticed that some of it just doesn't seem to make any sense. Your religion is based on the idea that when you die, your energy passes from this world to another one, right?" "It's not an idea," Melancholia said tersely. "It's a scientific fact." "It's little more than a theory," Valkyrie countered. "But I'm okay with that. So, you guys are waiting for the Deathbringer to come and collapse the wall between the 2 worlds, so the living and the dead can exist in the same place at the same time, meaning that there will be no more strife, no more war, and everyone will live, or at least exist, happily ever after. Yes, Melancholia said, and yet no one has told me how this is possible. You can hardly expect to understand the advanced stages of our teachings if you do not have the patience or the skill to master the basics. Do you know how it's possible? I will, soon. Once I experience the surge, once I am locked into necromancy for the rest of my life, all of its secrets will be laid open for me. Oh, that'll be nice. I still don't know if it's from me, though. I really don't want to draw my power from death, and that's basically what necromancy is. I'd rather not have to rely on other people's pain to use magic. I hardly think it will be up to you. The sooner the clerics realize what a mistake they're making, wasting their time on you, the better. Then you can run along with your skeleton friend and have lots of fun together, and you can leave the important stuff to us. Sometimes I get the feeling that you don't like me. Trust your feelings. So, we're not going to be friends? I'd rather gouge my own eyes out.
Valkyrie shook her head sadly and started to walk back to the Bentley.
Your leaders are looking to me to be their saviour, Melancholia. You might have to learn to love me.
Melancholia's voice was laced with venom.
You are not our saviour.
Valkyrie looked at her over her shoulder, shot her a smile.
Better start praying to me, just in case.
Chapter 10. The Bone Breaker. Back when Vorian Scapegrace was alive, he had briefly owned a pub in Roarhaven that catered almost exclusively for sorcerers. That had been before he had found his true calling as a killer supreme and, later, as the Zombie King, but he had enjoyed it nevertheless. He knew there were pubs and clubs and bars around the country, around the world, whose clientele were magical, but he liked to think that his pub offered something a little different. A home away from home, perhaps. A refuge from the pressures and stresses of modern living. But now that some time had passed, now that he was viewing it all with a more objective eye, he realized what it was that his pub had really offered. It had offered dim lighting, bad drinks, grumpy bar staff, and a toilet that smelled of wet cabbage. There was absolutely nothing to take pride in, nothing to feel good about, but that, of course, was the whole point. Sorcerer pubs were bad pubs by necessity. If they were good pubs, everyone would be going to them. Sitting in this particular sorcerer pub in Dublin, Scapegrace reflected on the trials and tribulations he had gone through as a living man, and hoped that by the time this night was done, he would be a step closer to being a living man once again. Thrasher came through the sombre crowd, spilling someone's drink and apologizing profusely before arriving at Scapegrace's table.
"Some men are here," he said, urgently. "They say they know you."
Scapegrace leaned back in his chair. "Let's see them." Thrasher nodded, turned, but the crowd was already parting for the 6 newcomers. Scapegrace did indeed know them. Lightning Dave sidled up on Scapegrace's right, playing with a bright beam of electricity that crackled between his fingertips. His hair stood on end, and his features had settled into a permanent smirk. Beside him was Hokum Pete. Hokum Pete had been born in Kerry, but harboured a well-known and widely ridiculed desire to be seen as a Wild West outlaw. He liked to wear cowboy boots and long duster coats, and today he had a 6-gun holstered low on his right leg. His hand flashed, and the gun cleared the holster. He started to spin it around on his finger, like that was going to impress anyone. Thrasher gave a delighted Oh!
And Scapegrace fought the urge to hit him. To Scapegrace's left was a pair of sorcerers who had never managed to garner much of a reputation for themselves. They weren't powerful, and they weren't smart, and Scapegrace could never remember their names. Brobding, the giant, bringing up the rear, had to hunch over to even fit in here, and the man who stood right in front of Scapegrace was Hieronymus Deadfall. Deadfall had been a mercenary, had fought in a few wars, both magical and mortal, before returning to Ireland and settling down in Roarhaven, where he had stolen Scapegrace's pub from under him. Not that Scapegrace held a grudge or anything.
"Hello, moron,"
said Scapegrace.
"My God,"
Deadfall responded.
"It's true. Everything they said is true. You're a shambling pile of decomposition."
Holcomb Pete sniggered, and Scapegrace sat up a little straighter.
"I am the living dead, if that's what you mean, yes. What can I do for you, Hieronymus? I assume you've heard about the auction." "We heard," Deadfall nodded. "So, you know where the skeleton detective lives?"
"Yes, I do.
You want revenge for the time he smacked you around your own pub? This is how you do it. Catch him unawares. Or you can sell the information to someone else.
His little partner will probably be there too."
"Cain,"
snarled one of the sorcerers whose name Scapegrace couldn't remember.
"This information is worth a lot," Scapegrace continued, "but all I'm looking for is information in exchange. Ken Speckled Grouse. I want to know where to find him."
It was all going so perfectly, and Scapegrace had to resist grinning in case any more teeth fell out. He'd give up the skeleton detective's location, and in return he'd find Ken Speckled Grouse and get himself fixed. It was, he had to admit, one of his more brilliant plans.
"Grouse,"
Deadfall said.
"The scientist. How the hell would I know that?" "If you don't know it, you're of no use to me. Next! Anyone know where Ken Speckled Grouse is?"
Deadfall smiled.
"Tell me, Voriad, what's to stop us from just pulling you apart limb from limb until you tell us the skeleton's address?"
Scapegrace didn't really have an answer for that one. There were mumblings and mutterings in the crowd as a large man in a long coat passed Deadfall and approached the table. He had his hood up, and beneath it Scapegrace could see metal, like a mask.
"I need to know where Skulduggery Pleasant lives,"
the big man said with an accent. Eastern European, maybe, or Russian. Scapegrace decided on Russian. It was, like many sorcerers' accents, one that came from a lot of places over the years.
"Do you have what I need in exchange?"
Scapegrace asked, ignoring Deadfall's scowl. The head beneath the hood shook.
"I have heard of this Grouse person, but I do not know where he lives."
"Then why are you wasting my time?"
The Russian didn't answer for a bit. Then he placed both hands on the table and leaned in.
"Because I'm giving you a chance to avoid bloodshed. Tell me where the skeleton detective lives, and we can all walk out of here. You are a dead man, but there are ways to kill even dead men."
The conversation had tilted wildly out of Scapegrace's control in a remarkably short amount of time, with an astonishingly small amount of words. It was the tone the big Russian was using, a tone that implied that violence was a mere afterthought. Scapegrace didn't like that one bit. Anyone who did not give violence its careful and rightful due was someone to whom violence was an old pair of shoes. Slip on, slip off, think nothing more about it. That wasn't Scapegrace's style at all.
"Maybe," he said, "we can reach a compromise."
"No way," Deadfall said to the mysterious Russian.
"Listen, pal, a funny accent and a funny mask don't scare me. We were here first, So you take a hike."
The big man turned to him slowly. "You do not want to make trouble with me." Deadfall actually chuckled in disbelief.
"Scapegrace, take note. After we deal with a funny man here, you're next."
Hokum Pete was still showing off with his six-gun. His finger in the trigger guard, he spun it until it blurred, then flipped it, reversed it, slid it into the holster. It barely had time to settle before it flashed out again. He tossed it into the air and caught it as it spun, tossed it to his other hand, still spinning. He threw it over his shoulder and caught it, reversed the motion, and that was when the Russian reached back, snatched it from the air, and shot him point blank. Hokum Pete flew backwards. There were screams and yells and cries, and suddenly everyone was moving. Lightning Dave snarled, and electricity burst from his fingers. The Russian dodged behind the giant, and Brobding shrieked as the stream hit him instead. Scapegrace toppled backwards over his chair, saw Thrasher dive to the floor. Panic spread, and there was a stampede for the exits. The Russian shot Lightning Dave twice in the chest. Deadfall, his fists already turning to hammers, knocked the gun from the Russian's hand and swung for his head. The Russian ducked under the swing and moved past him, towards the two sorcerers with the forgettable names. The first of them had glowing hands, ready to discharge a blast of energy. The second had opted for the up-close-and-personal approach, drawing a long dagger from his sleeve. Scapegrace watched as the Russian bent the second sorcerer's arm back, stabbing him with his own blade. The poor, unmemorable fool gurgled in astonishment, and the Russian took the dagger from him and whipped it across the throat of his friend. Then he turned, saw Brobding coming for him, and flicked the dagger to the ground. It impaled itself through the giant's foot, pinning it to the floor. Brobding shrieked. Deadfall came at him. The Russian swayed back out of range, watched the hammers swing uselessly by his face, then leaned in. His knuckles met the hinge of Deadfall's jaw, and Deadfall's legs gave out from under him. Brobding pulled the dagger from his foot with a self-pitying squawk of pain. He fixed his face with a snarl and charged. He didn't have far to charge, but he did have to keep himself stooped, so it resembled more of a stumble. Still, the intent behind it was unmistakable. The Russian ducked under the giant's arms. Brobding's great fist came around, but the masked man avoided it easily. Brobding lunged, and the Russian snapped out a pair of jabs that broke the giant's nose and split his lip. Brobding bellowed, and the Russian kicked his knee. The bellow became a howl, drawn out and horrified, his huge hands clutching at his leg. The Russian tapped a single fingertip lightly against Brobding's chest. There was a terrible crack of bone, and Brobding fell, dead. It was like a great oak falling in a forest. Deadfall was up again, preparing to swing his hammer fists, but the Russian just stepped close and pressed his hand against him. Every bone that comprised the skeleton of Hieronymus Deadfall gave a slight tremor, and then came apart with a violence that ruptured his body. Bone shards burst both organs and skin, spraying blood into the air. His corpse dropped, contorted and disfigured beyond recognition. The Russian turned to look at Scapegrace, his eyes red beneath his mask.
"I'll tell you,"
Scapegrace said, hands high above his head.
"I'll tell you where Skulduggery Pleasant lives. Just please, don't explode me."
Chapter 11. The Roarhaven Mages. The closer you got to Roarhaven, the sicker the trees looked, the browner the grasses, the blacker the lake. Its streets were narrow, its buildings hunched, their windows squinting. Paranoia and hatred, seething resentment and bitter hostility. These things leaked through the town like its lifeblood. It was a creature, a mangy, diseased dog, afflicted with fleas and ticks and lice, kept alive by its own loathing. The man with the golden eyes stood by the stagnant lake, his coat buttoned up against the cold. "Mar?" he asked.
"Still alive,"
said the old man behind him. The veiled woman in black spoke quietly. "I thought we heard the best." The old man didn't bother to keep the irritation out of his voice.
"We did."
"She needs to die," said the woman. "She's far too dangerous to be languishing in chains."
"Tesseract assures me she will be dead soon."
The old man looked away from the woman.
"Do they still think the Americans are to blame?"
The man with the golden eyes shrugged. "Who knows what Skulduggery Pleasant thinks? We can only stick to the plan. If he begins to suspect us, we'll deal with him then. For the moment, though, we're on schedule. This town will hold the new sanctuary. From here, we're going to change the world." Chapter 12. Keeping a Straight Face. China Sorrows wasn't in the library that took up an entire half of the tenement building's third floor, and neither was she in her apartment across the hall, which took up the other half. China's assistant, the thin man who never spoke, merely cast his eyes downwards when Skulduggery asked him her whereabouts, but apparently this was sufficient. Valkyrie followed Skulduggery down the dank staircase. His facade was up, but still refused to settle. She watched as his face started to drift round to the back of his head. "Where are we going?" she asked. A pair of dull green eyes floated slowly through Skulduggery's hair. "To the basement." "I didn't know this place had a basement."
"There wasn't one until China bought this building and commissioned the work to add a sub-level. Even the people living here don't know about it."
"You've got eyes in the back of your head, you know, and I don't mean that as a compliment."
"I know," said Skulduggery sadly.
"How can you even see right now?" He glanced back at her. The mouth of the facade was gaping wide over his left eye socket. "That is so wrong," she murmured. They continued walking.
"There's only one reason why China ever goes down into the basement," Skulduggery said. "Well, it's also where she keeps her car. Okay, so there's only 2 reasons why she ever goes down there, apart from the fact that it's secure and dry, and it works well as a storage area. So that's 3. Only 3 reasons why she ever goes down there, and apart from the car and the storage, the main reason is privacy. Seclusion." "Why does she need privacy and seclusion?"
"Don't know."
"She needs privacy and seclusion when she catches someone trying to steal from her."
They reached the ground floor. "How do we get there?" Valkyrie asked. "Is there an invisible elevator? A trapdoor? Oh, is it one of those fire station poles that we get to slide down?" Skulduggery went to the broom closet and opened the door. There were no brooms in there, and no floor. There were only stairs, Valkyrie said, disappointed.
"Not just ordinary stairs," Skulduggery told her as he led the way down. "Magic stairs."
"Really?"
"Oh, yes."
She followed him into the darkness. "How are they magic?"
"They just are."
"In what way?"
"In a magic-y way."
She glared at the back of his head. "They aren't magic at all, are they?"
"Not really."
The basement was cold. A dim bulb struggled valiantly against the darkness. They walked down a narrow corridor between chain-link walls, passing stacks of boxes and crates. Rusted pipes crossed the ceiling, the failing light making them look like boa constrictors, liable to drop down and snatch the pair of them up and slowly squeeze the life out of them, out of her. Skulduggery had no life to squeeze. They heard voices ahead. Finally, the chain-link maze came to an end, and they stepped into a wide-open space, illuminated only by the headlights from an idle car. A man was on his knees, doing his best to shield his eyes. Whether he was shielding his eyes from the blinding light or the blinding beauty of the woman who stood above him was hard to tell. China Sorrows was cast in half-shadow. Her raven hair was tied off her face in a simple ponytail. The light hit her back and made her clothes shine and her skin glow. She held a book by her side. Skulduggery and Valkyrie stayed where they were, watching silently.
"I'm sorry,"
the man sobbed.
"Oh, God, Miss Sorrows, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it."
"You didn't mean to hide this book under your jacket and leave without telling me?" China clarified. "This is a very valuable edition and would be sorely missed from my collection."
Please, I have a family. They're starving."
"And so you plan to feed them the book?"
No, but
You planned to sell it then? To whom, I wonder?
I can't.
If you tell me who the interested party is, I will let you go." At a wave of her hand, a section of wall opened up at the top of a concrete ramp, obviously the means of exit for her car, and daylight flooded the gloom. "You will never be allowed back here, and you will cross the street and run away to avoid me, but I will take no further action against you. The actions I will take against the interested party, however, will be quite severe, even by my standards. I never ask twice. My patience is quite short. You will tell me now." He sagged.
Eliza's gone.
If there was any reaction shown in China's face, the shadows hid it.
"I see," she said. "You may leave."
I can?
China sighed, and the man scrambled up, wiped his eyes, and hurried towards the ramp.
"Wait,"
China said. She looked at him for a long moment.
"If you return to Eliza's scorn without this book, she will most likely kill you and your pathetic, starving family."
She held it out.
"Take it."
Really?
"I have 3 more around here somewhere. Take it before I change my mind."
He scurried back to her, accepting the book.
"Oh, thank you," he wept. "Thank you for your kindness and your beauty. I love you, Miss Sorrows. I've never loved anyone as much as—"
"You have a pathetic, starving family to get back to, you grubby little man. Get back to them."
He tore his eyes away from her and ran, wailing, up the ramp and out into the alley. The wall closed up behind him, and China turned, allowing the light to cast itself over her perfect features.
"An act of kindness," she said, "purely for your benefit, Valkyrie. I know how much you dislike me being mean to people."
Valkyrie stepped out of the shadows, smiling.
"Kindness suits you. Really, I think I'm quite allergic to it. Now, what can I do for you both? Perhaps you are here seeking my opinion on matters discussed at this top-secret meeting to which I was not invited."
"You may not have been there," Skulduggery said, "but I'm sure a woman of your resources has heard detailed accounts of everything that was spoken about."
"Nonsense. That meeting was highly confidential. Congratulations, by the way."
Skulduggery grunted. "There's nothing to congratulate."
"Don't be so modest. I haven't laughed so hard in years. Erskine possibly has the makings of a good elder, and Caraval Juice is an inspired choice for Grand Mage. But you, Skulduggery, my dear, that is inspired lunacy."
"Yes, well, we'll see how it all pans out, but
I'm afraid we're here on matters more cosmetic.
Skulduggery took a step out of the gloom, and China saw his drooping face. "Oh dear," she said.
It gets better when I do this.
He began slapping himself and shaking his head violently, causing the face to tighten slightly. "Well," China said, "at least you're keeping your dignity. Come, keep the facade active." She touched the car and the headlights went out. They followed her out of the basement and up the stairs.
"What have you heard about Tesseract?" Skulduggery asked as they climbed.
His bottom lip hung over his chin like a dead slug. "The Russian killer. Why on earth would you want—" China looked down at them. Her pale eyes narrowed. "He's in the country?"
"You didn't know?"
Skulduggery asked, actually sounding shocked. There was a brief flicker of annoyance on China's perfect face, and then it evaporated. She turned and resumed climbing to the 3rd floor. "Here is what I know about Tesseract. Born and raised in Russia, somewhere between 300 and 400 years ago. He is an adept. Nobody knows who trained him, and nobody knows how many people he's killed. He wears a mask. Again, nobody knows why. He lives in a truck of some description. He's self-sufficient, doesn't need to resupply for weeks at a time. His method of communication is a mystery to me. How those who require his services get in touch with him, I confess, I do not know. What all this means is that he could be living across the street from me, and I'd never know it. It means that I have not heard one single rumour about him in 20 years, and the fact that he is here and I didn't know about it causes me no small amount of alarm and drives me to unimaginable fury. I am, however, hiding it well. You are sure he is here?"
"We saw him," said Skulduggery.
They reached the 3rd floor and stopped talking as a man and woman passed. The man stared at China, entranced by her beauty. The woman stared at Skulduggery, repulsed by the face that was slowly sliding down his head. China led them into her apartment. To Valkyrie, it was as beautiful and elegant as China herself, and shut the door after them.
"He went after Davina Mar," Skulduggery said.
China's eyebrow raised. "Did he kill her?"
"He came close."
"Do you have her?"
"She's somewhere safe and secure. You don't have to worry about her. This can't be repeated to anyone, of course."
"Who do you think I am? Some cheap and tawdry gossip-monger? Sit. Loosen your tie."
Skulduggery did as he was told, and China took a small black case from her desk.
From the case, she withdrew a calligraphy pen that reminded Valkyrie of a scalpel. She dipped it in black ink before taking a monocle from a side pocket. She crossed to Skulduggery, undid a few shirt buttons to expose the symbols carved into his collarbones, and examined them using the monocle. "Have you questioned Mar yet?" she asked.
"She remains stubbornly unconscious," he answered. "However, the very fact that someone sent an assassin after her has told us an awful lot. Up until now, I was almost prepared to believe that Mar acted alone. She could have enslaved Myron Stray of her own volition, put the Desolation engine into his hands, and arranged for Valkyrie and myself to get caught in the blast. I was close to putting her actions down to pure anger and a petty need for revenge that escalated into something terrible. But that doesn't hold up. Not anymore."
"Because of Tesseract?" Valkyrie asked.
Tesseract was put on her trail, which leads me to believe that she had co-conspirators who have since abandoned her, and now want her silenced.
China put down the monocle, pressed the pen against the symbol on Skulduggery's left collarbone, and applied pressure. "If there is a conspiracy, who would gain from the destruction of the sanctuary? There has been a 5-month period where there has been no sanctuary, no Grand Mage, and yet from what I can see, there has been no dramatic upsurge in antisocial activity. Whoever organised this seems to have missed their opportunity. Unless the scale is far grander than we imagine, Skulduggery said. Now you just sound paranoid. Whatever China was doing to the symbol was having an effect on Skulduggery's face. It tightened until it almost split, then loosened again. If you're right about this grand conspiracy, by the way, you might want to consider the possibility that Mar never really stopped working for the American sanctuary. We've thought about that, Skulduggery said. Valkyrie? Okay, Valkyrie said. So, 2 years ago, Mar is working for the American sanctuary. Thurid Guild offers her a job in Ireland, thinking she won't be able to resist the chance to work at the Cradle of Magic because, let's face it, every day here is an adventure. She tells her bosses. They tell her to accept the job, but to work undercover for them. Any sanctuary around the world would want to gain a foothold in a country with this much raw magic at its core, and America is no different. She starts work, proves to be as good at her job as everyone expects, but all the time she's looking for a way to bring down the sanctuary. The Americans need a crisis, so they can swoop in. Mar eventually gives them that crisis. The problem with that theory, Skulduggery continued, is that once the sanctuary is destroyed, the Americans do nothing, and then Corival Juice gets elected as Grand Mage, with Ravel and myself as possible elders. I really can't see how that would benefit the Americans or anyone else in the slightest. That should do it? China said, stepping back. Skulduggery looked up at her, his face staying put. It was off by a millimetre in depth, she explained. An unforgivable mistake on my part, and yet I think I shall manage to forgive myself. Could you deactivate the facade now? Skulduggery tapped the symbols, and the face slid away. You want me to use it only when I have to? He asked. Not at all, China said. It's just that talking to you when you have a face is quite disconcerting. I much prefer you as a skeleton. Me too, Valkyrie agreed. As Skulduggery stood up and buttoned his shirt, China began to pack away her equipment. Then maybe it isn't the Americans, she said. Maybe Mar was working undercover for somebody else. It could be someone who just doesn't like us, said Valkyrie. We've already had Draylen Scarab and Billy Ray Sanguine come after us for revenge. So what about the other bad guys we've beaten? What about Jaron Gallo? No one's heard from him since he chopped off his own arm and ran away from the Faceless Ones. And Remus Crooks. If there's anyone crazy enough to want to kill that many people, it's that lunatic. It's not Remus Crooks, China said. How do you know? Because Davina Mar would never work with someone so unstable. Then, what about the Torment? Roarhaven stands to benefit a lot from this. They get the sanctuary right in the middle of their creepy little town. But still that doesn't grant them any great degree of power, Skulduggery argued, fixing his tie. There will still be a council of elders, an entire staff of non-Roarhaven sorcerers. All they gain is the proximity of location. Which is not a good enough reason to set off the Desolation engine, China said. The children of the Spider are known for their cunning, but the fact is, this may have nothing to do with Roarhaven. I still think the Torment is behind this, Valkyrie muttered. Skulduggery's smile was in his voice. Is that because he tried to get me to kill you? I think he's behind this because he's a horrible old man who turns into a giant spider. But mostly because he tried to get you to kill me. There are still plenty of others to choose from, though. And don't forget, we only have Scarab's word that he wasn't behind it. This might be his last bid for revenge before he dies in prison, to make us think there's someone else out there. So, Skulduggery said, to sum up, Davina Mar's co-conspirators could either be the Roarhaven mages, the Americans, or anyone else who just doesn't like us. China smiled. I'm just glad we could narrow it down. She walked from the room, Valkyrie and Skulduggery following her into the library. And may I say what a privilege it is to be involved in this investigation at its inception. It fills my heart with warmth to know that, finally, you trust me enough to bother me with things at a much earlier stage than I am used to or am indeed happy with. They say sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, Valkyrie said. China glanced at her. They've obviously never met me.
The fact is, Skulduggery said as they walked through the labyrinth of bookcases, over the past few years, you've proven yourself to be someone who can be depended on.
And the unfortunate side effect of that, Valkyrie continued, is that you get to join our little crime-fighting club whether you like it or not.
China stopped and turned to them, a slight frown on her face.
Does this mean... Please don't tell me this means we are all now friends. I have done very well without friends up to this point, and I have no intention of developing any now.
Valkyrie frowned.
You make us sound like a rash. An irritation that shows up when you least want it. I think the analogy is quite apt. Do you realise that I know what all the big words you're using mean, right? And there I was, trying to baffle you with my verbiage. Understood that too.
Valkyrie glimpsed a familiar face in among the stacks.
Be right back, she said.
They walked on, and she approached her friend.
This is where we first met, she said.
Tanith Lowe looked up and smiled.
God, that seems like 100 years ago. You were so small. I was never small. And so narrow. Now look at you. How are the arms? I'm not showing you.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. We're in the middle of a library. A library frequented solely by freaks and other assorted weirdos. I haven't seen the arms in weeks. Come on.
Valkyrie tried to sigh, but ended up grinning. She unzipped her jacket and took it off.
Damn,
Tanith said, drawing the word out. I hope Fletcher appreciates all the work I put into making his girlfriend rock solid. I've told him I'm aiming to have shoulders like yours. He kind of dribbled when he heard that. Valkyrie put her jacket back on. But I was never small. Tanith laughed, slid the book she'd been reading back onto the shelf.
You were so unsure and innocent and wide-eyed and shy. Well, maybe not shy. Never shy. But definitely unsure. I knew from the moment I met you we'd be friends, you know. Really. I didn't know we'd be quite so close, but I saw you and I went, yeah, she's cool. Hadn't a clue you'd had anything to do with why I was over here, though. Things kind of worked out quite well, didn't they? Yes, they did. My folks say hi, by the way, and my brother wants to meet you. He's heard so much about the great Valkyrie Cain. Oh, your parents are lovely, and I've seen a picture of your brother. I definitely want to meet him. Tanith wagged her finger. You, my dear, are a one-man woman. Stick with Fletcher and stay away from my older brother. Tanith's smile faded slightly. What's wrong? What do you mean? I said one-man woman and you practically flinched. No, I didn't. Everything okay with Fletcher? Yes, said Valkyrie. Things are great. And you're happy with him? Still having fun? Sometimes it's like leading a child around, but yes, absolutely, still having a laugh. Then what's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Valkyrie said and laughed. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Who is he? I don't know who... Tanith looked into her eyes. Oh, no, she breathed. Oh, no, what? Not him. Tanith, I really don't know what you're on about. The vampire, Val? Really, the vampire? He has a name. He's a vampire. I don't know what you're talking about, okay? Nothing happened. Oh, that's a big old lie right there. Valkyrie prepared to argue, but she knew there was little use. She sagged. Fine. Okay, we kissed. Tanith covered her face with her hands. No, 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 you can't do this. I'm not doing anything. It was a one-off. It's not going to happen again. He's too old for you. I know that. And he's a vampire. Tanith, Cain has problems, but he's not like the others. Valkyrie, you're insane. He's exactly like the others. This isn't some brooding gothic rubbish. I swear to God, I know all this. I explained to him. It'll never happen again. I'm not in love with him, for God's sake. It meant basically nothing. It might have meant nothing to you, Tanith said, but I can tell you that it meant a lot to him. But that's not my problem. It will be, Val. I hate to disapprove of anything that you do. We're friends. I shouldn't lecture you. I should support you, and I will, and I do. But something like this, you're just going to have to forgive me because I'll keep going on about it until it's over for good. Valkyrie nodded. I understand that. I take it Fletcher doesn't have any idea? God, no. Good. There's no point in hurting him and destroying your relationship when you don't have to. It was a mistake. Yes, it was, said Valkyrie. And it'll never happen again. No, it won't. But if it does, you can talk to me about it, and I won't shout at you. Too much. Thanks. I'm not even going to ask if Skulduggery knows. If Cain's still alive, that means he doesn't. Valkyrie nodded her agreement, the truth of that statement making her uneasy. They walked out of the stacks to where Skulduggery and China were talking. All good, China said without enthusiasm. Tanith's here. Tanith's smile made no effort to reach her eyes. Hello, China. You're looking radiant as ever. And your leather seems to have shrunk since the last time I saw you, China responded. Don't you all have somewhere else to be? It's not that I want you to go. It's just that I don't want you to stay.
Chapter 13. Suffering. Cleric Craven was in no hurry as he walked the cold corridors of the temple. He'd always disliked the cold, but such was the necromancer way. Hardship and suffering, misery and discomfort. The temple was, almost to its last metre, cold and dark and dank, lit only by sputtering torches in rusted brackets on the walls. To suffer is to live, as the saying went, one of the basic tenets of his faith. Who was Craven to object to that? Who was he to demand special consideration? Who was he to forego the suffering when so many of his fellows shivered and rattled and didn't complain? Beneath his robes, he was wrapped in thermals. He knew for a fact that High Priest Tenebrae wore thermals beneath his robes. Cleric Quiver didn't, as far as he could tell, but then Quiver was the kind of man who enjoyed the odd bit of suffering. As for Cleric Wreath, he didn't even wear his robes, and his clothes always looked warm. Craven would expect no less from a cleric who had spent so many years out there, in the world. The house where he lived was furnished, insulated, and warm, no matter how cold it got elsewhere. Decadent, indulgent. How Craven envied him. He reached the iron door of the High Priest's office and let himself in. Shelves of books and papers, cabinets of trinkets, bare walls, bare floors, a single desk, 2 chairs, no decoration, the bare necessities, nothing more. Tenebrae, seated at his desk, glanced at him, scowling before returning his eyes to Wreath. Behind him, the White Cleaver stood, scythe strapped to his back. Quiver stood by the far wall, hands clasped beneath the sleeves of his robe. Immediately, Craven regretted his tardiness. Wreath was agitated. Craven fought to contain his grin. "Cleric Wreath," Tenebrae interrupted, "I understand your concerns, but we are quite safe here in the temple." "The remnant is loose," Wreath said angrily.
The moment they realise this, they'll be coming here to ask questions."
"Let them come."
"Your Eminence, with all due respect, they are going to want to know how the Remnant escaped. Skulduggery Pleasant will work out that we attempted to use it to control someone."
"Nonsense. We can tell them one of our acolytes set it free, quite by accident. We'll tell them the acolyte has been punished and will never do it again."
"You're getting upset over nothing, cleric." Craven stood by the door, enjoying this immensely. It wasn't often he got to see Solomon Reith being patronised.
"Having a remnant loose out there is a good enough reason to be upset," said Reith. "If we are going to tell people it got free by accident, then at least let it become public. Sorcerers have to know of the danger."
Tenebrae sat back.
"Solomon, for all we know, the remnant will leave the psychic's body and fly off somewhere to be alone and never bother anyone ever again. Why invite scrutiny and derision when we don't have to? If it makes a nuisance of itself, and if the skeleton detective or anyone else comes here asking questions, we can feign surprise and shame upon learning of this terrible, accidental oversight on our part." "What did he see?" Quiver asked.
Reith looked at him. "What?"
"The sensitive. What did he see when you put the remnant in him?"
Reith sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Nothing useful. He got sidetracked."
"By what?"
Tenebrae asked.
"He saw a vision of Darkess. Seemed quite enamoured with her." "So he saw nothing about the Cain girl?"
"Actually, I think there's a reason Darkess intruded upon his vision.
I think Valkyrie is going to be the one to defeat her. I think that will be the start of her journey to becoming the Deathbringer."
Craven cleared his throat, pleased with the anger that flashed in Reith's eyes.
"If I may, High Priest."
Tenebrae waved a hand.
"Of course."
"Cleric Reith, I admire your tenacity, and I admire your faith in Valkyrie Cain. I do think, however, that you have allowed yourself to focus on her to the exclusion of all others. You say it is now your opinion that Miss Cain defeats Darkess, and yet every vision we have heard about has Darkess killing both Cain and Pleasant before starting in on the rest of the world." "The future can be changed," Reith growled. "Oh, yes, indeed it can. I'm not arguing with you there. I'm just wondering about your interpretation. Have you considered the possibility that the sensitive saw a vision of Darkess because there was no Valkyrie Cain to see? She is obliterated, wiped from existence. That, to me, would seem the logical interpretation." "Cleric Craven makes a valid point," Tenebrae nodded. "Solomon, I wanted proof that Cain is strong enough. We have not had that proof."
"What we have had," Quiver said, "is a warning. We can't waste any more time on candidates who are going to fall short of what is required. This Darkest woman is coming. Unless we find our Deathbringer before she arrives, this world will be destroyed."
Reith's jaw clenched, and his face flushed. Craven's grin was itching to spread. "And the remnant?" he asked. "We're just going to let it go free." "What would you have us do?" Tenebrae asked, almost laughing. "Form a search party? Track it down?" "Cleric Reith, that is not the necromancer way. The remnant, at this moment, is not our problem. Let others deal with it if they have to. Your Eminence, you are not to involve yourself in this matter any further. Do you understand me, cleric?"
Reith stopped himself and bowed.
"Yes, sir. Of course, sir."
Craven walked into the depths of the temple, allowing the grin to consume his face. That had been most enjoyable. That had been altogether thrilling. Not only had Solomon Reith been humbled before him, but also permission had been given, in a way, for Craven's own plans to commence. The need was apparent, the time frame inescapable. Tenebrae didn't know about it, of course, but then His Eminence was too cautious a leader. In times of strife, victory favoured the bold. Craven came to a section of the temple that he had quietly and secretly sequestered for his own use over the years. This was the darkest and dankest and coldest part of the temple, at its lowest point beneath the graveyard. He took a long key from his robes, slotted it through a door and turned. A heavy clunk rewarded him, and he stepped in. Melancholia was already standing beside the chair he had given her. She waited with her head down, hands by her sides.
"You may raise your eyes," Craven said. "Cleric Reith has returned. His mission, unfortunately, a failure."
Melancholia's eyes sparkled. "Then Cain isn't the Deathbringer?"
"We can't be sure, and my fellow cleric has not been forbidden to continue her lessons, but it is looking increasingly unlikely. You never believed she would be the one, did you?"
Melancholia hesitated. "No, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't."
"Neither did I."
She frowned.
"Cleric? Even if Valkyrie Cain does have the power to usher in the passage, I don't think she would. She's the wrong person. Just like Lord Vile was the wrong person. But you, Melancholia, you might be just what we've all been waiting for."
"Me?"
"You may not have Cain's natural gift, but you make up for it in passion and dedication. Attributes I value much more highly. What age are you?"
20, sir.
"And you haven't reached the surge yet?"
"No, sir."
"You're sure it's necromancy you want, then? When your power surges in a month, in a year, whenever it happens, your choice is over. From that point, you will be locked into one and only one discipline for the rest of your life."
"Necromancy is all I've ever wanted."
"Good. Good. I have been waiting for someone with the right qualities, of the right age, on the cusp of the surge. I've been waiting for you, Melancholia."
"You really think I can be the Deathbringer?"
"With my help, yes, I do. We will need to work hard. It won't be easy, and it will be painful. We're going to have to prepare you, so that when the surge happens, you will be infused with shadow magic."
Is that possible?"
"I'm not going to lie to you. This has never been done before. It's never even been thought of. My research into the language of magic has opened up possibilities that we had never considered. But I've grown tired of waiting. My patience has ended. If we can't find someone powerful enough to assume the mantle of the Deathbringer, then we will make someone powerful enough. You, Melancholia, will be the one to save the world. Do you accept?"
"Yes, sir," the girl said, her eyes gleaming. "Oh, yes, sir."
Chapter 14. Dead Men. It always surprised Valkyrie whenever she realized just how close the weird and the wonderful and the fierce and the frightening lived to the rest of the non-magical, mortal world. She had visited Dublin's streets where every house held a sorcerer. She had been thrown from the balcony of a block of flats that was home to a dozen vampires. She'd had tea with a psychic in a tattoo parlour, fought a blade-wielding assassin beneath the Waxworks Museum, and she'd dodged bullets at a football stadium. And the latest example of how close her two lives ran came in the form of an address for a banshee who, apparently, lived within a half-hour's drive of Dublin. Valkyrie had decided that she was going to take a taxi to see her, so all she had to do was make her excuses to Skulduggery and leave. It would have been simple if, when she followed Tanith into Ghastly's shop,
Erskine Ravel hadn't been there to greet them. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure," Ravel said when he set eyes on Tanith. "I think I would have remembered," she replied, smiling as they shook hands. "I'm Tanith Lowe. You must be the notorious Erskine Ravel. I've heard stories about you." "Did any of them paint me in a flattering light? Because if they did, they are probably lies." "Just the usual dead men tales." Despite her pressing need to be elsewhere, Valkyrie frowned. "Dead men?"
"That's what they called us during the war,"
Ghastly said, carrying a broken mannequin into the back room. His shirt sleeves were rolled back of his thick forearms. His muscles, added to the ridges of scars that ran vertically down his entire head, plus the glare he sent Ravel's way, would have been enough to make practically any man back away from Tanith. But it only made Ravel's smile widen. "They were legends," Tanith told her, missing the glare completely. "Skulduggery, Mr. Ravel here, Shudder, Dexter, Vex, and Ghastly, of course. They called them the Dead Men because they went on suicide missions and always came back alive."
"Not all of us," Skulduggery reminded her as he came in behind them. "Erskine, so good to see you again after so short a time."
"I was in the neighbourhood," Ravel shrugged. "I thought I'd drop in and say hi to Ghastly. I kind of hoped you'd stop by, actually. Has it sunk in yet?"
"Has what sunk in?" Skulduggery asked. The insanity of what Coil asked, or the stupidity?
Ravel shook his head. "It's ridiculous, isn't it? I was just thinking that, and it is ridiculous. The two of us on the Council of Elders. Do you realize how boring that job would get? We're not used to jobs that peaceful."
"I hear elders don't even get to punch anyone," Skulduggery said miserably. "Apparently, we'd have people to do that for us."
"We're just not suited to it. We've commanded people on the battlefield. We've issued orders during investigations. I mean, being a leader is one thing, but
being mature is something else entirely," Skulduggery nodded. "I agree completely."
"So, you're not going to do it?" Tanith asked. "Really? You're both going to turn this down?"
"What would we be turning down?" Skulduggery asked. "It's only a nomination. It doesn't mean anything."
"What about Coil?" Valkyrie asked. "If he'd said no to the Grand Mage position, would you have accepted that?" At that, both men hesitated. Finally, Ravel shrugged. "I don't know. The chance to make a difference, to make some real and lasting changes, he's perfect for the job."
"And it's going to be really nice to have someone in the sanctuary we can trust," Skulduggery said. "If he said no, I wouldn't have stopped until I'd convinced him to change his mind."
"So you're saying that you wouldn't have allowed Coil Deuce to turn down this opportunity?" Tanith said. "But the pair of you are just too cool to say yes."
"Well, we're rogues," Ravel informed her. "Mavericks, one might say," Skulduggery added. "Also, we don't appreciate our own arguments being used against us. It's self-defeating in the worst possible way."
Tanith raised an eyebrow. "And also tremendously hypocritical?"
"If I'm a hypocrite," Ravel announced, "I haven't noticed. I've never cared much for introspection. I've done my best to leave that for the bleakest of poets and the most self-pitying of vampires."
Valkyrie was going to point out that not all vampires were self-pitying, but she didn't feel like getting a glare from Tanith. Also, she wasn't entirely sure she believed it. Ghastly came out of the back room.
"When are you going to tell him you're saying no?" "I'm planning on delaying it," Skulduggery said. "The longer it goes on, the more ridiculous it will seem, and the more people will complain about it. They'll do my job for me. Erskine, of course, doesn't have that luxury."
Ravel looked at him. "What? Why don't I?"
"Because not enough people dislike you, and Coil trusts you implicitly.
He always has. Erskine, to be brutally honest, it doesn't sound like a completely stupid idea to have you as an elder.
Take that back, said Ravel.
He's going to need your help. As he goes on, he's going to make a lot of enemies. He's prided himself on being a man of the people, for the people. His greatest priority has always been the safety and protection of the mortals. I can see him restricting sorcerer activity even more than it already has been.
That's probably a wise move, too. The way things have been going, it's only a matter of time before one of our secret little battles explodes across the mainstream media. And then, not even Scrutinous and Random will be able to smooth things over.
Ravel shook his head. Not everyone is going to be as understanding as you, Skulduggery. I've been by his side for the last 100 years, and even I'm going to have trouble with some of the things he'll introduce. He has this glorious vision of sorcerers as humanity's guardian angels. Silent, invisible.
Exactly what they need.
Ravel laughed. I suppose you're right.
The new council needs to be strong, Ghastly said. Without a strong leadership, with a clear purpose, I have a feeling that our friends around the globe won't be content to just sit back and watch.
They'd try to take over, Skulduggery said.
Could they? Valkyrie asked. I mean, would they be allowed?
Who'd stop them? The fact is, they don't trust us to take care of our own problems. They're not our enemies. If the Americans were involved in the destruction of the sanctuary, it's not because they want to destroy us. It's just because they think that things would be better if they were in charge.
So, they'd invade?
It would be quiet, vicious, and sudden.
You two would probably be the first to be killed, Ravel said.
Valkyrie stared. What?
Sorry, but it's true. The amount of damage the pair of you have inflicted on anyone who's crossed you over the past few years. They're not going to take a chance on leaving you alive.
He's right, Skulduggery said. We're just too good at our job.
Damn it, Valkyrie scowled. I hate being too good at our job. The conversation drifted. Ravel was charming and funny, and he certainly amused Tanith, even if Valkyrie sensed a hesitancy in her laugh whenever Ghastly walked by. Valkyrie checked the time, and the butterflies began fluttering in her belly. She'd have to leave soon. Her phone rang.
Mar will be ready to be moved in the morning, Ken Speckle told her.
Is she conscious?
She regained consciousness, and I sedated her. I have no intention of talking with that woman. Tell the detective he can collect her first thing. I don't want her here 1 second longer than she has to be.
Is everything okay? Skulduggery asked when she'd hung up.
She nodded. Ken Speckle says we're to pick up Mar in the morning. Ravel looked surprised. What? What's this? You know where Mar is? Valkyrie closed her eyes and groaned.
Ah, Skulduggery said. Yes. That was supposed to be a secret, Valkyrie.
I know, she said miserably. I'm sorry. You have Mar, Ravel said. She's in custody. Why is it a secret? This is great news.
We're not telling anyone until we've had a chance to question her, Skulduggery said. Or that was the plan, at least.
I said I'm sorry, Valkyrie muttered.
Well, let's go, Ravel said.
She's with Ken Speckle-Grouse? Let's go question her.
Professor Grouse has made it clear, Skulduggery said, that he is quite happy to help us and heal us, but he doesn't want his facility used as a headquarters. No, tomorrow we'll take her somewhere else. We're going to need somewhere secure.
How about your house?
Tanith said. Skulduggery tilted his head. That's not a bad suggestion, actually.
He looked at Ravel.
Erskine, seeing as how you're now part of this incredibly well-kept secret, do you want to tag along?
Ravel glanced at Tanith and smiled.
Sounds like fun. Ghastly, you in?
I'm busy.
Ghastly said, a little gruffly. "These dresses aren't going to make themselves, you know." "Well, all right then," Skulduggery said. "Tomorrow morning we get the answers we've been looking for." Valkyrie managed to keep her mouth shut until they were outside and walking for the Bentley. Tanith was heading for her bike, and Rabble had fallen a little behind.
"I have to go,"
she blurted. Skulduggery turned his head to her. "Sorry?" She smiled, hoping he wouldn't see the nervousness in her eyes.
"I have to go. Sorry, I should have told you. I've got something else on. Other stuff. Personal business stuff."
"I see. Is everything all right?"
"Yes," she laughed. "Everything's fine. I just should have told you."
He shook his head. "No, nonsense. You don't need to explain. Will this business be finished by tomorrow?"
"Oh, yes. God, yes. Absolutely. I really don't want to miss out on interrogating Davina Marr if I can help it. I kind of owe her for when she interrogated me."
Skulduggery nodded. He had the feeling he was waiting for her to tell him where she was going. When she didn't, he nodded again and picked a loose thread off his sleeve. "You're okay for a lift?"
"I have Fletcher."
"Of course you do. Well, I'll see you later then." She gave him a little wave and walked away, a hollow feeling growing in her gut. She didn't keep much from Skulduggery. Up until 5 months ago, Gordon's Echo Stone was the only significant truth she'd kept from him, and that wasn't even her choice. But this was different. She had an urge to run back to him, tell him everything, tell him that she was Darkess, that she was on her way to talk to a banshee, and she was sure he'd understand, sure he'd help her, make things easier on her. But Valkyrie didn't run back to him. She just kept on walking. Chapter 15. The Banshee. Down by the river, sheltered from the wind by the ancient trees that grew, unhindered by city or road, the cottage sat in its patch of darkness and shadow. The river, no more than a stream really, flowed down from the hills and bisected the fields and meadows, and even from her vantage point, Valkyrie could hear the gentle rush of water. She didn't like doing things like this without Skulduggery, but she couldn't see that she had a choice. She stuffed Gordon's notebook into her jacket and started down the hill slowly, trying her best not to slip on the grass. And then she heard the scream. Valkyrie looked up, eyes wide. There was another scream, and she took off running, sprinting down to the river and splashing through it, soaking her clothes in the freezing water. She emerged from the other side and saw a narrow road ahead and a woman stumbling to her knees. Valkyrie called out, and the woman glanced back. Relief washed over her face, and that's when Valkyrie heard the thunder of many hooves, and a creaking and a trundle. She looked around. They were alone out here, but the sounds were getting louder. And then it materialized in front of her, a great black coach driven by 4 headless horses, the colour of night. Valkyrie leaped out of the way as it hurtled by. It vanished from sight, but she could still hear it, and now the woman was screaming again. Valkyrie scrambled to her feet and sprinted. The woman tried to run, but was sent sprawling as if hit from behind. Valkyrie ran closer, and the carriage appeared, as the headless horses drew to a stop. The driver climbed down. He was dressed in traditional coachman's attire, though he, like his horses, had no head. He didn't seem quite so ridiculous now. "Leave her alone!" Valkyrie yelled, running up to him. He turned to her as she summoned fire and threw it, the ball of flame exploding against his chest, but dying away instantly. She ran right into him, charging him with her shoulder, and he stepped back under the collision, but gave no more ground. She felt a cold hand around her neck, and she was flung into the air, and she hit the ground hard. "Help me!" the woman cried as the driver,
The Dullahan strode towards her. He took hold of her arm and pulled her back to the carriage as she begged and screamed. Valkyrie launched herself at the Dullahan, pushing outwards at the air and making him stagger, and then driving a kick into him. He swiped at her with his free hand, but she ducked under it and punched, and her fist met his side, and it was like punching a wall. The back of his hand caught her, and she spun like a top and dropped to one knee. The Dullahan carried on towards the carriage. She could only watch as the Dullahan shoved the woman up against the carriage, the door of which opened silently behind her. The woman kept her eyes on the headless driver, tears running down her face, and then a dozen pale hands grabbed her and pulled her, screaming, into the carriage. The door swung gently closed, and the Dullahan climbed back to his seat. Ignoring Valkyrie completely, he flicked the reins, and the headless horses took off at a trot, the coach of ours trundling behind them. It vanished from sight, though Valkyrie could still hear the hooves fading into the distance. She stood up, still a little dizzy from when he had struck her.
"You can't defeat the Dullahan,"
said a voice from behind her. She turned. A woman walked up, her black hair hanging over her lined face, her ragged dress trailing on the grass behind her. Her feet were dirty and bare, and her hands were thin.
"He is not a man," the woman continued. "He is not a beast. He just is. You cannot defeat what just is."
"Who was she?" Valkyrie asked, forcing herself not to be intimidated. "The woman he took." The answer came in a voice that was almost fond.
"Her name was Margaret. She was the last of her family. She heard my cry, and now that family is no more, wiped from the world like a stray tear."
"Why?"
"Because it was her time."
"Who are you to decide?" The old woman looked up, and her hair parted, showing more of her face. All Valkyrie could make out were wrinkles and lines on one hazel-flecked eye blinking at her.
"I'm not the one who decides," she said. "Now then, who are you, and why have you sought me out?"
Valkyrie looked down at her, her anger bubbling right beside her needs. She made herself calm down. "My name's Valkyrie Cain. I was told you could help me."
"Who told you this?"
"My uncle, Gordon Edgley."
"Gordon?"
the banshee said, smiling.
"I haven't heard from him in years. How is he?"
"Dead."
"Ah, give him my best, won't you?"
"I need to seal my name. He said you might know someone who could do something like that."
"You know it, then? Your true name?"
"Yes, I do."
"Impressive. And Gordon was right. I know of one who could do what needs to be done. Its name is Nye, a doctor, and quite a curious creature. I wouldn't trust it, but then I don't have to. Of course, there is no guarantee that Nye will agree to help. Its time is taken up with experiments and procedures. It depends how busy the good doctor is, if it can fit you in, and if you make it curious. Luckily for you, I do think you will make it curious. Tell me, my dear, do you know what the sealing of your name would entail?"
"I only know that it's dangerous."
"Oh, it is? You're absolutely sure you want me to arrange it?"
Valkyrie thought of her mother, her father, the baby on the way. She thought of what she'd seen and the scream she'd heard. "Yes," she said. The old woman turned to go.
"Then I will be in touch shortly."
"Wait," said Valkyrie. "What will it entail? Do you know?" The banshee smiled.
"I only know that the first thing you will have to do is die. Once you've done that, Nye's work will begin."
Chapter 16. The Interrogation of Davina Marr. Her teeth gritted against the cold of the morning. Tanith followed Skulduggery and Ravel into the Hibernian, fantasizing about what it would be like if her clothing of choice was waterproof fleece instead of tight leather. She wouldn't cut such a striking figure, it's true, but the comfort and warmth and sheer coziness would more than make up for it. The door unlocked for them, and they passed through, into the relative warmth of the dark and musty cinema. Skulduggery had let Ravel do all the talking on the drive over, while he had stayed quiet. She knew he was wondering about the personal business that had delayed Valkyrie. She had never chosen personal business over the job before, at least not that Tanith was aware, and it was an unsettling development. Back when Skulduggery was trapped in a world overrun by faceless ones, Valkyrie was single-minded in her dedication to rescuing him. But since then, it seemed, she'd been distracted. There was always something going on, something she didn't want to talk about. Was it Cain? Was she feeling guilty about the kiss? Was there something more, something she hadn't told Tanith? Was she with him now, despite the promises she had made? Tanith knew full well how things could get confusing at that age. She had been a teenager once, and she knew that, despite the apparent contradiction, a person's teenage years lasted well into their 50s. It had only been at age 60 that she had managed to gain some control over herself after all. These days, she was a fine young woman of 83, and even though she was still astonishingly immature for her age, the allure of bad boys had faded somewhat. They were still all around her, of course. In her line of work, she had her pick of them. But bad boys would always disappoint. It was inevitable. Whereas nice guys tended to surprise you. The only parts of her that weren't numb with cold were her feet, because she was wearing boots Ghastly had made for her. He hadn't needed any special occasion to do it either. He had just presented them to her one day, mumbled something about the importance of circulation, and wandered into the back room of his shop. She grinned at the memory. But as for Valkyrie, Tanith was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. She might not have been with the vampire last night. It may have been family business. It was Christmas time after all. Or Fletcher. Maybe they'd had a date. Tanith frowned. Did people still go on dates anymore? She was sure they did. They probably called it something different, though. She tried to think of the last date she had been on. The last proper date. Did fighting side by side with Saracen Rue count as a date? They ended up snuggling under the moonlight, drenched in gore and pieces of brain. So it had probably been a date. If it wasn't, it was certainly a fun time had by all. Well, not all. But she and Saracen had sure had a blast. Tanith needed a date. She needed a lot of things, but above all, she needed a date. It didn't help to be reminded of that fact every time she saw Valkyrie and Fletcher together. Valkyrie didn't like public displays of affection, but she wasn't allergic to them either. The hand-holding, the sitting close together, Fletcher's hand on the small of her back. These things did nothing to take Tanith's mind off the subject. And then there were the talks. Valkyrie filling her in on details Tanith could have done without. But that was her role, she supposed. Best friend and big sister all in one. Her eyes drifted to the back of Skulduggery's head. Maybe not best friend, she corrected, but close enough. They climbed onto the stage and passed through the door in the screen. Clarabelle met them in the corridor, wearing her white lab coat over a summer dress and a huge black gas mask contraption on her head.
"Good morning,"
she said, her cheery voice muffled.
"Are you here to pick up the patient? She's not very nice. She said some harsh words about my intelligence before the professor made her go unconscious again."
"Why are you wearing that?" Tanith asked. Clarabelle's head dipped heavily as she looked down at her dress.
"Because it's pretty."
"No, I mean the gas mask.
Oh, this. I just wanted to see what it would be like to live in a bubble. Professor Grouse is busy elsewhere. He said the patient should be awake in about half an hour, and then he asked me to escort you to her.
It's okay, Skulduggery said. We know where she is.
Good, because I think I'm lost.
Clarabelle caught sight of the doorway nearest to her, and she wandered through it, bashing her head against the doorframe on the way.
Delightful lady, Ravel said as they walked on.
They got to the medical bay, where they found Davina Marr sedated and unconscious. Skulduggery undid the restraints, then shackled her hands behind her back. He pulled her into a sitting position, and suddenly she started levitating. For a split second, Tanith was ready to spring into action.
You were going to carry her? Ravel asked, manipulating the air to float Marr gently to the door. Why make things more difficult than they have to be?
Tanith relaxed, and Skulduggery shook his head as they followed Ravel out into the corridor.
I like to keep magic for special occasions. I don't use it simply to show off.
He caught the grin Tanith threw his way.
Shut up.
She laughed. They put Marr in the boot of the Bentley and drove to Skulduggery's house, with Tanith following on her motorbike. By the time they got there, Tanith's teeth were chattering with the cold. Skulduggery carried Marr into the living room, where he secured her to a chair. He left his hat and gun on a coffee table, and Ravel hung up his coat. Tanith turned the heating on, and when she walked back into the room, Marr was awake and smiling.
You look happy, Skulduggery said.
Marr shrugged.
Not happy, just surprised.
At your surroundings?
At the fact that I'm still alive. I thought Tesseract would have tracked me down by now.
I assure you, you're quite safe.
No, I'm not. And neither are you, any of you.
In that case, we better talk fast before we're interrupted.
You've been betrayed.
Tell us what we want to know, and we'll protect you.
Marr laughed.
You can't protect me. This is Tesseract we're talking about.
You may not have noticed, but there are more of us than there are of him.
I'm startled that you think it'll make a difference.
Tell us who you were working with, said Skulduggery.
I wasn't working with anyone. Why is Erskine Ravel here, anyway? Have you joined this merry band of detectives, Mr. Ravel? Have you got nothing better to do with your time?
Things have been happening since you've been away, Ravel said. You don't know what you've been missing. You claim that you decided to destroy the sanctuary all by yourself, Skulduggery said. Why, Davina? Were you bored that day?
Well, it sounds silly when you say it like that.
You don't owe these people your loyalty. They want you silenced. They want you dead.
I sincerely don't know what people you're referring to.
If you don't help us, Skulduggery said, all the blame lands at your feet. You will be tried alone for multiple counts of murder and terrorism.
She shook her head.
Terrorism? Everything is terrorism lately. Such an overused word.
Those who spread terror are terrorists by definition.
But don't you think that word misses out on the subtleties that separate these acts from each other? Why do they have to be terrorists? Why can't they just be criminals and murderers? The spreading of terror isn't a motive. It's a means to achieving a goal. Labeling an act of atrocity as terrorism instantly dismisses the nuances of human behavior as regards hatred, anger, and greed.
Skulduggery folded his arms.
The destruction of the sanctuary, then. This wouldn't be terrorism?
Not at all.
It would simply be murder.
Now you're getting it,
Marr said with a nod.
So, you're a murderer.
Finally, we agree on something.
You forced Myron Stray to take the Desolation engine into the sanctuary and set it off. You wanted Valkyrie and myself to be there when it happened.
Sorry about that. Purely personal.
Why did you do it?
I was disgruntled.
You were having an off day? Marr smiled.
Again, you make it sound so silly.
I think you're lying.
I am deeply hurt.
The front door opened, and they all spun. Footsteps approached, and Valkyrie walked in.
"Hello, sweetie,"
Mar smiled. Immediately Valkyrie scowled.
"Is she talking?"
Mar chuckled.
"Do you really think you're going to get anything out of me? I've been where you are, remember? I've been the one asking the questions. This doesn't intimidate me." "Well, yeah," Valkyrie said. "You asked the questions, but you weren't very good at it, were you? I mean, I was interrogated by you, but you failed so spectacularly that you had to try to beat a confession out of me." "Very true," Mar nodded. "I didn't get a confession, though, did I?" "No, you didn't. But I did get you to beg." The look of anger that came over Valkyrie's face was startling, and Mar laughed. Tanith silently willed her friend to stay calm. "That's enough," Skulduggery said. "Davina, you have this one chance to help yourself. If you don't seize it now, you will die in prison. Were you working for the American sanctuary? Did they orchestrate the destruction of the sanctuary to destabilize the country?" "This country is already destabilized." "You were reporting back to them, weren't you?" "Maybe the odd postcard?" "I've never known you to make so many jokes." "You've never known me. You thought you did. You thought many things. You know your problem? You think you're smarter than you actually are. It becomes very annoying to the people around you. You agree, don't you, Valkyrie? Or maybe I'm asking the wrong person. How about you, Tanith? You're not besotted with him like Valkyrie is, are you? You've got far too many other romances to be thinking about. You're a very popular girl, from what I hear." Tanith frowned. "Are you coming on to me?" "How's the tailor, by the way? Are you still torturing him by pretending not to notice how he feels?" The retort died on Tanith's tongue, and she just glared. "Struck a nerve, did I?" Mar asked. "Deeply sorry. You can continue your interrogation now if you want. It's a fun way to pass the time while we wait for Tesseract to find me."
"Why are you protecting them?" Skulduggery asked. "They want you dead, Davina."
"The whole country wants me dead."
"I can't understand this. You've been abandoned. By your own admission, your life is in incredible danger. Why won't you help us stop the people responsible?"
"Because this is more amusing."
Skulduggery shook his head. "No, that's not it. That's not why you're refusing to help. I think you're refusing to help because you can't."
"I see," Mar said. "Yes, that's exactly right. Well done."
"Think about the people responsible."
"I told you."
Yes, you told us you were working alone, and we don't believe you. What I want you to do, Davina, is to think of the people you were working with. You don't have to tell us their names. I just want you to think about the people. Okay?"
"You want me to think about no one?"
"I don't care if you keep up the charade. The only thing I want you to do is see them, in your mind. Picture them. Think of their names." Skulduggery paused, then tilted his head. "You can't, can you? You can't picture them. You can't think of their names. You try to. You've probably been trying to for the last 5 months, but you can't." Mar wasn't smiling any more. "They've blocked themselves from your memory," Skulduggery continued. "The harder you try to remember, the further away they get. Given time, with the right people and the right procedures, we could break through that wall. But we don't have the time." Mar shrugged.
"So, you've worked out my little secret. Big deal. Now you can stop repeating the same questions, right?"
"What do you remember?"
"You've just figured out that I don't remember anything."
"You don't remember anything specific. What about generalities, vague impressions? How many of them were there?"
"Don't know."
5? 10?
"1.
Mar said.
A man, I think."
"A man contacted you?
"Yes."
"Told you his plan? Asked if you were interested?"
"That's as much as I remember."
"He left the finer details up to you?"
"He told me why he wanted the sanctuary destroyed. Whatever he said, it made sense. I remembered that much. I agreed with him. I came up with how to go about it, and I set the plan in motion.
You can't remember anything about him, Skulduggery pressed. Height, accent, hair colour, age? Mar sighed.
Nothing. Whatever he dazzled me with, it dazzled me good. I've been trying to remember the finer details since it happened, but all I get is a very confused fog.
If we get you remembering, will you help us?
No point. I'll be dead before the day is out.
If we keep you alive, will you help us?
And what do I get out of it? Immunity? Do I get to walk free?
No, Ravel said. We can't give you that, but we can make sure that the people who set this up are brought to justice.
What kind of justice? The kind of justice where I'm tied to a chair in someone's living room? I don't see any officials here, or anything stopping you from executing me the moment I tell you what you want to know. Would they be brought to this kind of justice?
Exactly this kind of justice.
She smiled. Well, why didn't you say so? Call whoever you have to call. Let's get my memories unlocked.
Skulduggery made a few calls, and Tanith and Valkyrie went into the kitchen to chat. A few minutes later, Tanith excused herself and walked into the bathroom. She shut the door behind her, unbuckled her belt, and looked up into the mirror, just in time to see a colossal man in a metal mask reaching for her. Chapter 17. The Job. Tesseract spent 3 hours getting into the skeleton detective's house. First, he dismantled the magical defences, then he turned his attention to the technological. He worked quickly but without hurry, allowing himself to be impressed with the attention to detail in the security arrangements. Before this visit to Ireland, he had never personally encountered Skulduggery. Tesseract liked to be on a first-name basis with the people he would probably end up killing, and he was glad to see that all the stories about his professionalism appeared to be true. A worthy opponent, if ever there was one. Of course, Tesseract wasn't especially interested in worthy opponents. He was not on a crusade to prove himself, or test himself, or needlessly risk his life or his freedom. If he had the choice, he always preferred to kill someone when they were distracted, or when their back was turned, or when they were sleeping. He had even, on one memorable occasion, killed a man who was already dead. A heart attack had taken his target's life before Tesseract had even reached him, so he stabbed him once, not too deep, and returned to his employer to claim his payment. Tesseract was not above a little foul play. He was, after all, an assassin. And so his current situation was not resting easily in his mind. He didn't like the fact that, in order to find out where Davina Mar was being kept, he would have to go through Skulduggery Pleasant, and probably Valkyrie Cain, and whoever else they might have along with them. The numbers were against him, but his employers at Roarhaven had given him a deadline. Tesseract's hand, as they say, had been forced. He wasn't nervous. He wasn't excited. He wasn't looking forward to the blood he had to spill, but neither was he dreading it. 2 or even 3 against 1 were not good odds, and yet he felt no fear. He was a professional, and he was quite capable of killing 3 sorcerers in one go, even sorcerers as powerful and experienced as Skulduggery, provided he took them by surprise. Neither was he dismissing Valkyrie Cain. He had files on everyone he was likely to go up against, and he had one on her too. She had a habit of upsetting the plans of her enemies, through either luck, skill, or pure bloody-minded determination. She was not to be underestimated. His face itched under the mask. He had chosen an angular one for today, with deep cheekbones cut into the metal and 3 small holes at his mouth. He took a knife from the sheath under his arm, poked the tip through the left eye hole, and manoeuvred it down to give himself a good scratch. He grumbled with satisfaction, but put the knife away when he heard the car. He went to the window, saw Skulduggery and Erskine Ravel get out of the Bentley. Tanith Lowe rode up after them on her bike. 3 powerful sorcerers. These weren't good odds, but he'd faced worse. Under the cover of night, Skulduggery lifted something large from the boot of the car. For once, luck was smiling on Tesseract. They'd brought Davina Marr to him. He left the room, staying away from the other windows. He stood behind the door in the bathroom, his breathing as calm and as quiet as ever. The front door opened, and they came in. He heard Davina's voice as they questioned her. If he was lucky, Davina would be allowed a bathroom break. Then all Tesseract would have to do was step out and implode her skull, and vanish before anyone came knocking. If he was unlucky, he'd have to kill Tanith or Erskine first, and work through them one at a time. If he was really unlucky, no one would need to visit the bathroom at all, and he'd have to confront the whole lot of them at once. He stayed behind the door for 23 minutes. He heard Valkyrie arrive, which brought the tally to 4 against 1. The odds were getting worse. There was a break in the questioning, and Valkyrie and Tanith moved to the kitchen. Another minute passed before one of them left, their footsteps getting closer. Tanith Lowe walked into the bathroom, already unbuckling her belt, and swung the door shut without seeing him. The first to die, then. He stepped up behind her, reached for the back of her head, and looked into the mirror over the sink at the same time as she did. Her eyes widened. He promised to curse himself later for making such a grievous error. She whirled, whipping the belt from her trousers as he lunged. The belt wrapped around his wrist, and she tugged it, tried to pull him off balance, but he was already adjusting. He rammed his shoulder into her, driving her through the open doors of the shower. Before she could call for help, he kicked her. She wasn't expecting it. In his experience, fast people rarely expected to encounter someone faster than they were. The toe of his boot sank into her belly and lifted her off her feet, doubling her over and forcing all the air from her lungs. She dropped forward, and he cracked his knee into her chin and caught her as she fell. He didn't kill her. Unconscious, she was no longer a threat, and so he saw no point to it. Also, he tried not to do freebies if he could avoid it. Tesseract moved to the door and listened to the low murmur of uninterrupted conversation. Skulduggery was talking to Davina Marr again. Tesseract stepped out, walked silently to the kitchen. Valkyrie had her back to him. She was making a pot of tea. How very Irish of her. Even as he crossed the floor, he acknowledged that he had an opportunity to leave her alive, but decided against it. The encounter with Tanith had simply turned out that way. The simple truth was that it was easier and quieter to kill this girl than to subdue her. Tesseract was nothing if not a practical man, and so he went for the spine. She must have felt the air shift because she started talking, assuming he was a friend. His fingers closed around her neck, and her body jerked, and she made a noise like someone had kicked her in the throat. Then she twisted out of his grip and stumbled to the floor. "Help!" she barked. Tesseract narrowed his eyes, looking at the jacket that she was wearing, realizing, too late, the magical properties it must possess. His fingertips had pressed against the collar, not her skin, and the collar had protected her. Another mistake, in a day that was becoming chock full of them. Skulduggery Pleasant burst into the kitchen, and Tesseract went to meet him head-on. He ducked under a punch and slammed an elbow into Skulduggery's side. He felt the framework under the skeleton's clothes flex inwards, and then the rewarding crunch of elbow against ribs. Skulduggery staggered away, and Erskine came next. He pushed at the air, but Tesseract moved around it. Credit where credit was due. Erskine switched to a physical attack without blinking. Not that it was going to do him any good. Tesseract blocked a punch with his forearm, then smacked Erskine in the mouth and followed him as he stumbled back. Too late, Tesseract saw it was a ruse. Erskine kicked at his leg, and if Tesseract hadn't managed to move slightly, he was in no doubt that the kick would have smashed his kneecap. The air shimmered and hit him like God's own punch. He was thrown across the room, landed on the table, and rolled off the other side. Erskine threw a handful of fire that Tesseract had to sidestep to dodge, and as he did so, Valkyrie caught him in the chest with a stream of shadows. He tumbled into the living room. Davina was shackled to a chair, staring at him with wide eyes. She started struggling against her bonds. Before he could move towards her, Skulduggery and the others barged in behind him. Skulduggery gestured, and his gun flew from a coffee table towards his gloved hand. Tesseract flung his knife. The tip of the blade slid through the trigger guard and pinned the gun to the wall. "Let me free!" Davina yelled. Tesseract ran at Valkyrie, hurling the coffee table at Skulduggery to distract him. Valkyrie whipped a tendril of shadows at him, but he dived under it, rolled, and came up, grabbed her black clothes with both hands and lifted. He slammed her against the wall and then spun her around, throwing her like a rag doll to the window beside him. Her legs smashed through the glass, and he released her, and the momentum kept her body turning. Her back hit the edge of the window frame, and she rebounded and fell, cracking the shards of glass beneath her. She lay, half in, half out of the window, folded over the sill. If it weren't for those clothes, she'd have been slashed to bloody ribbons. He turned as Skulduggery rushed him, a snarl behind that impassive skull. Tesseract dodged a punch and swung into him, throwing him over his hip to the ground. He heard a finger click, and Erskine sent flames bursting across his back. Tesseract stumbled, but Skulduggery was already on his feet. His coat on fire and his skin burning, Tesseract caught Skulduggery's fist in his hand, his fingertips curling around the glove, making the bones underneath tremor. Skulduggery cried out as they snapped apart. Tesseract's power could only be transmitted through his fingertips, so when his knuckles broke Skulduggery's jaw, it wasn't magic that did it. It was a combination of pure strength, the right angle, and a happy piece of luck. Skulduggery went down, just as a wall of air slammed into Tesseract and sent him hurtling over the couch. He ripped off his fiery coat and turned to meet Erskine's charge, saw the elemental's hands pushing down by his sides, and knew what was coming next. He grabbed a floor lamp with both hands, and as the air shimmered and Erskine shot towards him, he swung the lamp like a baseball bat. It splintered on impact, catching Erskine perfectly and sending him crashing to the ground. And then a kick came from nowhere, right into his face, and Tesseract tripped over the broken coffee table and went sprawling. Tanith Lowe dropped from the ceiling. He should have killed her. He should have killed her when he had the chance. She jumped at him, aiming to finish the fight with another kick to the head. Tesseract raised an arm to block it, but she flipped over him. He rolled sideways, avoiding the foot stomp, and got up in time to block the next attack and give himself some room. He had never been one for talking during a fight, but would have loved to ask her a question right now. Once she had regained consciousness, had she run immediately to help her friends, or had she done the smart thing and delayed for a moment, long enough to call for reinforcements? Tesseract darted forward, catching her off guard, the heel of his palm striking her in the chest. He tried to follow it up with a grab, but she demonstrated a most impressive aerial cartwheel and got away from him. She backed off, and his eyes flickered behind her and saw where she was headed. Her coat lay over a chair, and upon that chair lay her sword. She ran for it. Tesseract wrapped an arm around the music system that was on a shelf beside him. He yanked it free of the wires and cables and hurled it across the room. Tanith grabbed her sword and turned. The music system hit her square in the face. She twisted as she fell, and the system clattered to the ground beside her. If she had taken a moment to make that call, he knew she would undoubtedly have called Fletcher Wren, told him to bring help. Tesseract strode to where Davina Marr struggled. "No," said Davina, real fear in her eyes. "Not like this. At least let me stand up, please. Not like this." He would have liked to grant her wish, but the teleporter would have gone to either Ghastly Bespoke or China Sorrows, most likely the former. The question then became, if Fletcher had been alerted, how long would it take him to find Ghastly? 30 seconds? A minute? Tesseract just didn't have the time to waste. He placed his hand on Davina's chest, and her breastbone shook, and the ribs splintered inwards, piercing her heart. She died with her eyes open. Tesseract turned, and a heavy fist caught him in the hinge of the jaw, right where his flesh met the mask. If Ghastly Bespoke hurt his hand with the punch, he gave no sign as he pressed forward. Tesseract absorbed the punches, swung one of his own that Ghastly swayed away from. 3 jabs rocked the mask against his face, then Ghastly went low, working the body. He surprised Tesseract with a kick that buckled his leg. Tesseract went down, but was held back up again with an uppercut to the chin. Fletcher Wren was across the room, carefully lifting Valkyrie down from the shattered window. The moment she was clear of the glass, they both vanished. A moment later, Fletcher was back, alone. Eye blink by eye blink, he disappeared with Skulduggery, Tanith, and Erskine. Tesseract had worked out Ghastly's rhythm by now, and dodged 3 more jabs before responding with a punch that sank into the muscle of the boxer's right side. Ghastly fell back, gasping for air, eyes suddenly wide. A good punch would do that to you, Tesseract knew. A good punch did more than deliver hurt. It disrupted an offensive, shook a fighter. Ghastly was shaken. He wasn't expecting a punch that fast, that hard. Tesseract could tell by the way he was circling that Ghastly was wary now, and unsure. Fletcher appeared. "You ready?" he asked. Ghastly kept his eyes on Tesseract and didn't answer. "Ghastly, you ready to go?"
"Yeah,"
came the grudging reply. Fletcher nodded. He took Skulduggery's gun down from the wall, tossing the knife away. He teleported to the chair and picked up Tanith's sword, then Skulduggery's hat, and then he appeared at Ghastly's elbow. They both vanished. Tesseract let his fists uncurl. His back was burnt, the skin bloody and charred. But his mission had been a success. He found himself hoping that his Warhaven employers would hire him to kill Skulduggery and the others. He'd quite like to finish this. Chapter 18. Licking Wounds. Valkyrie lay in a tub of cold mud, its healing properties working on the damage Tesseract had inflicted on her back. A curtain separated her from the others. Skulduggery was on the bed to her right, mumbling instructions while he waited for his jaw to set. His hand, she had seen, was wrapped in gauze until his bones realigned. Ravel was to her left, healing up from his smashed ribs. Across the room, behind another curtain, was Tanith. Her jaw had been broken, her cheek shattered, nose crushed, and 4 teeth had been knocked out. It was taking Ken Speckled Grouse a little longer to heal her. Valkyrie lay in the tub and listened to the conversation go on around her.
"One man," Ken Speckled was saying. "One man did all this."
"We weren't ready,"
Ghastly said, and she could hear the quiet anger in his voice.
"I should have gone with him. Should have been there at the start."
"Then who would Fletcher have gone to for help?" Ken Speckled asked. "No, Ghastly. I think it's just as well they had you as backup. The man who did this, Tesseract, he wouldn't happen to be Russian, would he?"
"That's him," she heard Fletcher say. "You know him?"
"I've read reports of some people he's killed. He's a bone breaker. He can break bones with the gentlest of touches. Highly unusual ability, but extremely effective. I dare say, actually, that he'd be the only person in the world who would be assured of killing Detective Pleasant here if he so desired."
Skulduggery murmured something that sounded like, "Your bedside manner is dreadful."
"I thought I told you not to talk,"
Skulduggery grunted.
Tesseract could kill him? Valkyrie asked, sitting up.
"Oh, yes," came Ken Speckle's answer. "And quite easily, too. We've seen how my grumpiest of patients can survive being dismembered, but it has long been my theory that if there isn't a large enough section of him that remains intact, his consciousness would dissipate. Just drift away. Tesseract has the ability to splinter an entire skeleton. I doubt if there'd be anything left of the detective to think with."
Valkyrie lay back in the mud. She had come to regard Skulduggery as unkillable, mainly because he was already dead. She didn't like the idea of someone utterly destroying him. She heard Ravel get off the bed to her left and saw his shadow under the curtain as he moved to join the others.
"Mr. Ravel," Ken Speckles said sharply, "I must insist that you allow yourself time to heal."
"I'm fine, Professor," Ravel responded. He groaned slightly, and Valkyrie heard the rustle of fabric. He was putting on his shirt.
"Oh, I need to report this to Caravel. The upside is that we caught Davina Mar, which shows the councils around the world that we can take care of our own messes. I don't think we should mention that Tesseract was the one to kill her, though."
Skulduggery murmured something that could have been agreed. "We'll say she died resisting arrest, or she took her own life or something. Leave it with me. I'll take care of it."
"And what about Tesseract?" Fletcher asked. "He's still out there."
"His job is done," Ghastly said. "Unless he has another target, he'll slip away like he's always done."
Skulduggery murmured something that nobody understood. He made a few grunts that sounded like threats, and then Ken Speckle's voice moved closer to Valkyrie.
"Fine," Ken Speckle said. "I'll remove the bandage, but if your jaw falls off, you're going to the back of the queue."
Everyone waited a moment.
"Okay," Ken Speckle said. "Open your mouth. Close it. Move it side to side. Very well. You can speak."
"Thank you," Skulduggery said. "Ghastly's right. Tesseract is probably gone already, and with him, any hope we have of finding out who his employers were."
"If he even remembers," Ravel said. "They could have dazzled him the way they dazzled Mar."
The curtain by Valkyrie's tub parted, and Ken Speckle came through. He motioned her to lean forward and checked her spine.
"I don't think so," Skulduggery said. "You wouldn't take the chance of double-crossing someone like Tesseract, not unless you plan to kill him. And we all know that's not exactly an easy thing to do." "So, he's collected his payment and gone," Ghastly said. "And Mar is dead, and her co-conspirators are safe. Where does that leave us?" "Your back is healed, and the swelling is going down," Ken Speckle said to Valkyrie. "There's the robe by the chair."
She nodded her thanks and waited until he'd left before climbing out of the tub. She listened to the conversation as it developed into an argument for and against Roarhaven's involvement. She put on the robe, feeling it squelch against the mud covering her, and slipped her feet into the slippers. She was a little stiff as she walked through the curtain.
"The fact is," Skulduggery said, "we have nothing. No clues, no evidence. The only thing we know is that one of the people involved has the power to cloud memories. That's all."
Valkyrie looked at him. "Did we lose this one?"
"Of course not. We just didn't win it."
Ravel grabbed his coat.
"I have to go. Grand Mage Deuce needs to know what we know." "We don't know an awful lot," Skulduggery said.
"Then it's going to be a short meeting." Skulduggery and Valkyrie drove back to Haggard in glum silence. It was dark again. They'd spent practically an entire day recovering from their injuries. Valkyrie's parents were undoubtedly asleep by now, which meant she had missed her chance to spend Christmas Eve with them, and this put her in an even worse mood than before. That heartless, soulless reflection had been there instead, smiling its fake smile. She sank into her seat and glowered. "How are you?" Skulduggery asked. "Fine," she muttered. "You don't sound fine." "I'm as fine as could be expected, then, for someone who was in a fight in which one guy beat 4 of us at the same time and then got away." "We were the ones who fled, actually." "You didn't have to point that out. I could have done without you pointing that out. He killed Mar with a touch. We'd probably all be dead if he'd been paid to kill us." "That's a possibility." "I don't like the fact that there's someone out there who can do that." "We're not unstoppable, you know," said Skulduggery. "Sometimes we are." "Not tonight." "No, not tonight. I'm glad she's dead. That's probably really horrible, isn't it? But I am. I'm glad Mar is dead." "She killed a lot of people." "Is that it, then? Is it over?" "It appears to be. For now. Are you going to tell me what else is upsetting you?" "What? Nothing." He cocked his head, and she rolled her eyes. "Fine. I missed Christmas Eve with my parents. Happy? This is my last Christmas Eve as an only child, and I wanted to bask in my parents' love one final time." He sounded amused. "Oh, they're not going to stop loving you just because you have a new brother or sister." "You don't understand. When I was 7, Mum bought me a rabbit, Mr. Fluffy. For 2 weeks, Dad paid more attention to that rabbit than he did to me. He played with it, he took it on walks, he practically tucked it in at night. And that was a rabbit. Imagine what it's going to be like with a baby." "But after those 2 weeks, the novelty wore off. He was back to normal, wasn't he?" "I don't think it was because the novelty wore off. I think it was because he stood on Mr. Fluffy." "Pardon?" Valkyrie sighed, her head lolling back on the seat.
"He stepped on it, squished it, squashed it, killed it, cut it down in its prime. It kicked the bucket, turned up its toes, shuffled off this mortal coil. It was an ex-rabbit."
"He's a dangerous man, your father."
"The baby better learn to dodge."
The windshield wipers activated, and Valkyrie looked out at the swirling snow caught in the headlights.
"That's pretty," she said.
She lowered the window and stuck her head out, getting a freezing blast full in the face. She brought her head back in, slightly dazed. "Fun?" Skulduggery asked. She brushed the snowflakes from her hair.
"It lightened my mood. I still have tomorrow off, right?"
"That's our deal."
"No matter what happens, Christmas Day is off limits. It's a day for presents under the tree, turkey for dinner, and dozing off on the sofa while we watch Indiana Jones on TV."
"Sounds lovely."
"What are you going to do?"
"The same, except completely different." Valkyrie managed to smile.
"Oh, I love Christmas. I'll never understand anyone who doesn't."
Plenty of people don't enjoy Christmas. It can be a lonely time of the year."
"Oh, but it's when all the family gets together," she said, speaking too fast to stop herself.
Skulduggery dipped the headlights as a car passed in the opposite lane, then flicked them back up.
"Sorry,"
she said quietly. He turned to her slightly. "What for?"
"You know, the family thing."
"Oh," he said. "You mean because my family is dead?"
She winced. "Yeah."
"You know, I'd completely forgotten about all that until you brought it up." She stared at him, horrified. They passed a sign for Haggard. "I'm joking," he said at last.
"Oh, my God! That was mean."
"You shouldn't feel guilty about enjoying something that other people don't. Well, apart from torture, but that's probably the only exception. You love Christmas, and that's wonderful. Keep in mind that not everyone does, but don't let that take away from how you feel."
"Wow," she said. "It's like you're teaching me something and being all wise."
"You are not easy to get along with," Skulduggery said. They got to the pier in Haggard, and Valkyrie unbuckled her seatbelt.
"Tomorrow is off limits and everything, but
You're still going to drop by, aren't you?
Of course. I have to give you your present, don't I?
She grinned. Yes, you do. Merry Christmas, Skulduggery.
Merry Christmas, Valkyrie.
She got out and ran home through the snow. Chapter 19. Christmas morning at the Midnight Hotel. Anton Shudder knocked on the door to room 19 as he unlocked it. He waited a few moments, and then the door opened and the vampire looked out, wearing its human skin. "Good morning," Cain said. I'm sorry if I was loud last night."
Not at all, Shudder said. The walls are still sealed. No sound escapes.
"I'm afraid I broke some furniture. The chain snapped and, well, I'll pay for it, of course. Some of the walls are scratched, too."
We've discussed this. Snapping your chains or damaging the walls means nothing if you can't leave this room, and once I've locked this door, you don't even have the option. You're safe in there, and everyone else is safe out here. You are a guest at the Midnight Hotel. You have no need to apologize.
"Thank you. Where are we, by the way?"
Scotland.
"Are we scheduled to appear in Ireland today?"
In just under an hour. You have business there?
"Some,"
Cain said. I'll let you know when we arrive.
"Thank you, Mr. Shudder."
Shudder walked to the stairs, nodding to a guest coming the opposite way. He climbed to the second floor on his usual morning rounds. All but 2 of the rooms on this floor were occupied, but none of the guests were awake yet. He stopped outside room 24, as he always did, and tested the handle. It turned, but didn't open. Locked tight, as it always was. Satisfied, he returned to his office on the ground floor. He busied himself with paperwork, barely noticing the location shift. Had anyone been standing outside, they would have seen the Midnight Hotel suddenly come apart and then sink into the earth within the space of a few seconds. For those within the hotel, however, there was a slight tremor and nothing more. He reached for the phone and called the vampire's room as another tremor passed, and the hotel sprouted and grew in a wood just outside Dublin. He told Cain they'd arrived, and a minute later the vampire left the hotel. Shudder worked for another hour, then took the keys for the car he kept parked here and walked out. He needed supplies, food and cleaning materials. Also some new furniture for the vampire's room, and some decent chains. The forest was chilled as he passed through the trees. Twigs cracked dully under his weight, his steps tossing wet leaves from his path. He got to the clearing beside the road that acted as the hotel car park and stopped. A man lay unconscious on the ground in front of him. Despite the cold, he was only wearing jeans and a t-shirt. He had tattoos and piercings. Something caught Shudder's eye, and he turned just as the remnant flew at him. He stumbled back, tried in vain to stop it from prying his mouth open and slithering in. He gagged, throat bulging as the remnant forced its way down. Shudder fell to his knees, feeling it spread out inside him, rushing through his body, its darkness seeping into his bloodstream. The pain stopped. His fingers and toes were buzzing. Shudder got to his feet. He looked over at Finbar Wrong, who lay unconscious in the wet grass and leaves. He remembered being Finbar, and he remembered all the things he'd seen in the vision. Before Finbar, Shudder had been Ken Speckle Grouse, and before that, he'd spent a long time trapped in a room in the Midnight Hotel with all the other remnants. Shudder took the key from the chain around his forearm and walked back to the hotel to free his brothers and sisters. Chapter 20. 'Tis the Season. There had been a time, not too long ago,
when Christmas morning was a big deal. A morning when Stephanie Edgley would wake up and rush to her parents' room, practically dragging them out of bed. Her father would go downstairs first to check that Santa Claus was gone. When he gave the all-clear, Stephanie and her mother would hurry into the living room, and all three of them would dive under the tree, squealing with delight as each present was torn open. Her dad squealed the loudest for some reason, especially when he got packs of brand-new socks. Her dad loved new socks. It was almost disturbing how he looked forward to slipping each pair on. Her mother found each and every Christmas morning hilarious. Some of Valkyrie's fondest memories were of her mother doubled up with laughter upon receiving her gift from her husband. Like the year she'd been given a hammer. Valkyrie could still see her dad's face, proud that he had managed to get his wife a present without help from anyone, and then the look of puzzlement that crept over his features as his darling Melissa slowly collapsed to the carpet, laughing so hard she was completely silent. Valkyrie hadn't missed a Christmas day yet. With all the time she spent away from home, she felt it was important to spend this day with her family, doing normal Christmas things like a normal daughter. Skulduggery would usually drive up in the evening, and she'd slip out to meet him at the pier. They'd exchange presents as the sea crashed beside them. His presents were always much better than hers. Last year, she'd given him a mug with a picture of Betty, a neighbour's one-eyed mongrel, and officially Ireland's best-loved dog after she won a competition, printed on the side. Valkyrie feared she may have inherited her dad's dreadful present-buying prowess, but Skulduggery didn't seem to mind too much. For so long, she'd been an only child at Christmas, and it was fair to say that she'd been a little spoiled by it all. But the idea that next year she'd have a little brother or sister made her smile as she lay in bed thinking about it. Having a kid around to get excited, to whoop and squeal like she had done, would ensure that Christmas stayed as special as the ones she remembered. They'd have to alter the routine, of course. The kid would have to wake her first. Then they'd both wake their parents, drawing out the excitement, prolonging the anticipation. She couldn't wait. Her mother knocked on her door and peeped in. "Steph? Mum?" Immediately her mother broke out into a smile and came in. Her dressing gown closed over her round belly. "Happy Christmas, sweetheart," she said, sitting on the bed and leaning down to kiss Valkyrie's cheek. "Are you getting up?" Desmond got impatient. "He's downstairs, waiting to check that Santa is gone." Valkyrie chuckled. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I've just been lying here. Thinking heavy thoughts? Thinking about the baby we'll have around this time next year?" Her mum grinned, patting her bump. "Oh, it'll be fun, won't it? You promise you won't get jealous now?" "I think I can manage that." They heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, and her dad appeared in the doorway. "Hurry up," he whined. "Speaking of babies," her mum muttered. She heaved herself off the bed and walked over to him as Valkyrie threw off the covers. Even as they were flying from her, she remembered the massive bruises all over her body, and she yanked the covers back and held them tight against her. "Didn't see anything," her dad cried, his eyes squeezed shut. "Didn't see one little thing, not one." Valkyrie laughed as her mum shooed him away. His eyes still shut, he allowed himself to be manoeuvred through the door. "Please God," she heard him say, "let the next one be a boy." Once she heard them on the stairs, she let the covers fall and examined herself. The bruises were angry purple and yellow and blue, but they looked more painful than they felt. She pulled on a t-shirt and grabbed her dressing gown, rooted out her fluffy bunny slippers, and hurried downstairs, just in time to watch her father lunge into the living room. "He's gone," he proclaimed. "Santa Claus has gone. And he left me presents." Valkyrie got clothes and a little money and a new music device that was smaller than her thumb. She opened an envelope and a card slipped into her hand. She frowned at it. Gym membership? For a year, her mother said. It's the good place, beside the pavilions. They have a pool and a sauna, and you can take in one guest for free. And I really like saunas. And I really like pools, her dad smiled. Her mother looked at him. She can only take in one guest at a time. I know, so what's... Oh, you mean you. So, what am I going to do? You're a big boy, Des. You can make up your own mind. Maybe you can stand outside and listen to the splashing. I can listen to splashing in the bath, he pointed out somewhat sulkily. Excuse me, Valkyrie said. The gym? Why? Her mother shrugged and smiled. Oh, you're working out somewhere, so we thought, why not do your training where all the instructors know first aid and everything's clean and nice? I'm not working out, Mum. I play sports in school, that's all. What kind of sports? Her dad asked. Badminton? Rugby? Cage fighting? Just sports. I run a lot. And swim. The gym has a pool. Yes, Dad, I know. If you don't want it, that's no problem, her mum said, reaching out to take the card back. Valkyrie held it close to her chest. Oh, God, no, she laughed. I'm using this. Her parents smiled, turning to the next present on the pile, and Valkyrie wondered why she'd been so defensive. She was fine about accepting observations concerning her physique from sorcerers, from anyone in that part of her life, but apparently she wasn't so relaxed about it out here. Maybe she didn't want her family noticing how different she was. She liked the idea of blending in once she was home, of sinking into the background and becoming something unexceptional. Here, she wasn't a potential death-bringer. Here, she wasn't Darkus, the world killer. Here, she was Stephanie Edgley, daughter, schoolgirl, and soon-to-be big sister. In the weeks following the glimpse of her future self, she had hated the thought of getting older, of getting stronger. The older and stronger she got, the more like her future self she'd become. But when she had realized there was a way of sealing her name, of making sure she would never turn into the monster who would go on to kill her own parents, all that had changed. She was back in control, and looking forward to becoming more like Tanith, toned, streamlined, efficient. She didn't need a gym membership to do it either, but it was a nice gesture from her folks. It showed they were taking an interest without interfering. She appreciated that. They went visiting. At midday every Christmas, her mother's side of the family would meet up at Valkyrie's grandmother's house, over in Clontarf. Valkyrie used to dread this visit, but now she loved it. Her cousins were so much more interesting than they had been as children, and her aunts and uncles revealed personalities that all their head-patting and cheek-pinching had obscured over the years. Her Nana reminded her of a silver-haired Tasmanian devil, whirling from group to group, making sure everyone was enjoying themselves, or at least had a paper plate piled with food in their hands. Valkyrie chatted and laughed easily, feeling like a normal 16-year-old. After an hour of good times, it was time for the bad. They drove from her mother's side of the family back into Haggard, to her father's side. They found a parking space on the road outside and walked like condemned prisoners up the garden path to the front door. "Knock," said Valkyrie's mother. Her dad shook his head. "Don't want to. They're your family." "I can't knock. I have no hands." "Stephanie, would you be a good girl and knock on the door, please?" But Valkyrie was busy pretending she was deaf. Her mother sighed, said, "Fine," and raised her knuckles. She hesitated, her hand lowered. Would they miss us? She wondered. "They wouldn't," Valkyrie's dad said immediately. "It's probably packed in there," his wife continued. "It'd be pretty difficult to see anyone.
We could be in there an hour and not get through half of them. I doubt we'd even be noticed. We should go home and wait for the turkey to be ready. And then the door opened, and Beryl looked out at them, and any hopes of escape were dashed.
"Happy Christmas,"
Beryl said, her mouth twitching into a rigid smile.
"Won't you come in?"
Valkyrie let her parents go first, and trudged in after them. The heat in the living room was on full blast. That, and the hot air being emitted from the assembled guests, was probably eating a hole in the ozone layer. There were some edgeless here, but most of the crowd were Beryl's lot, the Mullins. They talked long and they talked loud, and Valkyrie guessed that half of the adults were already on their way to full drunkenness. She headed for a gap in the crowd near the Christmas tree, gaudily decorated in different coloured lights and streams of tinsel. It wasn't a particularly big tree, nor was it particularly nice. It was lopsided, lacking that ideal Christmas tree shape that her father always managed to find, no matter how late he left it. Carol and Crystal broke through the crowd, practically stumbling into her.
"Oh,"
said Carol.
"Ah,"
said Crystal. Perfect. "Merry Christmas," Valkyrie said. They responded in kind, with as much enthusiasm as Valkyrie had mustered. They had changed so much since the last time she'd seen them. They were almost 19, and Carol was heavier, looking like she'd been insulated and left to wander around on her own. Her dress was designed to seize as much of that extra weight as possible and shove it out in front. The result was possibly not what she had intended. Her twin had gone the other way. From what Valkyrie's mother had told her, Crystal had become obsessed with counting calories and flitted from one diet to the next, gradually getting skinnier and skinnier. She was close to losing all shape except straight. Carol was still bottle blonde. Crystal was a redhead, and neither looked healthy.
"You're looking well,"
Valkyrie lied. Carol nodded, and Crystal grunted, and Valkyrie prepared for the sarcastic comments to start flying. Instead, Carol sighed and said,
"Get anything nice?"
"Oh, mostly clothes. You?"
"Same. We got money too."
"Dad said he'll buy us a car," Crystal added.
"He says as soon as the economic climate picks up a little more."
"Right," Valkyrie said. "Can you drive?"
Like right now. No, but when we have the car, we'll have a reason to learn."
"Makes sense. How's college?"
"Boring,"
said Crystal.
"That's not too bad,"
said Carol. Valkyrie nodded. She hadn't a clue what to say. They'd never gone this long without flinging insults before. And then she saw it. The looks the twins were getting from their other cousins. She saw smirks and sneers right behind their backs. The twins were doing their best to ignore it all and concentrate on the one person who wasn't mocking them. Valkyrie felt a sudden and quite surprising need to protect them. So she plastered a big smile on her face and forced herself into conversation. She laughed and joked and basically acted like Carol and Crystal were the two most interesting people alive. It was quite a performance. When it was time to go, she said her goodbyes and hugged the twins, promising to meet up soon, and then she allowed herself to be dragged out of the house. Her parents stared at her as they walked to the car. "Do not ask," Valkyrie sighed. They got home, and she helped her mother with the turkey and ham and roast potatoes while her dad lit the fire. They sat down to Christmas dinner, pulled crackers, and told the awful jokes they found inside. Valkyrie was stuffed after dinner, so turned down the offer of Christmas cake. Her phone rang, and she walked into the kitchen as she answered.
"Is that Valkyrie?"
It was a woman's voice, sounding very distant, and the line crackled. "It is," Valkyrie said. "Who's this?"
"Nye is ready for you."
It was the Banshee. Valkyrie frowned.
What? Today? Yes, today. Now. But it's Christmas. Dr. Nye cleared his schedule for you. Unless you've... No, Valkyrie said quickly. No, that's okay. I can do it. Where do I go? You'll be picked up, said the Banshee. Where? Wherever you are. You have exactly 10 minutes.
The Banshee hung up. Valkyrie felt sick. Some advance warning would have been nice. It was bad enough she had to leave her parents on Christmas Day, but now this had to be the day she died. Granted, it wasn't permanent death. At least, she hoped it wasn't. All at once, she felt glad this was happening so suddenly. If she had time to consider all the possibilities, she might not go through with it. She walked back to her folks. They were sitting at the fire, talking. If something went wrong, if Nye killed her but was unable to revive her, this would be the last time she'd ever see them. She hugged her dad, and then went and hugged her mum.
Oh, thanks for a great Christmas, she said.
Oh, said her mum. You're welcome, love.
I'm going to lie down for a bit, she said. I think I ate too much.
That gym membership is really looking like a good idea now, eh? Her dad winked.
She smiled and left, and the moment she was out of the room, her smile disappeared. She had had a lot of practice at closing off the part of herself that felt sad about things like this. Now it came naturally, and she felt the wall go up and didn't stop it. She climbed the stairs to her bedroom and called Skulduggery. I can't meet up later, she said.
Oh, came his reply.
That's a pity. Yeah, there's a family thing on that we're all going to. Hopefully it won't happen every year, but I couldn't really say no.
Of course not. Well, maybe I'll drop by later tonight.
I'm not sure when I'll be back, Valkyrie said, feeling terrible all over again. How about if I'm back at a reasonable hour? I'll let you know, okay?
Sure, that's fine. Are you having a good day so far?
She swallowed. Oh, it's great. Everything's great.
Even your cousins?
Surprisingly, yes. I really have to go.
All right, then. Merry Christmas.
Skulduggery.
Yes?
Valkyrie hesitated, a jumble of words on her tongue. I'm really glad we're friends, she ended up saying.
Me too, Valkyrie.
Bye.
She called Fletcher and told him she couldn't see him. He wanted to know why he couldn't just pop over, present her with her gift, and vanish. She didn't tell him she didn't want to see him. She could lie about this on the phone, not face to face.
Fine,
he said, sounding annoyed.
I won't come over. But tomorrow, she said. I want to go out on a date.
You what?
A date. I think we should go out.
Go out where?
I want to go dancing.
His voice turned sceptical. Seriously?
There's a nightclub in Skerries that has a disco thing every Christmas for under-18s. I just want to have a good time with you. We never get to do normal things, and we're not going to live forever, you know. I think we should cram the normal stuff into our lives now, while we have the chance. You okay, Val? You're sounding pretty morbid. Will you take me dancing or not?
He gave an exaggerated sigh. Fine.
Also,
yes?
Tomorrow, I think you should meet my parents.
For the first time since she'd known him, Fletcher Wren was too stunned to speak. Valkyrie put the phone down, undressed, and touched the mirror. Her reflection stepped out, started putting on the clothes Valkyrie had just taken off, while Valkyrie donned her black outfit.
You're going to die,
the reflection said as it dressed.
I know,
Valkyrie replied, irritated.
You might never come back. You know what to do if that happens?
The reflection nodded.
Take over your life, be a good daughter, make sure our parents are happy." Valkyrie looked up.
"What did you say?"
"I'm sorry?" "You said, 'Make sure our parents are happy.'" "I said make sure your parents are happy."
"You said our."
"Oh, it must be another glitch. I was never meant to be used this much, as you know. Do you have any more instructions for me?" Valkyrie looked at it. It would be an absolutely perfect copy, except for the fact that she doubted her own face had ever looked quite so innocent. She put on her jacket and went over to open the window. "Just stay up here for half an hour." "Okay. Merry Christmas." Valkyrie slid out of the window and let herself fall. She landed gently and hurried away from the house. She went down to the pier, checked the time on her phone, and looked around for whoever it was who was picking her up. Valkyrie didn't like the fact that the Banshee apparently knew where she lived. Haggard was her safe place, her haven, and the times when her other life had encroached upon it disturbed her more than anything. Dusk had led a small army of the infected here. It was on this exact spot that she'd finally managed to lose them. Remus Crux had visited Haggard twice, the first time to arrest her, the second to try to kill her. Such invasions were unforgivable in her eyes. She heard hoofbeats and turned as the great black coach of ours materialized in front of her. "Oh, hell," she said. The headless horses swung around as they slowed. The driver, the Dullahan, gave a last tug of the reins, and the horses settled. Their bodies were sleek and muscled and beautiful. They were huge, their backs level with Valkyrie's eyes, and steam rose from them into the cold air. Their heads had been severed halfway up the neck, and now that she was close enough, Valkyrie could see that it hadn't been a clean cut. She saw nicks and tears and false starts, evidence of uneven sawing. The wounds hadn't healed over, but neither were they leaking blood. The Dullahan didn't climb down. He didn't even give any indication that he knew she was there. Could he see her? Could people without heads see? And then the carriage door opened, and a single, pale arm drifted out of the darkness within. The hand beckoned to her, the finger curling slowly. Valkyrie stepped forward on unsteady legs and reached up to take it. Chapter 21. Nigh. The hand was cold to her touch. Another reached out, taking gentle hold of her wrist. Another hand then, closing around her sleeve, and another, and with every hand that held her, Valkyrie was pulled just a little closer to the open door. She put a foot on the step and rose up off the ground, and there was a sound, like a sigh, as the hands guided her inside. Valkyrie's breath left her. Her lungs filled with cold. Her blood slowed in her veins as her heart stopped beating. She no longer felt the weight of her clothes against her skin. She sat back in the seat, a dead thing now, feeling nothing, and her mind became dull. There was no warmth in the carriage. 3 people sat opposite, looking at her with blank eyes. A part of her wondered briefly where all the others had gone. She had expected, after all, a carriage filled with the dead. But no, there were just these 3, and that idle curiosity faded from her mind before she could ask them any questions. She looked away. She didn't care what they were wearing or what they looked like. A man and 2 women, that's all she saw before she lost interest. The carriage trundled along uneven ground. The seats were red leather, but the colour was muted. She parted the black curtain with a hand so pale it was turning blue, and she looked at her reflection in the window and saw the face of a corpse, framed by dark hair. She took her hand away. the curtain falling back into place. She sat on the red leather seat, opposite the 3 dead people, and the dullness in her mind became a thick and heavy blanket that suffocated her thoughts in their infancy. And time did what time did. It passed. Valkyrie was gazing blankly at the shoe of a fellow passenger when she became aware of the carriage slowing to a stop. She dragged her gaze upwards, to the window, but the curtains were still drawn, and she felt no urge to part them now. The door to her right opened, and the 3 dead people left without speaking. Moving without energy, she followed them. They were in a warehouse of some sort. It was as cold here as it had been in the carriage. The Dullahan was waiting for her, and she followed him away from the others, into a room of tables. The head of a woman blinked at her from where it lay, on its side, beside a body separated from its limbs. Dead people, in various stages of dissection, hung from the walls on hooks and large iron nails. They looked at her as she passed, but made no sound. The Dullahan stopped before a creature wearing a grubby smock, its arms and legs impossibly long, hunched over a corpse on a table. It swivelled its head as Valkyrie approached. In the gap above the surgical mask and beneath the cap, she could see the oily pallor of its skin. Its eyelids were punctured with broken bits of black thread, and its pupils were small and yellow. It put away the knife it had been using to poke around inside the corpse, and pulled the mask down to its chin. It had a large scab where the nose ought to have been, and a mouth, like the eyes, that had once been sewn shut, but which now gaped at her with a smile like an open wound.
"I've been looking forward to this,"
it said, its voice high-pitched and breathless. It was impossible to tell whether this creature was male or female.
"Do you know who I am?"
Valkyrie nodded. "Your name is Nye." Her voice sounded odd to her.
"Indeed it is. I'm the only living thing in this place. Do you know what that makes me?"
It didn't wait for an answer.
"It makes me better than you."
Valkyrie didn't say anything. None of this mattered. Nye looked at the Dullahan, and annoyance flashed across its face.
"I know, damn it. I will. Well, I'm not going to deviate, am I? I learned my lesson."
Seemingly satisfied, the Dullahan turned and walked out.
"But just to be sure,"
Nye called after him,
"if she doesn't make it, I get to keep what's left. Yes?"
The Dullahan didn't slow down. Once he was gone, Nye stood up straight, its head nearly brushing against the lights hanging from the ceiling. It looked at her.
"You're here to get your true name sealed," it said. "It isn't easy, you know. Not many people ever find out what their true name is. So, people like me don't get a lot of practice doing what we have to do. What did the Banshee tell you?"
"She said I'd have to die," Valkyrie answered.
"Which you have already done."
Nye nodded.
"You died in the Kocho Bowers, and you'll be dead until you leave this place and life returns to you. Did she say anything else?"
"You'll need to operate." That open wound smile again.
"Yes, it's a delicate procedure, requiring me to carve 3 symbols onto your heart in an impossibly precise fashion. I would ask you if you are prepared to accept this risk, but I honestly don't care. The fact is, you're dead, and you're here, so your free will is a little compromised, isn't it? You're not thinking too clearly. Even if you changed your mind right now, I'd still go ahead with the operation. and you wouldn't be able to stop me. I haven't done this in years, so I'm mildly curious to find out if I can do it without killing you forever. Undress now, please."
No argument occurred to her, so Valkyrie did as she was told, while Nye wiped its instruments on old rags and laid them out on a small tray. When she was done, she lay on a table, and Nye strapped her wrists and ankles tight. It spat on the blade of its scalpel and looked down at her.
"The truly tragic thing about all of this," it said, "is that you won't feel any of the great pain I'm about to put you through."
Nye pressed the tip of the scalpel to Valkyrie's shoulder and slit her skin all the way to the breastbone. Blood, with no functioning engine to pump it, trickled lazily.
"This ought to be excruciating,"
Nye said, its voice straining with effort as it continued to cut down to her belly.
"If you were alive right now, you'd be screaming, begging me to stop. I'm going to be cracking open your rib cage in a minute, so that would definitely be sore."
Nye stood back, putting down the scalpel and shaking its hand loosely, like it was getting rid of a cramp.
"That wasn't easy," it told her. "You've got an impressive amount of muscle around the abdomen."
Valkyrie didn't want to see this, didn't want to see what Nye was doing to her. She tried telling it, but she possessed no energy to speak. Nye looked into her eyes, and its own eyes widened as if it understood.
"Oh my," it said suddenly. "Oh, you're quite right. I am being very unprofessional."
Nye took a moment to fix its surgical mask back over the lower half of its face.
"Hygiene is most important in the operating theatre. I'm terribly sorry."
Nye peeled the flaps of skin away from the chest wall, and Valkyrie looked down at herself as the flesh came apart as easily as a zipper being undone.
"Some people use an electric saw to get through the ribs,"
Nye continued,
"but I find it somewhat unsatisfying."
It held up large pruning shears, the kind Valkyrie would have found in the garden shed at home.
"And these are much more effective."
Valkyrie closed her eyes as Nye bent over her again. She heard a loud crack and looked around, craning her head, seeing all the dead people on the walls around her. None of them seemed to care about what was going on. There was another crack, and when she looked back at herself, Nye was lifting her sternum away from her body.
"Almost at the heart,"
Nye told her.
"Now, I am going to have to remove it so that I can carve in some symbols, which will take a little time. But I'm fairly confident that I can reattach all the necessary arteries and such afterwards. Heart surgery isn't brain surgery after all,"
it added with a chuckle.
"Little medical humour for you there."
It went back to work, and Valkyrie lay there, knowing she should be filled with pain, yet unable to escape the dullness that had settled over her mind. Nye lifted her heart from her chest and showed it to her.
"You'll forgive me if I don't make any jokes about how I've stolen your heart," it said. "I've used them all up on previous patients, I'm afraid. Rest assured, every last one of those jokes was suitably morbid and witty."
Valkyrie watched her heart being placed on a tray beside the pruning shears. Nye's yellow eyes narrowed as it smiled beneath its mask.
"There," it said. "That wasn't so bad now, was it? I didn't drop anything. I didn't nick the kidneys or put my thumb through a lung. The first part of this operation, I think you'll agree, has been a resounding success. And now it's time for supper.
Nye turned and walked away on its impossibly long legs, leaving Valkyrie strapped to the table. Chapter 22. Soul Searching. Nye returned an hour later and put Valkyrie's heart in a vice. She watched the vice being tightened, and a part of her mind started to scream, fearing the heart would burst. Nye's hand came away from the vice, and she relaxed, settling back into the dullness that death brought. Nye spoke to her while it held a scalpel over a flame, telling her about past glories, about the life it had had outside these rooms. The words meant nothing to Valkyrie, forgotten as soon as they reached her ears. Nye hunched over the vice and gently pressed the red-hot scalpel against her heart. A book lay open beside it, and before every stroke of the scalpel, Nye would consult the pages, measuring the length and breadth of the symbols detailed within, calculating depth. The scalpel went from her heart back to the flame, then to her heart. Again and again this process was repeated. Slight trails of smoke rose from the lines being carved. Valkyrie could hear the soft sizzle of the meat. An hour it took Nye to complete the first symbol. The second one, a simpler pattern, took half that time, but the third one took twice as long.
Once this heart is back inside you,
Nye said, yellow eyes fixed on its work,
and once it begins beating again, these symbols will inhabit you. Do you understand me? Do you understand anything I'm saying? The dead here are so dim-witted.
Valkyrie grunted.
Oh, good. You can understand me. When you walk out of here, you will own your true name, instead of your true name owning you. Armed with this knowledge, you can do great things. You could be the greatest sorcerer this world has ever seen.
Nye glanced at her.
Or you could be the most terrible.
The door opened, and Nye's eyes returned to the heart as the Dullahan strode in.
Almost finished,
Nye called.
I can't be rushed on things like this, you know. One wrong stroke, one part of a symbol too thin or too thick or too deep or too shallow, and it's not going to work. I am a professional, and I must not be hurried.
The Dullahan stood still, and Nye straightened up, uncoiling its long body.
Oh,
it said in response to whatever the Dullahan was silently saying.
Of course. No, I completely understand. Your duties take you elsewhere. You are a busy man after all. Have no fear. When the operation is complete, I shall send this girl on her way back to the land of the living. Of course not. I wouldn't dream of such a... Now, listen. As I've said before, those experiments are over, and you know that. That part of my life is behind me. I realize now that I was misguided, and I learned my lesson. Yes. Well, if you can't trust a surgeon, who can you trust?
Nye listened for another moment, then nodded gravely, and the Dullahan turned and strode out. The door closed behind him. Nye returned its attention to the heart and didn't speak for 15 minutes. Finally, it straightened up again.
Done,
it said.
And a splendid piece of work it is too, if I do say so.
It took the heart from the vice and showed it to Valkyrie.
You see the precision,
it said.
See the craftsmanship. China Sorrows herself could not have constructed these symbols any better. A work of art, don't you agree?
Nye pulled the surgical mask down off its face.
But I'm afraid I have a bit of bad news. The Dullahan has been called away. You may have heard me agreeing to look after you, to deliver you back to the living. But the bad news, the truly unfortunate and tragic news, is that I was lying the whole time."
Nye dropped the heart onto the tray beside the table, disturbing the instruments, making them jangle.
"No one will know you never left. I can hide you among the corpses here. You'll never be found. I'll tell the Dullahan, and I'll even tell the Banshee if she comes to investigate, that I waved goodbye and watched you leave. Who knows what could have happened to you after that? You could be lying in a ditch, for all we know."
Nye leaned down over Valkyrie, its face centimetres from her own.
"You're mine now," it said. "You've been delivered to me to help with my research. I know you have. All these corpses around you, all these dead people, and many more besides, they've all helped me. They've all tried, at least. But you, I have a good feeling about you."
It stalked off with great loping strides. Valkyrie turned her head to watch it.
"What do you know about the soul?"
it asked from the other side of the room, as it pulled a sheet off a large instrument cart.
"Not much, I'd wager, but you've undoubtedly seen it in different forms."
Nye pushed the cart over. Its wheels creaked, and the blades and saws and clips clattered.
"Ghosts, remnants, even gists are forms the soul can take, but none of them are its pure form."
The cart banged into the table. The blades were caked with old blood.
"The pure soul resides somewhere in the body, somewhere it can't be disturbed. I've narrowed it down to the likeliest places, but as yet I haven't found it. I do, however, feel like I am on the cusp of a breakthrough."
It picked up a long bread knife.
"I'm going to do you a favour. I'm going to dissect your brain last. That way, if I find your soul among your innards or inside your organs, you can at least partially share in my moment of glory."
Nye pulled the mask up over the scab of its nose.
"This is going to get messy."
Chapter 23. The Grave. The country roads started out plump and healthy, before narrowing as they came closer to Roarhaven, finally becoming little more than starving veins that twisted through a dead and frozen landscape. The town squatted between a stagnant lake of foul water, a few desiccated trees bordering its banks, and a hillside of frosted yellow grasses and gorse brush. The main street, if that's what it was, possessed a gnarled handful of shops and businesses necessary for survival. But this was not a town that attracted visitors. Roarhaven was the town where sorcerers lived. Tesseract parked his truck and moved through into the trailer. His whole life was in this trailer, firmly secured against the rigours of the road. Everything was held down by straps and buckles and bolts. The wall above the desk was lined with his metal masks. He took one down, one that had a frown over the eyes and a snarl carved below the nose. Sometimes he preferred the blank ones, but today he was feeling like he wanted some expression. He checked the needles around the edges, and when he was sure nothing was clogged, his hands went to the mask he was already wearing. There was a slight hiss as the needles retracted and the mask detached. He took it away and looked at his lumpy face in the small mirror. Every day the lumps were different. Sometimes his cheeks would bulge and his forehead swelled. Other times it would be his nose that would swell up and his chin that would jut out. Whatever way the lumps arranged themselves, he was always ugly. The masks made his skin pale and greasy, and the angry red wounds where the needles slid in, arranged in a border around his face, would weep with pus. Even as he was looking at himself, he saw his flesh begin to rot. He quickly pressed the new mask to his face, hearing the needles hiss as they slid into the wounds. He felt the rot stop and recede as the liquid contained in those needles did its job, saving his life for yet another day. He made slight adjustments to the straps and left the trailer. A woman was waiting for him outside, Cain. She led him up the hill on the east side of the town to where the torment was peering into a large hole that was being dug by a man named Graft. Tesseract gave the torment his report, keeping it short and succinct. The torment nodded.
"If you want me to continue,"
Tesseract said, once he'd finished,
"I'm sure we could come to an arrangement. A group rate, perhaps. Skulduggery Pleasant, Valkyrie Cain, Erskine Ravel, Tanith Law, Ghastly Bespoke, and the teleporter if you wish."
"We have plans to take care of them," the torment said with a wave of a hand. "Our contract with you is now complete."
Tesseract was disappointed, but didn't press the point. He was a professional after all.
"In that case, all that remains is my fee."
"Of course,"
the torment said, but he made no move to pay him. Something pricked Tesseract's skin, and he turned his hand as a tiny white spider scuttled into his sleeve. One of Madame Mist's, if his files were correct. Tesseract felt hot, and his tongue felt heavy.
"You were in a bar fight," the torment said. "There is nothing wrong with this, and you got the information you needed to complete your assignment. Unfortunately, the men you killed were citizens of Rawhaven."
Tesseract tried to reach for him, but his arm wouldn't move. He swayed on his feet, unsteady.
"I personally did not care for these men. They were irritants and braggarts. But if we are to control this town, we need to follow its rules. You took the lives of Rawhaven mages, so we take yours."
The torment walked away. Tesseract saw Cain out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't even move his head anymore. He felt her hand on his shoulder, and she gave a push. He toppled forward, into the hole, into the grave, landing in a twisted position, with his right ear pressed into the cold, wet earth.
"Okay,"
Cain's voice came from above him.
"Fill it in."
"There are 2 shovels,"
he heard Graft mutter. A rain of dirt pattered across Tesseract's back.
"I'm the brains,"
Cain responded.
"You're the brawn."
"The brains of what exactly? Digging a hole? They really entrusted you with a lot of responsibility, didn't they?"
Another shovelful of dirt came down, heavier than the last.
"They did, actually,"
Cain said.
"You think this is just digging a hole? Filling it in? It's not. This is disposing of evidence. If it was a simple hole-digging job, you'd have been able to take care of that yourself now, wouldn't you? You wouldn't need supervision."
"I don't need supervision," Kraft said. "I need someone using that second shovel."
Every last ounce of feeling was leaving Tesseract's body. It took all of his remaining strength to turn his head even the slightest fraction, but turn it he did, until he was looking straight down, his chin tucked into his chest. Then he could move no more.
"You know your problem," Cain was saying. "You complain too much."
The dirt came tumbling down on the back of Tesseract's head.
"No, I don't,"
said Graft.
"You do. You think you should be leading. You think the direct way is the only way. You have no idea about tactics or strategy." "It's a hole, Cain. What strategy is there other than dig it?
Carrion's voice turned smug.
Get someone else to dig it.
A few moments passed and Graft said,
I hate you.
Another shovelful of earth came down, and another, and their voices grew dull as they buried Tesseract alive. Chapter 24. The Dead Girl. Valkyrie lay in the semi-darkness. Nye wasn't there. Nye had left to go to bed. Valkyrie didn't care. She lay there in the semi-darkness with her heart outside her body. Her gaze drifted from the ceiling. The main lights were out, and only patches of the room were visible. The bodies on the walls were nothing but shapes. Her eyes took in their forms, took in the geometry of the room, took in the tables and carts. Then she closed her eyes, and when she opened them, Skulduggery was standing over her. "I'm here to rescue you," he said. He was dressed all in black. Even his shirt was black. "Can you understand me?" Valkyrie nodded. Hope blossomed, flowered. "Good," he said. "Remember when you rescued me from the Faceless Ones? You came in and dragged me out. I'm returning the favor, because that's what partners do." She waited for him to start unbuckling the straps holding her down. Instead, his head tilted. "Why are you here, by the way? This is an odd place to be." They didn't have time for this. Nye would be back soon. "Are you here for an operation?" Skulduggery asked. "Why would you need an operation? What's wrong with you? Why are you folded open like this? Why is your heart over there?"
Please,
she whispered. "Please? Please what? Please help you? Why would I help you? You're going to kill me." Valkyrie shook her head. This wasn't right. "No." "Yes, you are. You're going to kill me, Valkyrie. You're going to kill everyone. Why should I help you? Can either of you give me a reason?" Her parents were standing on the other side of the bed. She didn't know how they'd got there. "My Stephanie wouldn't kill anyone," her mum told Skulduggery. "My Stephanie would," her dad said sadly. Valkyrie's mouth was dry. "I'm stopping that from happening."
Can we take that chance?
Her mum said. She patted her belly, which was huge. "I've got another child on the way. A better child. Better than you. We can't risk you hurting it."
I think we should shoot her,
Valkyrie heard her own voice say. Her reflection was standing beside Skulduggery, dressed in the clothes Ghastly had made for Valkyrie, but they were all in pink.
Why do we need her? I can take her place.
This was wrong. This wasn't real. This didn't make sense. "But you can't do magic," Valkyrie's dad said.
I think that's a good thing, her reflection responded. Valkyrie can do magic, and she's going to kill the world if Skulduggery doesn't shoot her.
"Who's Valkyrie?" asked her dad.
"Stephanie," said the reflection.
"Oh," said her dad. "She's right," Skulduggery said, and took out his gun. "I'm going to have to shoot you, Valkyrie."
"Not real,"
Valkyrie mumbled. "I'm sorry." Valkyrie focused on a single spot on the ceiling above her. The harder she stared, the less defined the figures around her became. Her mother and father faded away. Her reflection slowly disappeared. Only Skulduggery remained. This was all in her head. "You're right," Skulduggery nodded. She ignored him, and the gun he was holding. "You can't ignore me forever," he pointed out, "and I'm not going to shoot you. Imaginary bullets are surprisingly ineffective against everything, really. I'm not going to come for you, you know. There is no one coming to rescue you. You got yourself into this mess, and it's up to you to get yourself out." Skulduggery holstered the gun and faded away, leaving Valkyrie alone again. No. She held on to it, that momentary hope that had spread through her. She caught it before it flitted away, and her mind returned to the dull state of non-being. How long had she lain here like this, without a thought entering her head? Even now it was a struggle to keep her mind remotely sharp. She needed to get free. She needed to escape. Her body was numb. She couldn't feel the air around her, or how the spaces connected. She clicked her fingers, and couldn't feel the spark. Couldn't focus enough to turn it into a flame. The necromancer ring was in her jacket, in the pile of clothes on the next table over. Magic wasn't going to save her. Not here. Nye had left its serrated bread knife on the table beside Valkyrie's knee, but it was too far to reach. The cart, on the other hand, was still in place beside her, and on it were all the instruments that had been used to cut her open and poke about inside. She strained against the strap that secured her left wrist, and her fingers stretched for the tip of the scalpel. She tapped it, lightly, and it moved, and she tapped it again, and suddenly it was within reach. She closed 2 fingertips around it, and slowly pulled it off the cart. But her numb fingers didn't have a good enough grip, and the scalpel fell to the floor. Anger flashed into her mind, and she kept it there, refusing to let it go, to allow the apathy to return. She reached for the cart itself, and shook it as best she could, trying to move some other blade closer. But the instruments only rattled and moved further away. She got a good grip on the edge of the cart and pulled it in an effort to tip it over. The cart tilted for a moment, then slipped from her grasp, clattering back to its 4 wheels and knocking against the big lamp Nye had been using as an overhead light. The lamp toppled, hitting the table and sliding along it on its way to the floor. Valkyrie made a grab for it. The lamp hit the ground, and Valkyrie looked down and realized she was holding the lamp's electrical cord. She had something. Now she needed to think clearly enough to figure out if it could be of any use. She pulled on the cord, then carefully inched her fingers back along it and pulled again. She repeated the exercise slowly, until there was a loop of cord moving across her belly. The loop found her other hand, and her movements became more confident. She pulled on that cord until it became taut, and then she pulled harder. She heard the plug being yanked from its socket. Then she pulled it across the floor. It got caught twice, probably on the legs of tables, but Valkyrie managed to loosen it and kept pulling. She didn't know how long it took, how many seconds or minutes. All she concentrated on was the task. And then the plug was in her hand. She let it go, let it hang on a long piece of cord down by the table. She started to rotate her wrist. The plug swung in a wide circle. Before she released it, she made sure that the slack was wrapped around her other hand. Then she let go, and the plug rose through the air and hit her leg. She pulled it back. It touched against the bread knife, then fell off the edge of the table. Valkyrie gathered it back in her hand, swung it again, and released it a second time. The plug landed behind the bread knife, and when she pulled it, the bread knife moved a little before the plug slipped over. She tried a third time, and missed completely. The fourth time, the bread knife moved closer to her hand. It took 8 swings until the bread knife was in her hand. She held the handle so that the blade was pressing into the strap on her wrist. She started sawing. At first, the serrated edge caught on the strap, and every movement was an uncoordinated jerk. But then the blade found purchase, and Valkyrie found her rhythm, and she started to cut through the strap. Her eyes wandered as she cut, her gaze drifting from the walls to the ceiling, becoming transfixed by a low-wattage bulb at the far end of the room. In the gloom, it was as bright as the sun. She looked at the bulb. The bulb flickered, and Valkyrie frowned, unable to remember how long she'd spent looking at it. She dragged her eyes away and looked down at her hand. She still held the bread knife, but she was no longer cutting. She snarled, the anger flaring and driving back the dullness. She focused on the blade and the strap. Nothing else mattered. There was nothing else in the world, only this blade and this strap. And then the blade cut through the strap, and her hand was free. Valkyrie dropped the bread knife and reached across to undo the strap on her right hand. Both hands loose, she pushed herself into a sitting position and reached down to undo the ankle restraints. And then she was free. Moving slowly, she swung her legs off the table and stood. There was a table nearby, stacked full of bandages. She took a roll and wrapped it around her torso, around and around, then walked unsteadily to her pile of clothes. She dressed slowly, feeling no sense of comfort or relief. She took out her phone, but could get no signal. Valkyrie went to the door and opened it, moving into the corridor beyond. This wasn't how she had come in, but she walked on nonetheless. All she wanted was to get out. She didn't care how. She passed a room where every blade ever forged hung on rusty nails, and another room containing nothing but heads in jars that gaped at her as she passed. A third room was empty, the walls splashed with blood. She got to a large hall, reached the door on the other side, then stopped. Her heart. She had forgotten her heart, and all the other things Nye had removed from her. Valkyrie turned, and something caught her eye, and she looked up. Nye lay sleeping in a hammock high above her, its arms and legs dangling down. She looked at all the pulleys and ropes and levers, but didn't wonder about the process Nye went through to raise itself off the ground every night. She heard the surgeon snore. Moving quietly, she retraced her steps, passing the rooms with the blood and the heads and the blades, and stepped back into the operating theatre. She took her heart and her sternum and put them in a bag she found in the corner, and then she left by the other door. She emerged into the warehouse, where she had first stepped down from the carriage. The dead stood around, barely looking at her as she passed between them.
"Where do you think you're going?"
Valkyrie turned as Nye ducked through the doorway.
"You think you're going to escape?"
it asked, walking over. It was still wearing the smock, but not the mask or the cap. Thick veins pulsed against the pale skin at its temples.
"You can't escape, you stupid girl. You're dead. In here, as in the Dullahan's carriage, you enjoy an untroubled existence. You're one of the dead things. But outside of these walls is life. You set one foot outside, you collapse. Blood spurts, and your body caves in. You're carrying your heart around in a refuse bag, for God's sake. What did you think was going to happen?"
"Let me go," Valkyrie said, her tongue thick in her mouth.
"No," said Nye. "Get back on the table. I'm not finished with you." "Fix me, then," she said.
Nye's ruined mouth jerked into a surprised smile.
"I'm sorry. What? You're giving me orders? Is that it? Is that what you're doing?"
She nodded.
"You don't give me orders!"
Nye screeched, and it was in front of her before she even realized it had moved. The back of its hand swooped down and caught the side of her face. The force of the impact sent her stumbling, but she felt no pain.
"I'm in charge here!"
Nye yelled and kicked her. Valkyrie rolled across the ground, and the bag was snatched from her grasp.
"We'll see how many orders you give once your heart has been incinerated."
The surgeon spat and turned to stalk back to the door. Valkyrie pushed herself up and reached out, but elemental magic was still closed off to her. A thought flashed into her mind, and she plunged her hand into her jacket pocket, sliding the ring onto her finger. Shadows coiled around her, and a great wave of darkness smashed into Nye and took it off its feet. The surgeon squealed in fear, and Valkyrie slammed the wave to the floor. Nye struck the hard ground and bounced slightly. Valkyrie went to walk around him, but, like an eager servant, the shadow swept her up. She touched down beside Nye, and it scrambled up, tried to run. She was vaguely aware of an intent to simply stop him from fleeing, and then suddenly the shadows wrapped themselves around Nye's right leg, its long right leg, and wrenched. Nye screamed as its legs snapped in a dozen places, and it fell to the ground.
"Please," it called. You don't know what you're doing."
The shadows played with Valkyrie's hair.
"That's necromancy,"
Nye yelled.
"But you're dead. It's death magic wielded by a dead person. You don't know what you're doing. You can't control it. You're not strong enough. Please, don't kill me."
"Fix me," Valkyrie said.
"I will,"
Nye cried, tears streaming down its face.
But my leg is broken. Let me mend it, and then I'll—"
"Fix me now," Valkyrie said without emotion, "or I'll let the shadows kill you." Nye nodded quickly.
Yes, of course. Just get you back to the table and—"
"No straps," said Valkyrie. "Nothing tying me down. You do this, or you die." Chapter 25. Dirt. Surviving the poisoning wasn't the hard part. Tesseract had survived poisonings before. The fluids that his mask injected into his skin were designed to bolster his immunity and his natural and unnatural defences, mainly against the rotting disease that cursed him, but also, as a happy side effect, any other diseases, afflictions, and poisons he happened to encounter on his travels. So the poisoning hadn't really troubled him for more than a few minutes. The being buried alive part, however, was more of a reason to worry. He had made a small air pocket for himself, giving him a little more time to shake off the poison's effects. When the feeling returned to his limbs, he tried to heave himself up, but the weight of the earth was just too much. The hole was, at the most, 1.5 meters deep. That meant that all he had to do was stand up, and he'd be out. Standing up, however, was not as easy as it had once been. His fingers scrabbled at the dirt, digging upwards slowly. He managed to get them reasonably far up before realizing that all he had achieved was to put himself in an even more uncomfortable position. He lifted his body, straining against the weight, and kicked his legs. Loose earth shifted beneath him as he moved his right knee slowly. Moving the second one was more difficult, but he managed it. Now both knees were beneath him. His face was still pressed to the bottom of the grave, and his arms were somewhere above. If he died down here and was dug up in hundreds of years' time, he had a feeling the archaeologists would be puzzling over what exactly he had been doing upon his ridiculous death. Tesseract took a deep breath, the last of the oxygen, and raised his head. His legs were burning, his back muscles screaming at him, and he felt like every tendon in his neck was about to snap. He pushed upwards, forcing his body straighter, his hands clawing at the freezing dirt. The fingers of his left hand suddenly felt no resistance. He pulled himself up, his right hand breaking through now, and then he felt air on his scalp, and all at once his head was free. He gasped, sucking in air through his mask and blinking the dirt away from his eyes. His vision was blurry, but he was relatively sure he was alone. The way his luck had been going lately, he wouldn't have been at all surprised to find Carrion and Graft standing here, still arguing. A little more effort was required to climb out of the grave, and then Tesseract sprawled on the sodden grass, his vision clearing as he looked up at the sky so grey It could have been made from slate. He was just thankful to be looking up at any kind of sky at all. Slate grey, he decided, was a particularly beautiful shade of grey. He got to his feet. There was cold clay in his clothes, down his back, down his trousers, in his mask. He brushed off what he could, shook out what he was able, but there was no denying the fact that it still felt like he had just crawled out of his own grave. He looked down the hill, at the town and the lake and the sanctuary. He didn't take it personally. He was a hired killer, after all. It would be pretty hypocritical to take a murder attempt personally after everything he had done. But that was no reason to let them live. Graft, from what he could remember from his files, lived just off Roarhaven's main street. Tesseract found him in a small house, freshly emerged from the shower, and killed him while he begged for his life. Carrion worked directly for the Torment, though, so she would have returned to the sanctuary. Tesseract entered without being seen. Everyone was too busy setting it up for business to bother guarding the entrance. After 15 minutes of sneaking around, he heard the Torment's voice, and followed it through the long corridors. He peered round a corner, saw the Torment and 3 other children of the Spider. Madam Mist, a young woman called Portia, and a young man called Psyche. Carrion trailed behind at a respectful distance. The Spider people were talking among themselves. Tesseract had encountered Portia before, but had only heard stories about Mist, and had only ever seen a blurred photograph of Psyche. He didn't know much about them, though, and that made him uneasy. The Torment led his brethren through a heavy set of double doors, and gestured at Carrion, dismissing her. She bowed, waited until the doors were shut, and walked towards Tesseract. He stepped back into the shadows to watch her pass, then followed. When they were far enough out of earshot, he made himself known by reaching down and tapping her leg. She screeched as it bent back on itself, and she crumpled to the ground. "Hello, Carrion," Tesseract said, walking around so she could see him.
"My leg!"
she cried. He had never worked out why some people liked to name the parts of them that had broken.
"Please don't kill me."
He knew what was coming next. Tales of woe and then begging, interspersed with logic and reason.
"The Torment ordered it. I was following orders. Please don't kill me. I have a family."
"And yet, I'm going to kill you anyway." She lunged at him, but he reached down and caved in her head with a touch.
"You are not an easy man to kill."
Slowly, Tesseract turned to face the Torment, who stood with Madam Mist at his side. He heard movement behind him, and didn't have to glance back to know that Portia and Psyche were closing in to trap him.
"You shouldn't have tried to cheat me," Tesseract said. "I would have returned home, and we would never have crossed paths again. Instead, we are where we are. You understand. I cannot let you live."
"You speak as though you hold the upper hand. There are 4 of us."
"Being outnumbered means very little to me. You will still die, one by one."
The Torment vomited blackness that splashed to the ground and became spiders, as big as rats. Tesseract kicked one away from him, stomped on another, and backed away as thousands of smaller spiders, tiny spiders, spilled towards him like water. They flowed from the folds of Madam Mist's long dress, scrambling over her body, in and out of her clothes, crawling up her neck and disappearing behind her veil. He heard blades being unsheathed and spun to dodge the first swipe of Psyche's twin daggers. He tried to grab him, but Psyche was fast, faster than anyone Tesseract had ever seen. The blades flashed again, and Tesseract stumbled. He stepped on a mass of spiders, and they crunched beneath him. One of the big spiders scuttled up his leg, digging its talons in as it came. Tesseract snarled and looked down. Psyche was young and inexperienced and unimaginative, and he took the bait. When he sprang, Tesseract caught him and hurled him into the wall. Psyche kept him at bay by vomiting, like the torment had. The inky blackness coalesced, formed spiders, not as big as the torments, but definitely getting there. Tesseract backed away again. Too many damn spiders. Portia came for him. Like Psyche, she had a way to go in her studies, but the fact that she wasn't able to complete the full transformation to spider made her look even more fearsome. She had grown to twice her size, with black armour covering her chest and back. 4 extra arms sprouted from her elongated torso, each tipped with claws, but it was Portia's face that was the most terrifying. Her fine-boned features had disappeared, replaced by a mouth that was a gaping hole filled with fangs that dripped venom. 8 black eyes were grouped around her head. Tesseract dodged as she attacked. Spiders were crawling all over him. Their poison was in his system and making him clumsy. He should have run when he'd had the chance. He looked up to see Psyche plunging a dagger at his chest. He blocked, fingers closing around Psyche's wrist. The bones there broke, and Tesseract took the dagger and slammed an elbow into Psyche's face. He kicked him, and the younger man went down, falling on thousands of spiders. Tesseract used him as a springboard to leap onto Portia. He held on as she tried to dislodge him, then slipped the dagger between her armour plates. He dropped to the ground as she reared back, shrieking. Something flitted to her face and clung there, something black. Tesseract turned, saw Anton shudder striding through the corridor, remnants swirling around him. One of those foul black things crawled into Psyche's mouth, and the young man gagged and choked. Barely aware of the torment and mist already fleeing, Tesseract knew it was too late for him to make his escape. So he leaped forward, to Shudder, kicking him to drive him back. Shudder smiled and reached for him, and Tesseract seized his arm and broke the bones. Shudder hissed in pain and stepped back. "You've damaged me," he said. Then the remnant darted out of his mouth to Tesseract's mask, and for a moment Tesseract couldn't see anything. It squirmed in through the eye holes, and he felt it cold on his face, sliding down. He glimpsed another remnant attaching itself to Shudder's unconscious form. Waste not, want not. And then he fell to his knees. The remnant found his mouth, and Tesseract gagged as it forced its way in. Chapter 26. The Truth. Valkyrie stepped into the sunlight, and she was alive again. She rubbed her eyes, as if she was awakening from a long sleep. Feeling flooded through her. Emotion. Sensation. The cold air forced the grogginess from her mind, which began to sharpen as the world came into focus around her. She was in the docklands. The weak sun was directly overhead. It was midday.
"You haven't fallen apart,"
Nye said. Valkyrie turned. Nye stood inside the warehouse, where everything was grey and lethargic. She looked at the line she had crossed as she moved from dead to living, a line where the gloom of the warehouse was beaten back by the vivid clarity of life.
"I've done a good job,"
Nye nodded, more to itself than to her.
"And it wasn't easy, what with the pressure I was under. But I did it. I'm one of the few who could."
"How many more like me do you have in there?" Valkyrie asked.
"Like you."
"People who aren't supposed to be there."
"None,"
it said, shaking its head.
"Everyone else was delivered by the Dullahan according to the rules. The Dullahan always follows the rules. He makes sure I do too."
"Sometimes he messes up. You were going to keep me." Nye smiled.
"Can't blame me for trying, eh? But all's well. You're walking, talking, living, breathing, and not falling apart. And your true name is sealed. It wasn't easy, but I knew if anyone could do it, I could."
Valkyrie reckoned she ought to do something, But she couldn't think what. Arrest him? Punch him? Threaten him? She decided to go with threatening. "I'll be keeping an eye on you," she said. "If I ever hear of you trying anything like that again, I'll come back and drag you out of there." Nye nodded. "Yes, yes. You're very frightening. Better run along and play now. Grown-ups have work to do." It smiled, and the warehouse door slid closed. Valkyrie glowered. She should have gone with option 2. She hailed a taxi. She was halfway home before she thought to check that she had any money, but thankfully she found some cash in her back pocket. The driver listened to the radio all the way to Haggard, and Valkyrie watched the world pass. She got out at the pier, hurried to her house, and rose to her window. She slipped her fingers through the crack, opened it, and climbed in. Her room was empty, the reflection elsewhere. Valkyrie was glad. She looked around and realized she was smiling. It was good to be home. It was good to be alive and safe and home, and it was good to know that she wasn't going to become a monster who would murder the world. That was particularly comforting. She heard someone coming up the stairs and recognized her own footsteps. The reflection opened the door, not looking the least bit startled to see her. "Your parents have gone out," it said, and Valkyrie wondered if it had said "your" simply to reassure her that its earlier mistake would not be repeated. "Do you want to resume your life?" Valkyrie shook her head. "I just want to take a shower and eat something. Then I'll be heading out again." "I'll stay up here then, shall I?" Valkyrie remembered, in her hallucination, the reflection encouraging Skulduggery to shoot her. "Yeah, you do that." She went downstairs, grabbed a plate of leftover turkey and a glass of milk, while she turned on her phone. Messages popped up. 3 missed calls. She cringed and called Skulduggery to apologize for sleeping in. He sounded bemused, but told her he was on his way, and he'd be there in half an hour. Valkyrie ate more turkey and drank more milk, then took a shower. As she stood under the spray, she ran her hand along her chest, not detecting the faintest trace of any scar. Nye was good. Its skills might even be comparable to Ken Speckle's, and she reckoned their bedside manners were roughly the same too. She dressed, grabbed the present she had wrapped for Skulduggery, and climbed out of the window without even glancing back at her reflection. She walked to the pier, wondering if she should tell Skulduggery what she had done. Now that the danger was over, now that the future was changed, could she share this secret she had had to keep for 5 months? He'd understand why she hadn't said anything. If anyone would understand, he would. She reached the pier. The Bentley was already parked, and Skulduggery stood beside it, looking out at the sea that thundered against concrete and rock. He had brown eyes today, and thin lips, same cheekbones and jaw, and the same waxy skin. His hat was cocked at its usual angle. Valkyrie marvelled at the way it tended to stay on, no matter how hard the wind was blowing. Then she realized he was probably manipulating the air around his head. Sneaky and stylish. The perfect combination. She held out her hands. "Present." He looked at her. "You're not getting your present." Valkyrie frowned. "What? Why not?" "Because it was a Christmas present. It's not Christmas anymore." "Of course it is. There's 12 whole days of Christmas." "They don't count." "Yes, they do." "The 12 days are merely to let people know when it's time to take down their tasteless decorations. It's St. Stephen's Day today, and I didn't get you a St. Stephen's Day present." The wind whipped her hair in front of her face. But that's not fair. I have your present." "Can I have it?" "No, you can't." "Why not?" "Why do you think?" "Because you won't give me mine." "Ah, that's just mean." "How can you consider that mean when you started it?" "I'm not giving you your present because I just don't give Christmas presents after Christmas. I don't see the point."
But you have no such policy, and so no such excuse. The only reason that I can see that you won't give me my present is because of sheer bitterness. You're just being mean.
Valkyrie glared. Fine, here's your present. She took it from her jacket and threw it to him. He examined the wrapping.
It's a fairly distinctive shape, she grunted. I'm not entirely sure I need to unwrap it. I think I can guess what it is.
Good for you.
Valkyrie, is it a hairbrush?
She jabbed a finger at him. Yes, see? That's a thoughtful gift. You haven't needed a hairbrush in hundreds of years, but you do now. Sometimes, anyway.
Yes, but you got me a hairbrush for Christmas.
It works on 2 levels. It's thoughtful and amusing. The present you gave me works on no levels, because you didn't give me a present. Don't you dare complain. Skulduggery hesitated, then put the gift in his pocket.
It's a very thoughtful and amusing present, Valkyrie. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can we get in the car now? It's really cold.
Did you have a nice Christmas?
Sure.
How did your family event last night go?
Fine.
Do you think it will become an annual tradition?
Nope.
Okay then, Skulduggery said.
Valkyrie nodded. Let's go.
She moved to the Bentley, then looked back at him. His arms were folded.
You're not moving.
We are hurtling through space at a rate of 390 kilometers per second, Valkyrie. I would hardly call that not moving.
Then we are not moving to the car, she sighed.
This is true.
And why are we not moving to the car, Skulduggery?
Because, he said.
Because what?
He looked around to make sure there was no one watching, and let his face flow away. Once he was back to his usual skeleton self, he continued. Because I am waiting for you to tell me what is going on. You've been keeping something from me, and that ends now.
Oh.
Ordinarily, of course, I would respect your privacy, but—
No, you wouldn't.
Sorry?
You wouldn't respect my privacy.
Yes, I would.
Skulduggery, you never respect my privacy.
I do so all the time. Just last week I respected your privacy.
What was I doing?
Well, you weren't around.
That makes almost no sense.
But it does make a bit of sense, which is all I need. As I was saying, ordinarily I wouldn't ask, but whatever you're keeping from me is interfering with your work. You are my partner after all.
Okay, she said. I'll tell you. I was going to tell you anyway, eventually. But before I do, I've already sorted everything out. I solved the problem, so keep that in mind when I tell you this. Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Valkyrie took a deep breath.
Are you ready?
I am.
You're sure?
Quite sure.
Okay, so I'll tell you. Here I go. Skulduggery.
Yes, Valkyrie.
I don't know how to say this.
She swallowed.
I'm Darkus.
Immediately, she felt better.
Immediately, she felt cleaner and lighter and back to her old self.
She found herself smiling. Right, Skulduggery said.
Yep.
You're Darkus.
That's it.
In what way?
What do you mean, what way?
You're Darkus in a metaphorical way? We all have evil in our hearts. We're all Darkus sort of way?
No, Valkyrie said slowly. I mean, I'm Darkus in a literal, I'm Darkus sort of way.
His head tilted. So, you're Darkus?
Yes.
The same Darkus who's going to kill everyone?
That's me.
The same Darkus who killed your parents?
Apparently so.
And how have you reached this conclusion?
Remember years ago, when you were fighting Sir Pine and the Book of Names fell, I caught a glimpse of my true name, so quick it didn't even register, but When I heard the name Darkes a few months ago, I knew I'd heard it somewhere before, and that's where. It's mine."
"I see," Skulduggery said. "How long have you known?"
"Roughly since we first heard about her, after the sanctuary was destroyed."
"And you've kept it to yourself?"
"Until now."
"Why didn't you tell me this before?"
"I wanted to take care of it."
"Have you?"
"I wouldn't be telling you all this if I hadn't. Darkes will not be making an appearance for the foreseeable ever. The world is safe."
"How did you manage that?"
"I'll tell you," Valkyrie said, "but first you tell me what you think happens. Why do I kill everyone? Or why would I have if I hadn't just, stopped me?"
"The likeliest scenario would be that someone learns who you are and uses your true name to control you."
"Exactly. So that's taken care of."
"How?"
"I sealed my name. I spoke to a few people, tracked down some other people, figured it out and implemented my plan all on my own. Are you proud of me?"
"Who did it?"
"Did what?"
Skulduggery cocked his head. "Who sealed your name?"
"It doesn't matter."
"Ken Speckle couldn't have done it. Something like that would take years of research and trial and error, even for him."
"It doesn't matter, okay? It's done. My heart was taken out, the little symbols were drawn on, and I was stitched back together."
"By whom?"
"I don't want to talk about it."
"You said you'd tell me."
"I said I'd tell you what I've been up to lately. I didn't say I'd give you this person's name."
"There's only a handful of possibilities."
"Skulduggery, drop it."
"You should have told me," he said. "I could have made sure it was safe."
"Don't worry about it."
"You had your heart removed from your body," he said sternly. "You were dead."
"You're dead all the time, and you're fine."
"Who did it?"
"I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about the person who did it. I just—"
"Person," Skulduggery said. "You keep saying person, not he or she. Is it in an effort to further protect the identity, or is it an it?"
"I don't know what you're—"
His voice turned hard. "Dr. Nye."
"What does it matter?" she blurted. "Okay, fine, it was Nye. So what? It did its job, and now I'm back home, and everything's grand."
"Nye's a sick, twisted, evil freak, Valkyrie. You're lucky you came back. You're very, very lucky."
"I know,"
she said quietly, and looked away. "You should have told me. You should have trusted me. You should have—" He stopped and went silent. And then he said, "Never mind." She looked up.
"What?"
"You were scared. I understand. You didn't know how I'd react."
"Well, yeah."
He stepped towards her, and his hand went to her shoulder. "That was a mistake," he said gently. "I'm not going to judge you, Valkyrie. I'd never judge you." Suddenly she felt like crying.
"I'm sorry I didn't tell you."
What a burden it must have been. You're very brave for facing it alone.
"Thank you,"
she mumbled. "Amazingly, astonishingly stupid, but brave." She cracked a smile.
"Yeah."
"Very foolish is what I'm getting at."
"I can see that."
"Thick, basically. Just thick. Dumb as a bag of hammers. Not too bright there, Valkyrie."
"You can really stop complimenting me now." Skulduggery pulled her gently into a hug and patted her back.
"You brainless moron. You simple-minded cretin. You're a half-wit, a dimwit, an imbecile. You're sharp as a marble, thick as a ditch, not the sharpest knife nor the brightest crayon, and not the brightest bulb. You just fell off the turnip truck. The wheel is turning, but the hamster is dead." She laughed into his chest.
"Please stop talking."
He pulled away from her. "In future, you tell me if you think there's even the slightest chance you might be responsible for Armageddon. Agreed?"
"Agreed."
He hesitated,
And you know, of course, that you might be wrong.
About what?
About what makes you become Darkess. We don't know what triggers it. We're only guessing someone tries to control you.
So, basically, even though I've just sealed my true name, that doesn't mean I won't turn? Yeah, I've thought of that. I don't believe it, but I've thought of it.
Okay, he said, and nodded. Just wanted to make sure. He turned back to the Bentley and opened the door. I knew you were keeping something from me, he said. I didn't think it was quite so big, though.
Valkyrie smiled. What did you think it was?
It seems laughably insignificant now.
Let's hear it.
Okay, I thought you were going to tell me that there was something going on between you and Cain. You know what? I actually think I'm relieved. Skulduggery chuckled and got in behind the wheel. Valkyrie turned away so he wouldn't see her smile drop and got in the other side.
Where to?
She asked as she buckled her seatbelt. Someone told Tesseract where I lived. I spent all of yesterday asking questions, and I finally found who the culprit is.
Do I know him?
Yes, you do.
Are we going to track him down?
Yes, we are.
Am I going to enjoy it?
Immensely. Chapter 27. Back with Finbar. Finbar Rong was curled up in the corner, with the wooden shutters on the windows closed. It was dark, and the place was quiet. Reith had been forced to break the lock to get into the tattoo parlour. He had moved quietly through the ground floor, then came upstairs, cane in hand. He didn't know what use necromancy would be against a remnant in its true form, but it was better than nothing. He'd spotted Finbar the moment he'd stepped in, and he'd been watching the psychic rock back and forward with his head down for 3 minutes. Every now and then, Finbar would mutter something. Reith was now using his cane only to lean on. The remnant wasn't here anymore.
"Finbar,"
Reith said. He got a mumble in reply. He repeated himself, louder this time, and Finbar looked up.
"Who's that?"
Finbar asked.
"Solomon Reith. You know me?"
Finbar nodded.
"I know you, yeah. You're a necromancer."
"That's right."
"What do you want? I'm very—"
Finbar stood up and straightened his t-shirt.
"I'm very busy."
The sign on the door said closed. Finbar shook his head.
"Never trust the door. They'll always lie to you. Mr. Reith, I don't want to be rude to someone as scary as you, but I don't tattoo necromancers. It's a policy I have, that I came up with just there."
"Finbar, what do you remember about the last few days?" Finbar frowned.
"Why do you ask? The fact that you asked means there's something I obviously don't remember. What is it?"
"What do you remember?"
"I remember. I had a vision of something. A person. Dressed all in black."
"Yes. Do you remember their face?"
It's hazy. Yes, I do."
"Who was it?" asked Reith. "Who did you see?" Finbar's eyes widened.
"I saw you."
"What?"
"I saw you coming in here and threatening me and doing something."
Reith sighed. "That was 2 days ago."
"It was."
"You had that vision 2 days ago, so you sent your wife and child away and waited around to see if I'd turn up."
"And here you are,"
Finbar said dramatically. "Actually, this is my second visit. I was here 2 days ago, and I'm here again." Finbar frowned.
"Did I hit you with a cushion?"
"So, you do remember. Do you remember anything about what you did afterwards?"
"Why should I tell you?"
"Believe it or not, Finbar, I'm here to help. I think Valkyrie Cain is in danger, and if you can remember what happened to you over the past 2 days, I hope to be able to stop something bad from happening to her. Finbar looked at him, like he was trying to make up his mind whether to trust him or not. Surprisingly, he decided to give it a go.
I remembered this morning, he said. Or maybe it was yesterday. I locked the door and came up here. I think I've been to the toilet a few times and had some tea.
And before that?
I don't know. It's hazy. I think I was in a forest. I woke up and there were all these trees and I started walking. I'm not sure. I've been having these awful headaches.
What forest?
Don't know. I walked out and someone stopped to give me a lift. I couldn't see straight. The headaches, you know. I'm seeing stuff.
Visions?
Or nightmares. Can't tell. I think something went wrong with me, in my head like.
Reith had no way of knowing if the damage the remnant had done was permanent. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. He looked at this skinny man with the tattoos and the crumpled t-shirt and felt sorry for him. "What are you seeing?" he asked.
I really don't know. It's too confused. It's not nice. I'll tell you that much. What kind of danger?
I'm sorry?
What kind of danger is Valkyrie in?
I don't know yet. I want to find out more before I tell her, though.
You should talk to the Skullman about it,
said Finbar. Yes, Reith said. Maybe I will. Finbar, thanks for your help. And I'm sorry about the headaches.
Me too.
Reith left him and walked down the stairs. But when he opened the door, there was something waiting for him. Chapter 28. The Z-Word. Nobody likes zombies. That was the lesson Valkyrie was learning. They'd been scouring the city, looking for Scapegrace and Thrasher, and everyone they talked to made a face whenever the Z-Word was mentioned. Noses were wrinkled in disgust, like the word brought with it a bad smell. Those who knew anything in the slightest, were more than happy to share that information. Nobody clammed up, nobody refused to answer questions, and nobody demanded anything in return. Zombies, it seemed, were not afforded the same street code as other criminals and killers.
I know them,
a notoriously tight-lipped sorcerer named Tar had said.
One of them talks big, and the other one agrees with everything he says. They the two you're looking for? Yeah, I know them. They're living out of a refrigerated truck that's got 2 flat tires. It's parked a couple of streets over.
They found the truck where Tar said it would be. As they approached, they saw 2 men walking towards them from the other direction. When the men saw them, they stopped, spun, and proceeded to slip and slide on the icy pavement in a manic effort to get away. Skulduggery and Valkyrie strolled up to them. "Hello, Vorian," Skulduggery said. Spinning around again, and barely managing to stay on his feet, Scapegrace glared.
Why are you after us? We haven't done anything wrong.
You're zombies.
But we haven't killed anyone.
Yes, you have.
Recently. We haven't killed anyone recently.
You told Tesseract where Skulduggery's house was, Valkyrie said. Scapegrace shook his head.
No, we didn't.
6 sorcerers were killed in a Dublin bar, said Skulduggery, 3 nights ago. The one witness we found who would talk said that a big man in a metal mask took them apart, and afterwards he spoke with a pathetic little zombie who cowered and wailed. That was you, am I right?
No,
Scapegrace said. He pointed at Thrasher, who was grabbing a lamppost and pulling himself up off the ground.
It was him.
Oh, Thrasher said. We've let you wander around, Skulduggery said, because we reasoned that you're not that big a threat. We didn't think you'd be too eager to recruit more members, not after your little horde went crazy the last time. But now you've proven yourself to be a nuisance the world could do without.
"Spare my master," Thrasher wailed. "End my life, but leave my master alone, I beg of you."
I agree with him,
Scapegrace said. Thrasher jumped between Skulduggery and Scapegrace.
"Master, run! I'll hold them off."
You couldn't hold off a sneeze,
Scapegrace muttered.
"But I'll die trying."
Thrasher lunged at Skulduggery, who pushed him towards Valkyrie, who stepped sideways and tripped him as he passed.
"Okay,"
Scapegrace said nervously.
"How about a deal?"
Skulduggery took out his gun. What could you possibly offer us?
"Information."
About what?
"About things. Things on the street. Secret things. Dark things."
Such as?
"Well, I don't know any right now. I mean, we'd have to go undercover for you. We'd be your spies, going places you could never go."
I don't really think you'd be very good at that, said Skulduggery.
Okay then. How about you making us your backup? You could have a secret army of zombies.
There are only 2 of you.
You could have a secret zombie duo as your backup, ready at any moment to respond to your call. We could be part of your team, saving the world, beating the bad guys.
I think you'd probably betray us, or just be useless.
Oh, we wouldn't be, I promise.
Scapegrace looked like he was going to start crying.
Please, you can't kill me.
Skulduggery raised the gun. You're already dead.
Not really, not properly dead. I can still do things, I can still think.
You won't even know what's happened.
But I want to stay. I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry for all the bad things I've done. Valkyrie, I'm sorry for trying to kill you all those times. Please, don't let him do this.
He looked at her with his dull eyes, his burnt face slack and rotting, and for a moment he reminded her of a dead dog by the side of the road. Skulduggery, she said, we can't kill him. Skulduggery's gun hand didn't waver. And why not? Look at him. It would be different if he was attacking us, but he's not. Scapegrace held up his hands.
See, I'm not attacking anyone, and neither is Thrasher. Are you, Thrasher?
Thrasher sat up.
I think I bit off a piece of my tongue.
We don't want to hurt anyone,
Scapegrace said.
We just want to be normal again. I want to live. I want to be alive.
Skulduggery lowered the gun, but didn't put it away. Impossible.
No, not impossible. There's a doctor who can help us, Cain Speckle-Grouse.
And why do you think Cain Speckle can help you?
Draylen Scarab talked about him. He said he was the best in the world. If anyone can help us, he can. Do you know him? Do you think he would help us? Could you set up an appointment?
You really want to change?
Yes, God, yes. I hate being like this. I just want another chance.
Please,
Thrasher said.
It's Christmas.
He has a point, said Valkyrie. Skulduggery looked at her. It's Christmas is not an argument. It's not a reason. It's just a statement of the obvious. But this is the season of forgiveness. Skulduggery holstered his gun. Fine. You want us to take these 2 to Professor Grouse? We'll take them. If he can't do anything for them, we destroy their brains. Agreed? Agreed.
I'm not sure I like that,
Scapegrace murmured. Valkyrie smiled. I don't care. Thrasher yelped in anguish as a piece of his ear was cut off. Cain Speckle muttered something, probably telling him not to be a baby, as he carefully laid the piece of ear on a petri dish. Valkyrie stood outside, looking in through the transparent door. Cain Speckle turned to Scapegrace.
Sit up on the bed,
he ordered, his voice coming through the speaker on the corridor wall. Scapegrace did what he was told, but as the scalpel moved towards his left ear, the ear fell off. Scapegrace looked embarrassed. Cain Speckle examined the ear.
Is this glue?
Scapegrace nodded, a little sheepishly.
And these small holes here, piercings?
Staples.
Ken Speckle sighed, put the ear on a second petri dish, and left the room. The door slid shut behind him. He joined Valkyrie.
Well, she asked, can you cure them?
I don't know yet. Theoretically, yes. Zombies were an accident, much like champagne and penicillin, but much less welcome. Necromancers weren't working on a way to turn people into shambling pieces of unintelligent rot.
"Hey," said Scapegrace from the other room.
They were trying to return the dead to full life. This is as far as they got. Not complete and utter failure, but look at them. They're not exactly a roaring success either.
"I resent that," Scapegrace said.
The question is, can I take what the necromancers have done and go further? Can I complete the resurrection with my own brand of science magic? That's what intrigues me. Then, there are the variables. Can I reverse the decomposition? Can I return the body to its natural state? Can I reverse brain death?
My brain isn't dead,
Scapegrace said angrily.
It's sleeping.
Altogether a fascinating proposition. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Valkyrie.
My pleasure. I'd keep this door locked, though, if I were you.
I intend to.
Scapegrace jumped off the bed, looking startled.
What? What was that? I've got to stay in the same room as him!
Thrasher did his best not to look wounded.
This will not do,
Scapegrace insisted.
We are not prisoners. We are guests, and as such, I demand separate rooms.
You are my patients, Ken Speckle said, and you will do what I tell you. Mr. Scapegrace, how much time had passed from the moment you were brought back as a zombie to the moment you infected Gerald here?
His name is Thrasher.
I refuse to call him that. How long, Mr. Scapegrace?
I don't know,
Scapegrace scowled.
2 hours. Maybe 3.
He jabbed a finger at Thrasher.
And you, don't get used to being called that ridiculous name.
Thrasher hung his head.
3 hours, Ken Speckle murmured.
Why is that important? Valkyrie asked.
It very possibly isn't important in the slightest. But as usual, I have my theories, and now seems to be an excellent time to test them.
Scapegrace stalked up to the door.
Concentrate on curing me, okay? That's the only reason we came to you. That's your only purpose. Drop everything and focus on bringing me back to life.
Valkyrie raised an eyebrow at him.
Before anything important falls off?
Scapegrace glared, and Thrasher cleared his throat and looked down at his shoes.
And what about you?
Ken Speckle asked, glancing at Valkyrie.
How are you going to spend the rest of the day while I conduct tests on dead people? Are you going to be fighting? Running? Chasing?
Dancing, she said with a smile. I'm going to be dancing. Chapter 29. Her Guardian Angel. He could still taste her blood. He ran his tongue over his lips, liking the way it electrified his whole body. It was as if he had a pulse again, a working heart that beat in his chest. It was as if he was alive. Cain watched Valkyrie with her family through the window of their kitchen. He watched her talk and smile and laugh. He was in love with that part of her, the part she didn't allow him to see. When they were together, her guard was up. She was always careful around him, always wary. But here, at home, she could relax. She could drop the act. She could be herself. He doubted even Skulduggery Pleasant got to see this side of Valkyrie Cain. He doubted even the great skeleton detective knew this part of her. Cain sat back against the wooden fence of the garden. Finding her had been easy. Now that he had tasted her blood, there was no way she could go, and that he couldn't follow. There were many aspects to being a vampire that he hated, but even he had to admit sometimes his predatory abilities came in useful. Because of them, Valkyrie would never again be alone during the day. While the sun was up, she would always be protected, always watched over. She didn't know it yet, but he was her new guardian angel. The only thing left for him to do was to find a way to be around her at night, when the monster within showed its face. Even his love wasn't strong enough to protect her from that. Since he had tasted her blood, in fact, the monster had got stronger, more ferocious. In a frenzy, it had torn apart his room in the Midnight Hotel, which was undoubtedly why Anton Shudder had abandoned him. The day before, he had returned to find that the hotel had already moved on without him. He didn't blame Shudder. The only part which surprised him was the fact that it had taken so long. Cain had barely made it to his emergency cage by nightfall, and he'd shackled himself up just as he felt the monster emerging, just in time. He didn't like to think what would happen if he'd been too slow. His mind, robbed of its reason and superficial humanity, would have focused on Valkyrie, and Valkyrie alone. Cain knew he would never forgive himself if he harmed her in any way. It was getting late. The sun would be down soon, and night would swoop in. His insides tearing, he forced himself to his feet. He took one last look at Valkyrie through the window, and jumped the fence. Chapter 30. Meet the Parents. Valkyrie smudged her mascara and stormed away from the mirror, cursing. She hated makeup. She hated the fact that she had to wear makeup. Her dress was fantastic, her hair was glossy, her shoes had actual heels. So why did she need makeup? She was going for the bare minimum, but she had still managed to almost poke herself in the eye 3 times already. Growling, she returned to the mirror to finish the job. Finally, she was done. Her phone rang. "Hey," said Fletcher. "You ready?" Valkyrie looked at herself in the mirror. Presentable. "Yes," she said. "Cool, I'll be there now. Don't teleport." He paused. "What?" "Fletch, you can't teleport into my room. This is a date. You knock on the front door. You meet my parents." "You were serious about that?" "Oh, yes. I've told them about you. You are my boyfriend. We've been going out for 3 weeks. You used to go to my school, where you were 2 years ahead of me. You've just started college. You're studying economics." "Economics? Val, I know nothing about economics." "Neither do my parents. It'll be fine. Your folks are separated, and you live with your dad, somewhere not too close to here. You're taking me to an under-18s disco. Say no more about it than that." "Oh, I really don't know about this. Val, parents don't like me when they first meet me." "Fletch, nobody likes you when they first meet you. You're incredibly annoying, remember?" "Oh, yeah. Knock on the front door in a few minutes." "How many minutes?" Valkyrie sighed. "I don't know. Surprise me." She hung up, put her phone in her purse, hung the purse off her shoulder, and went downstairs. Her parents were in the living room, watching TV. The Christmas tree was all lit up, the fire was roaring, and the mantelpiece was filled with cards. Her dad frowned at what she was wearing. "It's a little black dress," she told him. "It's a little too little," he frowned back. "And where's the rest of it? I can see your knees." "Don't be a prude," his wife said from where she was sitting. She was far too comfortable and pregnant to get up. "Steph, you look lovely. Tell her she looks lovely, Des." "Stephanie, you look lovely. I do think the knees are a bit much, though." "Dad?" "Des?" "I'm just expressing an opinion, that's all.
Personally, I think knees should be kept for the 8th or 9th date, or the wedding day, as a nice surprise, you know. Oh, my darling, you have knees. I never would have thought.
The doorbell rang, and Valkyrie's dad barred the way out of the room.
"Sorry, Stephanie," he said, hiking up his trousers, "but it is a father's duty to open the door to the first boyfriend. You stay here with your mother and talk about knitting patterns. If I approve of him, and like the cut of his jib, we may even adjourn to my study for brandy and cigars."
"You don't have a study."
"I mean, obviously, the downstairs toilet."
"And do you even know what a jib is?"
"Of course I do," he said defensively. "It's a hairstyle of some description."
"No, it's one of the sails on a ship."
"And how do you know that?"
Valkyrie shrugged. "It's just one of the things I know."
"Well, just for that piece of showing off, young lady, you get to wait here while I interrogate your gentleman caller."
And he was gone. Valkyrie looked back at her mum, who smiled and shrugged. "Let him have his fun," she said. Valkyrie strained to hear what was being said out in the hall, but all she could pick up were mumbles. She had a terrifying image of her father and Fletcher standing there mumbling and looking down at their shoes. But then she heard the front door close, and footsteps approached. Her father led the way in.
"His hair is huge!" he exclaimed.
Fletcher followed him in, looking sheepish but cute in dark jeans and a black shirt.
"Look," her dad continued, pointing. "It's just sticking up at odd angles, like a demented porcupine."
"Stop teasing," Valkyrie's mum said, clambering to her feet. She shook Fletcher's hand. "Your hair looks wonderful, Fletcher. I'm Melissa, and this is Desmond." Her dad glared.
"I told him he should call me Mr. Edgley."
"Oh, don't mind him, Fletcher. You can call him Des."
"Stop undermining my authority."
"Sorry, dear. You say something now."
"Thank you."
Her father peered at Fletcher through narrowed eyes.
"What are your intentions towards my daughter, then? I hope you don't think you're going to be holding her hand or anything. Just because her knees are visible does not mean she is the kind of girl to hold the hand of a strange-haired boy on their first date."
"No, sir," Fletcher said. "Not at all."
"Where are you planning to take her?"
"A dance, sir."
"And yet you brought no flowers? No heart-shaped box of chocolates? It's been a few years since I was on a date, Fletcher, as you can see by my wife." "Aye. But I still remember the rules. A bouquet of flowers and a box of chocolates. Every girl loves them."
"I don't like bouquets of flowers," Valkyrie said.
"Every girl, apart from my daughter, naturally."
"I wouldn't have minded the chocolates, though."
"Hear that, Fletcher?"
"Oh, Des," Valkyrie's mother sighed. "Would you please leave the poor boy alone?" "Fletcher, Stephanie tells us you're in college. How's that going?" "Really well," Fletcher said, trying to smile. "I'm doing economics. That's the study of the economy. I love it." "Which college?" "Which college do you go to?" Fletcher nodded. "Yes." "I'm sorry?" "Oh," Fletcher said, and laughed. Valkyrie's parents looked at Fletcher in near bewilderment. Fletcher looked back at them in total bewilderment. Valkyrie shook her head. "He's not good with first impressions," she said sadly. "He doesn't know what he's saying. We should go before he starts to dribble. Fletcher, I expect you have the taxi waiting outside?" Yes?" "Perfect. Mother, Father, he's not a total idiot. Please believe that. Fletcher, let's go." She led the way out, and Fletcher followed.
"You're going to need a jacket,"
her dad called after them. "I'll be fine," she called back, and then stepped outside and gasped at the cold, but kept walking. Fletcher hurried to keep up. "That went well," he said. "The moment we're out of sight," said Valkyrie. "Teleport." A gust of freezing wind tore in across the sea, and Valkyrie fought to keep her dress from flying up around her waist. She wasn't used to dresses. She stepped out of the queue to see how much further they had to go, and groaned. There were a lot of people waiting to get into shenanigans, the #1 night spot in Haggard's neighbouring coastal town. Valkyrie wasn't sure, but she had a suspicion it was also the only night spot in Haggard's neighbouring coastal town, which wasn't much to brag about. According to her mother, it had once been an amusement arcade, out here on the tip of the peninsula, practically on the stony beach itself, back before the advent of home computers and games consoles. It had closed down, been extensively remodelled, and reopened as a pub, then a nightclub, then both. Now, finally, it was a nightclub again. A 2-story den of loud music, smoke machines, and flashing lights. The place had changed owners more times than it had changed names. Valkyrie's parents used to take her here as a child. She played on the rocks with the smell of the fishing boats coming in with their haul. Tonight, however, the tide was in, and the fishing boats bobbed on the waves, and all she could smell was the sea. She glanced at Fletcher, saw him visibly straining against his own irritation. He hated queues. Getting where he wanted to be instantly was as much a part of his life these days as breathing, and he really resented having to wait in line with other people. The wind was getting stronger, threatening to mess her hair. She moved her hand discreetly, diverting the gusts around her. Standing in a bubble of calm, Valkyrie hoped nobody would notice that her hair was now still and her dress was staying down. Thankfully, they all seemed to be far too busy shivering. They reached the front of the queue and passed in through the doors, into the warmth, just before the doorman announced that the club was full. Fletcher turned to her and she grinned, kissed him, then took his hand and led the way to the dance floor. Chapter 31. The First Wave. Ghastly parted the blinds and looked out onto the quiet street. Still dark, still empty, still glistening. "You look like you're waiting for someone," Ravel said from behind him. "Anyone I know?"
"I'm just looking, Erskine."
Ravel took a sip from his mug of tea. "You know who I'd like to meet again? Tesseract. And this time we'd be ready for him." Skulduggery, not bothering to lift his gaze from his newspaper, said, "I wouldn't be too eager for a rematch if I were you." Ghastly lifted a swatch of material to a small table and sat at the sewing machine.
"It's been a while since I faced anyone that good. It was only a few seconds, but it was enough."
Ravel smiled. "Oh, you boys have lost your sense of adventure. There was a time when we'd have raced headlong into something like this."
"We're not young men anymore."
"Be honest, though. Doesn't the thought of the dead men getting back together fill you with a dangerous kind of glee?" "The dead men aren't getting back together," Skulduggery said. "It's just us, sitting around at Christmas, because we've got nothing else to do." Ghastly pressed his foot to the pedal. The low whir of the machine caught his thoughts and settled them. He was always calmer when working.
"Besides, I don't go looking for fights anymore, especially against people like Tesseract. I have responsibilities now. I have this shop, and you two are going to have to grow up sooner or later, you know. People expect a certain level of maturity from elders."
There was the sound of fingers digging into newspaper. "Do not joke about that, Bespoke," Skulduggery said. Ghastly smiled as he fed the sleeve of the jacket through the machine, making minute adjustments as it went.
"You haven't changed your mind about taking it on?"
"I think I would be a horrifically bad choice. Maybe Caraval can be convinced to ask someone who is less controversial than I am. China, perhaps." "Oh, everyone would love that," Ravel laughed. "A founding member of the Diablerie and a devout follower of the Faceless Ones. Ex-follower. That will make such a difference to the people with long memories." Ravel sat back. Then he said, "Your friend Tanith is an interesting girl." Ghastly hissed as the sleeve bunched up under the needle. He corrected the mistake and nodded. "That she is." "How long have you known her?" "A few years," Skulduggery said. "Not long."
Bliss brought her in to help out against Serpine. She's been a good friend to Valkyrie, and a good ally to the rest of us. And you, Erskine, are to stay away from her." Ravel laughed. "And why is that?" He looked at Skulduggery, and Skulduggery tilted his head, but said nothing. Ravel's smile died away, and he glanced over at Ghastly. "Oh," he said. Right, sorry." Ghastly raised an eyebrow.
Sorry about what?
Nothing at all. Tanith's great, but she's not my type. I mean, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with her. She's amazing, but, not for me, basically. For someone else, though, I'd say she'd be, perfect. If someone else liked her." Ghastly concentrated on sewing, and Ravel changed the subject pretty fast. "I was thinking, actually, about this council thing. Maybe it won't be so bad. It could be a new start for everyone. New council, new sanctuary, the slate wiped clean. I think it's time you had a clean slate, Skulduggery." Skulduggery folded the newspaper and put it down. "Meaning what?" Ravel hesitated. Whatever burden it is you're carrying around, whatever you did during the war that was so terrible, maybe it's time you let it go. It might be good for you. To reclaim your family crest. Sooner or later, you'll have to forgive yourself and move on." Skulduggery was silent for a moment. "Is that so?" Ghastly stopped sewing.
"I agree with Erskine. The fact is, I think Valkyrie might be your way to do just that. I think she's a good influence on you, to be honest. She makes you a better person."
"You didn't always see it that way. She told me about the vision your mother had, about Valkyrie and myself fighting side by side, and falling."
"And the world falls with you,"
Ghastly said.
"I think my mother was the first sensitive to foresee the arrival of Darkus, but I don't think that future will happen. Not anymore. The two of you, together, are strong enough to change what's to come."
"You sound uncharacteristically optimistic, Ghastly."
"It's Christmas. I'm allowed my optimism."
Someone knocked on the door, and Ghastly got up to answer it. Ravel smiled. "Who could that be, I wonder? Who would venture out on such a cold, unforgiving night as this? A certain young Englishwoman, perhaps?" Ghastly glared at him.
"Do not say anything."
Not a word. Ghastly opened the door, but instead of the shapely figure of Tanith Lowe, he was greeted with the portly figure of Carival Deuce.
"Grand Mage,"
Ghastly said, slightly dismayed.
"Don't sound so bloody enthusiastic,"
Carival sighed, shuffling by him.
"Oh, it's nice and warm in here. Hello, lads."
Skulduggery and Ravel stood. "What's wrong?" Skulduggery asked. Carival laughed.
"Why must something be wrong? Can I not visit old colleagues without some dastardly ulterior motive? It's the holiday season, for God's sake."
Ravel frowned. "So, there's nothing wrong?"
"Nothing. You can relax now. That's an order."
Carival picked up a wooden chair, brought it closer to the others.
"So, what's going on? 3 old friends sharing war stories, is that it? No ladies? No other company?"
"Just us,"
Ghastly said.
"Not ideal," said Carival, "but it'll do."
Carival slammed the chair into Ghastly's back. The skylight exploded in a shower of broken glass, and Solomon Reith dropped down into the shop at the same time as the door crashed open, and Anton Shudder strode in. Ravel charged at Reith, and Skulduggery went for Shudder. Carival's lips were black, and dark veins spread beneath his skin. He pushed at the air, and Ghastly was lifted off his feet. He hit the wall, breaking shelves. Shudder was holding his right arm like it was broken, but his gist was darker and more furious than ever. It flew at Skulduggery, and he barely had time to dive out of its path. Tackling the gist itself was futile. The only way to fight Shudder was to take the fight directly to him. Shudder clicked his fingers and hurled a fireball, but the gist swooped down to intercept.
At the other end of the shop, Ravel was doing his best to avoid the sharpened shadows that Wreath was firing at him. He sent the necromancer stumbling with a wave of air, then lunged, trying to wrestle the Cain from his grip. Ghastly dived and rolled to avoid another wall of air, and he came up beside Caraval and swung a punch that would have felled someone twice his size. But Caraval merely grunted, and Ghastly was reminded of his mercifully short fight against Tesseract, an enemy who did not seem to feel pain. Caraval hit him, and the world spun. Ghastly fell back. The gist screeched as Skulduggery reached for one of the massive rolls of fabric that Ghastly kept along the wall and yanked it out. The fabric, a very expensive deep red, unspooled with a rumble, and the gist flew straight into it and became tangled. Before it could shred its way clear, Skulduggery used the air to fling himself at Shudder. He got behind him, wrapped an arm around his throat, and tightened. The gist shrieked as it was pulled back into Shudder's chest. Ghastly snapped his palm at the air, and Caraval hurtled backwards. He looked over at Ravel, who had taken Wreath's cane and was using it to beat the necromancer senseless. There was movement at the broken skylight, and a remnant flitted down, attaching itself to Ravel's face. Ravel jerked away and fell to his knees. Ghastly ran to help, but it was too late. Black veins were already spreading across Ravel's skin.
"Skulduggery!"
Ghastly shouted.
"We have to go!"
He turned to the door as Tesseract walked through. Skulduggery grabbed Ghastly. "Hold on," he said, and they flew upwards, up through the skylight and into the cold night air. Chapter 32. Shenanigans. Shenanigans was packed. Valkyrie and Fletcher went up to the second floor, where there were huge mirrors on one side, perhaps in an effort to convince the dancers that the dance floor was bigger than it was. The mirrors were a distraction. Fletcher kept glancing at his reflection as he danced, checking his hair. Valkyrie didn't laugh at his vanity, though. She took a few glances at the mirrors herself, just to make sure she looked as good as she reckoned she did. There were 2 steps leading down to the dance floor. No alcohol was being served, but even so, 3 people had already stepped off them without realizing they were there and fallen flat on their faces. Valkyrie remained amused by the whole thing. They danced and laughed and talked loudly over the music, and then Fletcher went to the bar to get her a Coke. Valkyrie stood by the edge of the dance floor, and a boy approached. He was Fletcher's age, with brown hair cut short and a nice smile. "Hi," he said. Valkyrie gave him a polite smile back. "Hi." He leaned in so he could be heard. "Can I buy you a drink?" She shook her head. "My boyfriend's getting me one." "That's your boyfriend?" She nodded. "He's a lucky guy." She smiled again. "Name's Owen. What's yours?" "Valkyrie," she answered. "Sorry?" She blinked. "Stephanie," she said loudly. "My name is Stephanie. Hi, Owen. How are you?" "Oh, I'm good," Owen said. "I've been watching you all night." Valkyrie nodded again and leaned in. "Yeah, that's a little creepy." He laughed. "I was wondering if I could have your phone number." "I've got a boyfriend, Owen." "I've got a girlfriend, Stephanie. That doesn't mean you can't give me your number." "Very true," she said, patting his arm. "It just means I won't." Valkyrie slipped by him and didn't look back. She pushed her way into the crowd, eventually breaking through. She went straight to the ladies' toilets. For once, there wasn't a line of girls waiting to get in, but Valkyrie still had to wait a minute for a cubicle to become empty. She stepped in and locked the door behind her. The music was muted in here, enough to hear the chatter of the girls around her. When she finished, she undid the latch on the door and went to the sinks to wash her hands and check her makeup. Not one smudge. Whenever she felt like the dancing was about to result in perspiration, Valkyrie and those around her would suddenly be caught in a mysterious but welcome blast of cool air. Magic was astoundingly handy at times. A crowd of girls came in behind her, and she turned to leave, but they blocked her path. "That's my fella you're chatting up," the first one said, a pretty blonde with an ugly sneer and too much makeup. Valkyrie stepped back. "I'm not chatting up anyone," she said. "I'm here with my boyfriend." The blonde's three friends closed in around her, girls in low tops and short skirts and high heels. Valkyrie recognised one of them from school, but didn't know her name. "Looked like you were chatting him up to me," the blonde said, her head tilting with the attitude of someone who's starting a fight. "You're talking about Owen?" Valkyrie asked. "We had a very short chat, that's all. I have no interest in him, if that's what you're worried about." The blonde jabbed a finger into Valkyrie's chest. "Do I look like I'm worried? You think I'm scared he'll go with you, do you?" Valkyrie smiled patiently. "I like how you do your makeup. Do you use a brush or just dip your head in the bucket?" The blonde's head shot forward. Valkyrie managed to turn her face just in time and got a whack into the cheekbone instead of a broken nose. She stumbled back against the sinks as all four girls came at her. Two of them grabbed her hair, and she cried out as she was pulled forward. She fell to her knees, and the blonde, she was pretty sure it was the blonde, slammed a kick into her ribs. The breath left her body. They were all around her, cursing her, kicking her, not letting her up. The blonde kicked her again, and Valkyrie blocked it, held it, and with her other hand she scooped the blonde's supporting leg from under her. The blonde screeched as she fell, taking one of her friends with her. Valkyrie reared back, driving the point of her elbow into the muscle of another girl's thigh. The fourth girl, now temporarily alone, stood back as Valkyrie got up. Valkyrie punched her, hard across the jaw, and she went down. Valkyrie held her ribs, struggling to breathe. Kicks like that would have been easily absorbed by Ghastly's clothes, if she'd been wearing them. But she wasn't wearing them. She was in a nightclub toilet, fighting in a dress that was too damn short. The girl Valkyrie had hit in the thigh flung herself at her. Valkyrie deflected the fingernails that were aimed at her face and gave her a shove, and the girl's head cracked into the wall. The blonde and her one remaining friend were on their feet now. Valkyrie ducked under a swipe, and her fist sank into the friend's soft belly. She wrapped an arm around the girl's waist and flipped her over her hip. The blonde was struck by her mate's flailing legs and staggered back against the closed door of a cubicle. Valkyrie faced the blonde, surrounded by the sobbing, groaning forms of her other attackers. She slipped off her right shoe. Fury distorting her face, the blonde launched herself forward, and Valkyrie's bare foot hit her square in the chest and drove her back. The cubicle door crashed open, the blonde landing on the terrified girl within. "Sorry," Valkyrie called. She put her shoe back on and grimaced as pain shot through her ribs. The light flickered weirdly and threw shadows across the walls. She turned to go and was just leaving when she heard one of the girls gagging. She stopped. If anything she had done resulted in serious injury for anyone in the bathroom, as detestable as they may be, she knew she wouldn't be able to sleep for a month. So she turned, walked back in, and froze. All four girls she'd fought, plus the other girl who'd been in the cubicle, were now standing, and they looked up at her and smiled with black lips. "No," Valkyrie whispered. "You can't get away," the blonde said. Black veins spread over her face. Valkyrie had seen that happen before, back when Ken Speckle had been possessed, back when he'd tortured Tanith. "We're all out of that little room," the blonde continued. "Every single one of us. And one of us has seen the future. We know you're going to kill the world, Darkess." Valkyrie paled. "That's a lie. That's wrong. That isn't the future anymore. I changed it." "Then we're going to change it back. We're not here to fight you. We're here to join you. We want to help." "Don't come any closer." "You're frightened. You're confused. We understand. That's why we're here. We're here to guide you and to serve you. We love you, Darkess." Valkyrie spun and bolted. She ran for the first set of stairs, barging through a crowd of the young and the beautiful. Someone screamed, And then someone else screamed, and Valkyrie looked up to see a cloud of black streaming down over the bar. Remnants, hundreds of them, diving at the people as they panicked below. She watched the shadow creatures crawl up to screaming mouths, impervious to the desperate attempts to keep them out. Throats bulged as the creatures forced their way inside. Valkyrie looked around for Fletcher, saw him across the room, shouting for her. The crowd surged, knocked him over, and he was lost to sight. She forgot about the stairs and ran for the edge of the terrace. She vaulted over the railing and fell, the remnants swirling all around her as they attacked the people on the dance floor beneath. She used the air to slow her descent, but still landed heavily on top of a young couple who were trying to get away. All three of them collapsed, and immediately half a dozen remnants attached themselves to the young man's back and shoulders. Valkyrie had to leave the girl to scream as her boyfriend was taken over, and then the music was cut off, and all she could hear was screaming. She ran past terrified dancers, avoiding the grabs of those the remnants had already overcome. She dodged into a staff-only area and ran the length of it, out through the open door, finding herself at the rear of the club. Seawater sprayed over the edge of the concrete barriers, making the ground dark and wet. Valkyrie took out her phone to call Skulduggery, and saw she had 3 missed calls from him. She heard footsteps and looked up. A guard was hurrying over.
"What's going on in there?" he asked. "What's happening?"
"There's a fight," Valkyrie said, struggling to think of something. "I wouldn't go in there if I were you." The cop didn't answer. He just slapped the phone from her hand and charged, and they hit the low wall and tumbled over into the cold, heaving water. There was a moment of shock that Valkyrie pushed back as quickly as she could, and then she swam for the slipway. The guard rose up from beneath her and pulled her down. They grappled in the freezing dark. Her fingernails raked across his face and he let go. She broke free and swam. The cop was right behind her. She changed course, forgetting about the slipway now and just swimming back to the wall. She gripped the water and it churned, lifting her from its depths, throwing her to the barrier. She crashed against it and held on, gasping, then threw a leg over and fell to the road on the other side. She had lost her shoes somewhere in the sea. There was water in her ears, so she didn't hear the cop behind her until his arms encircled her waist. He threw her into the side of a parked van, and she fell. He grabbed her ankles and hauled her back. She cried out, her dress bunched up and her shoes gone and her wet hair in her eyes. The cop dragged her some more and laughed. Valkyrie swept her hand behind her, and a gust of wind hit the cop hard enough to make him release her. She got up as he pulled a long baton from a deep pocket and grinned at her. A sliver of streetlight caught the side of his face. Valkyrie could see the dark veins beneath his pale skin. She snapped her palm against the air. The space shimmered, but the cop was already moving, dodging the strike. She clicked her fingers in his face, and a flame flared. He cursed and staggered back, hands at his eyes. She kicked him square between the legs, and he buckled, but he blocked the knee that came for his face and lunged at her. Valkyrie sidestepped, and he went past, tripping over a foot. His face hit the side of the van with a sickening thud. He lurched unsteadily to his feet. She kicked his leg, deadening the muscle. He toppled sideways against the van, blood streaming from his shattered nose. She clicked her fingers and hurled a fireball. It hit his arm. He howled and dropped the baton, and she kicked it away. "No way!" said a disbelieving voice behind her, and she turned, snarling at whoever it was who dared interrupt. Then she froze. "Stephanie," her cousin Carol said in astonishment, "why are you beating up that policeman?" Chapter 33. The Twins. The cop seized the opportunity offered by Valkyrie's distraction and dived on her. She fell back, his hands on her throat, his face twisted. "Let go of her!" Crystal roared, trying to drag him off. Carol started whacking her handbag into his head. When that had no effect, She tried clawing his eyes out. The cop cursed, but didn't take his hands from Valkyrie. And then Fletcher was there, barging between Carol and Crystal. He wrapped an arm around the cop's throat, and all three of them managed to haul him away. Carol and Crystal let go, and Fletcher and the cop vanished. The twins stared.
"What?"
said Carol. Fletcher arrived back without the cop.
"They're everywhere," he said. "The entire club."
Managing to get her breathing under control, Valkyrie listened.
"No more screams,"
she said.
"Oh my God, they got everyone."
"Where did you go?"
Crystal asked Fletcher.
Valkyrie picked her phone up off the ground.
"Everyone hold hands. Fletcher, the pier beside my house. Go!"
They teleported to the pier, just 4 miles up the coast. Carol and Crystal staggered away from them, eyes wide at their new surroundings, and in unison they doubled over and threw up on their own shoes.
"What's happening?"
Carol wailed.
"You're safe now," said Fletcher.
"We were outside shenanigans,"
Crystal shrieked.
"How are we here?"
"I teleported you," he said, doing his best to sound reassuring.
Carol blinked.
"Like in Star Trek."
"Exactly like in Star Trek," he smiled. "Without the machines."
Carol swung her gaze to Valkyrie.
"And you set fire to that guard. You set fire to a policeman." "No," Crystal said. "She threw fire. Stephanie, you threw fire at him, and then you pushed him away, but you didn't even touch him. How did you do that?"
"It's complicated," Valkyrie said, suddenly feeling very wet and very cold. Crystal stepped back, wary.
"Are you a mutant?"
"I'm sorry?"
Carol's eyes widened.
"Do you have superpowers?"
"No, I don't. It wasn't superpowers, it was, well, magic."
Carol laughed suddenly, and a little crazily.
You expect us to believe that?"
"You'd be willing to believe that Valkyrie is a superpowered mutant," Fletcher said, "but not that she's magic."
"Who's Valkyrie?"
Crystal asked.
"I am,"
Valkyrie answered.
"It's like a code name or something. You can still call me Stephanie, though. In fact, I'd really rather you still called me Stephanie. I'll answer your questions in a second, okay? I have to make a call."
She turned away and speed-dialed Skulduggery.
"Remnants,"
she said when he answered. "I know," he said. "What happened?"
"They came after me in the nightclub. Hundreds of them. They've taken over everyone inside."
"Are you okay?"
"Yeah," she said. "I'm sore and freezing, but we got out."
"Get to Ken, Speckles. Ghastly's already there."
"We have to warn the others."
Skulduggery hesitated. "You let me worry about that."
"What do you mean? They're all in danger."
"For all we know, the Remnants have already got to them. Valkyrie, I'll check it out. I'll do my best to gauge if they're still who they are, but you've got to get yourself to safety."
"What about my parents? If the Remnants possess someone who knows where I live—"
"Your reflection isn't alive. They can't possess it. Tell it to alert you if anything happens. That's the best you can do."
"I don't like this."
"Just get to Ken Speckle. He's already locking down the building. You and Fletcher stay there with Ghastly and wait for me. Do not answer your phone to anyone. Understand?"
"Yes."
"Be careful. I'll see you soon."
He hung up.
"Okay," Carol said. "Just what is going on? Explain it to us right now, or we will tell our parents, and they'll tell your parents, and you'll be in serious trouble."
"Don't tell your parents," Valkyrie said, her eyes narrowing. She forced herself to be nice. "Guys, we don't have a lot of time here, but you know all those things Uncle Gordon wrote about?"
"In his books?"
asked Carol.
"We were never allowed to read his books. Mum said there were dirty bits." "I read them,"
Carol said, somewhat meekly. Carol looked astonished.
"When did you read a book?"
"I read a few of them," Crystal said defensively.
"They're all about magicians and wizards and monsters.
There are some dirty bits, but they're not that bad.
It's all true, Valkyrie interrupted. Except they're not called magicians and wizards. They're called sorcerers and mages. Everything Gordon wrote about was true.
Even the dirty bits?
Crystal asked. Well, maybe not the dirty bits. Carol put her hands on her hips.
How did you become magic?
Some people are born with magic inside them. All it takes is the proper training to let it come out.
We're your cousins,
Carol said.
Are we magic? Does it run in the family? Is there a test we can take to find out?
There's no actual test, Valkyrie said slowly, desperately searching for a believable lie. But the fact is, you're not tall enough to be magic. Crystal looked disappointed.
Really?
That's true, Fletcher said. There's a height requirement, and you guys are just a little under it.
We could wear higher heels.
Crystal tried. Not going to work, he said, with a sad shake of his head.
That man,
Carol said.
The thin man at Gordon's will reading, with the ridiculous name. He's involved in this, isn't he?
Skulduggery Pleasant, Valkyrie nodded. And yes, he is.
I knew there was something wrong about him. I knew it the moment Mum said there was something wrong about him. I'm a very good judge of character. So, OK, you're witches and wizards and whatever else.
Sorcerers, Valkyrie insisted.
But why were you fighting with the cop?
Carol continued.
What's that all about? And what was going on in there? The bouncer said it was full, so we were trying to sneak round the back, and then we heard all this screaming.
The cop wasn't a cop. He was a remnant. Like an evil ghost. They crawl inside your mouth and absorb your personality and possess you. If you don't get rid of them within 4 days, they're inside you forever.
Ooh, gross,
Carol muttered. Listen, I have to dry off and get changed. Fletcher can fill you in on everything else while I'm gone, and then we'll take you home. Fletcher, my room.
Wait,
Carol said.
You're going to leave us here all alone?
2 seconds, Fletcher smiled. He took Valkyrie's hand, and they appeared in her bedroom. Keep them calm, she told him. He nodded and vanished. She crept to the bathroom, stripped off her clothes, and jumped in under the hot shower. She hugged herself until the goose pimples went away, then got out and found a towel. She scooped up her wet clothes and hurried across the landing, just as her mother reached the top of the stairs.
"Ah, you're back early, I see."
Valkyrie forced a smile onto her face. "Yep. I didn't hear you come in." "I'm ninja quiet," Valkyrie nodded. "Just got home there now." "Did you have a good time?" "It was okay. The music was rubbish and the people were annoying. Apart from that, it was fine." "And did Fletcher enjoy himself?" "I suppose. I was really tired though, so I just wanted to go to bed." "Do you think you'll be seeing him again?" "Fletcher? Yes. He's great, actually. He just seems stupid." "Well, I thought he was lovely," her mum said, then frowned. "Are your clothes wet?" "I left the shower door open," Valkyrie replied, as sheepishly as she could. Her mother rolled her eyes, then kissed her cheek. "Good night, sweetheart." "Night, Mum." Valkyrie went to her room and closed the door quietly behind her. She touched the mirror, and her reflection blinked and stepped out. "Let me know," Valkyrie said, "the moment anything goes wrong. Now get into bed." She took out her black clothes and began to dress. "What are you going to do?" the reflection asked. Valkyrie looked around. "I told you to get into bed." "I will," the reflection said. "But you need someone to talk to." Valkyrie laughed. "You? I'd be better off talking to myself." "The remnants know your darkness." "None of that's going to happen anymore. Why are you asking questions? Every time you're activated, you have all of my thoughts and memories. You know everything I know. Actually, I know more." Valkyrie narrowed her eyes. What? I know the things that you don't want to face. The Remnants know that you are Darkess, so that means they have a sensitive. It makes sense that they'd take over one, if not both, of the most powerful sensitives in the country. Finbar wrong, Valkyrie said, or Cassandra Pharos. And if they have control over one or both of them, who else do they have control over? China, maybe? Tanith? Fletcher? What are you talking about? Fletcher helped me escape just 5 minutes ago. And in the 4 minutes since he's been out of your sight, anything could have happened. Valkyrie wanted to tell the reflection to shut up, but it was speaking the truth, and she knew it. You can't trust your friends, the reflection said. I can trust Skulduggery. Remnants can't inhabit anything dead. And yet, you don't trust Skulduggery, the reflection said, casually. If you did, you would have told him that you were Darkess months ago. You know why I didn't tell him that, Valkyrie said angrily. Yes, I do. But you don't. I'm getting kind of sick of this snarky new attitude of yours. You were telling yourself that you didn't want Skulduggery to look at you any differently, but that's not the reason at all. That's enough, Valkyrie growled. Just go to sleep, would you? The reason you didn't tell him, I said, go to sleep, is because you're scared of him. Valkyrie laughed. I'm scared of him. That's it. That's your big insight. I'm not scared of Skulduggery, you idiot. You were afraid of what he'd do to you if he found out. When you were strapped to that table and you hallucinated, when you saw him take out his gun to shoot you. That's what you're afraid of. He would never hurt me, said Valkyrie. You don't believe that. Actually, yes, I do. Actually, no, you don't. Ask yourself, what if the visions don't stop? What? If the sensitives keep having visions of Darkess? If sealing your name didn't change the future? What do you think Skulduggery will do if you're still a threat? Shut your mouth, Valkyrie snarled, and go to sleep. Of course, the reflection said, and did what it was told. Valkyrie fumed as she pulled on her jacket over her t-shirt. She called Fletcher's phone. I'm ready, she said when he answered. In the 3 seconds in which she waited for him to teleport over, she was seized by a panic. Maybe the Remnants had got to him. Maybe he was going to teleport her right into the clutches of her enemy. Fletcher appeared in front of her and held out his hand. She hesitated. How are the twins? She asked. I think I've managed to calm them down. Valkyrie took his hand with her left hand, leaving her right hand free to fight if she needed to. Her heart pounded, and then they were outside again, by the pier, not surrounded by remnants. She did her best not to make her sigh of relief too audible. Carol's having a panic attack, Crystal said, jerking a thumb at her sister, who was walking in circles and hyperventilating. I just got to stop that, Fletcher muttered, and hurried over to her. Is he your boyfriend? Crystal asked, once he was out of earshot. He is, Valkyrie answered. He's older than you, though. He might prefer someone like me. I'm closer to his age. Yeah, no. Don't see that happening. Does he have a brother? Nope. He's gorgeous. He thinks so. His hair is amazing. It defies both gravity and reason. Where'd you meet him? I helped save his life. Oh, Crystal said, nodding like suddenly the whole thing made sense. So, he's your boyfriend out of gratitude? Valkyrie sighed. Chapter 34. Remnants Unleashed. Eamon Campbell was a hail, rain, sleet or snow kind of milkman. He took his job seriously, applying the same level of dedication to his work as his father had and his father before him. There once was a time when Eamon had hoped that the tradition might carry on after he was gone, but unless his son lost his enthusiasm for accounting sometime soon, Eamon feared the days of the Campbell milkman were drawing to a close. Eamon had no time for accounting. It was all numbers and digits and complicated pieces of paper. He didn't like it, and he didn't trust it. He liked milk, though. Milk was simple. The best things in life, Eamon had often thought, were simple. His job, his wife, the best things. He didn't mind the early starts. In fact, he liked being up before anyone else, working in the dark, bringing the milk to people's doorsteps. He was the last of a dying breed, as he was fond of telling anyone who'd listen. These days, everyone got their milk in great big shops. Where was the personal touch, he often asked. Where was the effort? Eamon slowed his milk truck, careful on the icy roads. A lot of people were complaining about the weather. Eamon wasn't. He was used to it. When you started work at 3 o'clock in the morning, you could get used to anything. He turned off the radio, tutting at reports of fights breaking out in a nightclub. Things were a lot different when he'd been young, and no mistake. He got out, opened the side panel of the truck, gathered 3 cartons in his hands, and left them at the doorstep of number 11. Number 12 bought their milk in a supermarket, so all he gave them was a scowl. He left 2 cartons at number 13 and the same at number 14. He missed the clink of milk bottles as he worked. Some of his fondest childhood memories were of the clink of milk bottles in his father's big hands. He saw the jogger heading his way, keeping to the grass verge along the pavements, and muttered under his breath. The jogger had appeared a few months ago, passing Eamon at the same time every morning, giving him a nod and a smile as he went by. He wore reflective armbands and belts and flashing lights on his wrists. He looked ridiculous, but that wasn't why Eamon hated him. Eamon hated him for the simple reason that he had stolen Eamon's alone time. This time of the morning, from 3 a.m. to 5:30 a.m., was Eamon's. He was the only one up, the only one awake, the only one active. And then, this Egypt, lit up like a lanky Christmas tree, started interrupting his routine. A nod and a smile. Eamon didn't want anyone nodding and smiling to him, especially not some bloody gobsheen they could probably see from space. Eamon's reaction was to simply ignore the man. For the first few weeks, this worked fine. The jogger jogged by, nodded and smiled, and Eamon looked down at his milk, or looked up at the stars, or looked across at a hedge. The jogger must have realised he was being ignored, because he started to run as near to Eamon as he could. And when that didn't work, he added a wave to his repertoire, and then a, "How ya?" It was getting harder and harder to ignore him, but Eamon was determined that this blow-in would not beat him. Eamon filled his arms with milk cartons and glanced up, noting that the jogger wasn't doing his usual prancing gazelle run. He was sprinting. Eamon could understand sprinting. You ran fast because you had somewhere to get to. He didn't understand this jogging lark. It was a run, only slower, so obviously you were in no hurry to get where you were going. So why not walk? Still muttering to himself, Eamon crossed the road, heading for number 9. He happened to glance at the jogger again, whose quick feet crunched over the frost-covered grass, sprinting, not like a gazelle, but like a lion closing in on its prey. The jogger left the grass and ran onto the road. He ran straight into Eamon and took him off his feet. The cartons flew through the cold air, hitting the ground and bursting. Spilt milk. Eamon almost cried. "What do you think you're doing?" he yelled, shoving the jogger off him. "You could have killed me." He picked himself up off the road, fuming. The jogger was already on his feet. There was something wrong with his face. The jogger's hands closed around Eamon's throat, tightening to a choke that instantly made the blood pound in Eamon's head. He squawked and slipped backwards, taking the jogger with him. They slipped and slid, but the choke stayed on, the grip impossibly strong. The jogger's face was mottled with dark veins, and his lips were black. "I never liked you, old man," the jogger said with a grin. Eamon hit the side of his truck and felt around for a weapon. Smashing a milk bottle into his attacker's head would have stopped him. Smashing a milk carton wasn't going to have the same effect. Eamon pushed back, propping himself against the truck to gain whatever purchase he could. The jogger's running shoes, the heels of which flashed with pretty lights, slipped on the ice, and once Eamon had a bit of momentum going, he piled on the pressure, steering his attacker towards the puddle of milk. The jogger's legs went from under him, and the choke was lost. The jogger hit the ground, and Eamon reeled back, gasping for breath. The jogger laughed, and opened his mouth wide. Eamon watched as a black shadow pulled itself out of the jogger's mouth and flitted through the air to the door of number 9. It opened the letterbox and disappeared through. Eamon stared. Never, in all his years delivering milk, had he seen anything like that before. He looked back at the jogger, who seemed to have fallen asleep. He lay there, all those stupid lights still flashing, the dark veins gone, no more a threat to Eamon than a baby duck. But that thing, the shadow thing, was in number 9, and Eamon had a responsibility to help the people he delivered milk to. He stared across the road, hands balled into fists. Before he was halfway over, the hall light turned on, and a moment later the door to number 9 opened. A bare-footed girl, maybe 25 years old, stood there in her pyjamas. Eamon took off his hat and was about to speak when the girl bolted out of her house, straight at him. He had time to see those same dark veins on her face as he turned to run, but she leapt onto his back. He tried to throw her off, but she was strong, stronger than him, and she, nothing but a slip of a girl. She laughed as he struggled, her hands gripping his head, so tight he felt his skull might burst. He knew if he fell, he was finished. He had to stay on his feet. So long as he stayed on his feet, he had a chance of dislodging her and getting out of there. He stepped into the puddle of milk beside the unconscious jogger and slid on the wet ice. Eamon fell to the road, the girl laughing all the way down. Chapter 35. Scrutinous. Geoffrey Scrutinous looked into the eyes of the hysterical woman and said, "No, you didn't." She grabbed his arm, tears running down her face. "I did, I swear. I know it sounds insane, but I saw these things, these shadow things climb inside people's mouths." "You didn't see that," Scrutinous said, speaking calmly and maintaining eye contact. His hair was especially wild and frizzy tonight, but he was hoping she'd ignore that and keep looking into his eyes. "And you're not panicking right now. You're feeling much calmer." She nodded and took a deep breath. "I am, actually, but I still saw—" "You saw people turn violent," Scrutinous interrupted. "And then you got out of there. That was quite shocking to see, wasn't it?" "Oh, it was." "You're glad you left when you did." "You have no idea how glad I am," she told him. "You're going to go home now, get into bed, and in the morning you won't remember any of the bad stuff that happened tonight." She released his arm and gave him a shaky smile. "I really have to go. Thank you for your help, but I—" "Not at all, not at all. Safe home now." The woman smiled, pulled her coat tighter around her, and hurried away. Immediately, Scrutinous started walking for his car. He pulled out his phone and dialed. "This is bad," Philomena Random said upon answering the call. "It sounds like Remnants," Scrutinous said. "Break it off. We're not going to be able to contain this, and it's too dangerous out here. Get back to the Great Chamber. I'll meet you there." He hung up and heard a cry. Cursing under his breath, he moved to the corner and peeked around as a fat man threw a guard against a shop window. The window cracked and the cop rebounded off. He was battered and bloody and could barely stand.
"I hate people," the fat man told him. "Bags of meat, that's all you are. Disgusting bags of meat."
Not for the first time, Scrutinus really wished his chosen adept discipline had been combat-based. Then situations like these would not be as daunting as they were now. The plain fact of the matter was, he hated violence. He always had. But that was mainly because he was so rubbish at it. The cop did his best to throw a punch. It hit the fat man, but failed to do any damage.
"Look at what I'm wearing,"
the fat man said, and hit him back. The cop folded, gasping.
"It smells. Can you smell it? It stinks. You stink. You all stink."
But what was Scrutinus going to do? Stand here at this corner and watch a remnant kill a mortal just because he didn't want to get into a fight? That was against his code, wasn't it? Well, it would have been if he'd had a code. He really wished that he'd bothered to come up with a code. Then situations like this would be much easier to resolve. The fat man closed one chubby, meaty, sweaty hand around the guard's throat and pinned him to the wall. The guard struggled and kicked, but his face was already turning purple. Scrutinus scowled and sprang into action.
"Excuse me," he said.
The fat man turned his fat head.
"What? Who's there?"
Scrutinus peeked out from behind the corner and gave a little wave.
Me. I'm going to have to ask you to put down that mortal."
"Is that so?" the fat man sneered.
I'm sorry, but I have to insist."
The fat man laughed and tightened his grip on the guard. Scrutinus took a few quick breaths to get the blood pumping, and then he leaped out and sprinted towards them. But his sandals had no grip, and so he slipped on the icy road and fell, skinning his knee and cracking his elbow. As he rolled around on the ground in pain, the fat man shook his head.
"You're rubbish."
"That's just what I was thinking,"
Scrutinus said through gritted teeth. The fat man let the now unconscious guard drop and walked over.
"You're a sorcerer, then. What can you do?"
Scrutinus forced himself up.
"I'm a trained fighter," he lied. "Come one step closer, and I'll tear out your larynx with my tiger paw technique."
The fat man smirked, and Scrutinus stopped hobbling long enough to fall back into a Tai Chi pose he'd seen once. A fat fist crunched into his nose, and he reeled, staggering towards a bright light. Was that it? Had that single punch killed him? Was he leaving this world behind, travelling into the great unknown? And then he heard the engine, and a car door open, and knew he was stumbling towards a set of headlights.
"More bags of meat,"
the fat man said.
"Fine with me."
"No meat here," Skulduggery Pleasant said, stepping between Scrutinus and the fat man. "But plenty of bone." He had his gun out, aimed directly at the fat man's head. The fat man smiled.
"You wouldn't shoot."
"No."
"I'm innocent. I'm mortal."
"The man before me is innocent," Skulduggery said, "and mortal. But the remnant inside him is twisted and evil, and it has 10 seconds to vacate."
"Why bother? I'll just find someone else to possess."
"You do that. Find someone in better shape. You're about to give that man a heart attack." The fat man looked down at Scrutinus.
"You're lucky."
He threw back his head, and the remnant crawled out of his mouth, flying into the air, disappearing into the darkness. The fat man collapsed to the road, unconscious. Skulduggery helped Scrutinus to his feet. "You okay?"
"I skinned my knee and hurt my elbow."
"Poor you. Get in the car. We've got to get to the great chamber." Scrutinus limped to the passenger side as Skulduggery got back behind the wheel. It was a nice car, the Bentley. It moved fast.
"How did it start?"
Scrutinus asked. "I don't know yet," Skulduggery replied. "Shudder, Ravel, Caraval juice. They've all been possessed. I'm quarantining the people who I know are unaffected until I have a better idea of what we're up against. Scrutinous looked at him.
They got juice. Already. But why? He's not the most powerful sorcerer around.
He's our Grand Mage. This isn't like the outbreaks we've had before, Geoffrey. This time, the Remnants seem to have a plan. Scrutinous paled.
If that's the case, then one of their first ports of call would be the Great Chamber, to stop us organising the fight back.
Skulduggery nodded. No one at the chamber is answering their phone.
Then why are we headed there?
Because every single sorcerer in the city will be on their way to help, and that's where they'll be going.
Into a trap?
Skulduggery looked at him. Aren't you glad you got out of bed this morning? Chapter 36. Quiet, please. China's library never closed. No matter what time of the day or night, no matter what season, no matter the weather, the library stayed open. Knowledge did not take holidays, after all, and neither did China. There were no windows in the library. She hated the thought of the sun fading the spines of her books, but the windows of her apartment showed a Dublin that glistened with frost. It was cold and silver out there. It was warm and tastefully lit in her apartment. There were moments when China could not understand why anyone would ever want to go outside. The man on the radio told her of police being called to a riot in North County Dublin. The man's voice was too thin, too weedy for his chosen profession, but she forced herself to listen as he offered up the few meagre scraps of information he possessed. He mentioned the name of the nightclub, repeated the same eyewitness accounts, and generally got overexcited at the first real piece of news ever to come his way at this hour of the night. China turned off the radio, then crossed the hall from her apartment and walked through the library, taking into account the shifting stacks that arranged themselves according to necessity. It was an old trick, showy and gauche, and somewhat misleading. The stacks actually shifted in response to the mood of the room. If the mood was hostile, the books on combat would move to the front. If it was paranoid, the books on secrets and how to keep them would be foremost. It wasn't a sophisticated trick, but China kept it because it reminded her of the library she'd had in her old family home. She used to get lost in those stacks for hours, surrounded by books on the faceless ones. It had been a happy childhood. Completely insane, but happy. When she looked back on it now, she could see what a hollow comfort her faith in the old gods had been. From the day the first cracks in that faith had appeared, it had taken decades for her to break through. Every disciple of the Faceless Ones knew that if the old gods returned, they would bring hell with them. And yet, every single one of them hoped that they would be among the few to be spared, to be elevated to godhood alongside their masters. A ridiculous expectation, but one that was reinforced by centuries of brainwashing. As intelligent as sorcerers like Serpine and Vengeance were, as intelligent even as Malevolent himself was, they could not break free of a dozen lifetimes' worth of conditioning. Bliss had managed it, and China had followed, but it hadn't been easy. But it had been worth it. True, she had generally had more fun in the old days, but at least she was alive and independent, and she didn't have to spend half her day praying. She never liked the praying part. She had never been able to understand why the Faceless Ones weren't praying to her. She slid a book from its place, catching sight of Flaring in the next aisle over. Flaring was an ideal patron of the library. She didn't talk loudly. She didn't leave books scattered around. And if she did have to borrow a work, she made sure to have it back within a reasonable amount of time. If only every library patron was as satisfactory as Flaring. China opened the book in her hand, scanning the index, and something caught her eye. She looked back to the gap on the shelf. Flaring was out of sight now, but China knew she had seen a shadow move. She was not one to dismiss anything as her imagination playing tricks. China's imagination was a wondrous thing, as every mage's imagination needed to be, but it was also a disciplined, ordered thing. It was, in many ways, like a well-trained pet, and it did not, under any circumstances, trick her. She became aware of a sound from the next aisle. It was flaring. She sounded like she was retching, and then the sound suddenly stopped. China was a logical woman, one not prone to jumping to conclusions. But two facts immediately surfaced in her thoughts. The first was that the necromancers had a remnant they'd been examining, and the second was a rumour she had heard just a few hours earlier of an argument between Solomon Reith and his high priest. Her mind flowed over the facts and the possibilities, and she replaced the book on the shelf and stepped slowly backwards. There was a remnant loose. In fact, taking into account the nightclub riot so close to Haggard, there was probably more than one, a lot more. China turned, walking smoothly and without unnecessary haste. If she could silently alert the other patrons and evacuate them all, then she could seal the library and trap Flaring and the remnant within. If she couldn't, or if she felt the odds were leaning even slightly out of her favour, she would abandon everyone and seal the library anyway. Skulduggery could be here within minutes, take care of the problem, and the library would reopen without the loss of too much goodwill. A solution elegant in its cold simplicity. But when she passed Jago Balance and saw him struggling with a remnant that was forcing itself down his throat, she knew her solution was no longer feasible. She stepped back before he turned, taking a different route. She almost jumped when Hidalgo emerged from an aisle in front of her. He had that distracted look in his eye he always did, that seemingly only went away when he saw her. True to form, as soon as his gaze fell upon her, he straightened up and sucked in his belly. "Hello, China," he said quietly, a happy smile breaking out. She put a finger to her lips, and he blushed. "Sorry," he whispered, and hurried down another aisle like a chastised schoolboy. He was acting completely normally. He wasn't acting like he was possessed. She started down the aisle after him, and froze. His back was to her, his hands were at his face, and he was gagging. Then he straightened up. China walked on, forcing herself not to break into a panicked and undignified run. The door was close by. All she had to do was reach it, and then she was out, down the steps and into the car, call Skulduggery as she was driving away, once she knew she was safe. But there were people by the door. China could see them through the narrow gaps between the books and the shelves. At least 4 of them, standing there, not talking. She heard someone behind her, but didn't look round. Instead, she took a book from its place and moved onwards, flicking through the pages as she walked, pretending to read. The material of her gorgeous skirt was soft and tight, completely impractical for fighting. The heels of her gorgeous shoes were high and thin, completely impractical for fleeing. For one dizzying moment, China found herself envying the rather vulgar style of Tanith Lowe, constantly attired as she was in the clothes of a common brawler, leather and boots and straps and buckles. Then China came to her senses. All that leather may prove useful once in a while, but class was a gift that gave eternally. She approached the back wall of the library without encountering anyone, friend or foe. A secret door there led to a platform, just big enough for one. The platform lowered the passenger to the basement. All very secret, all very private. Nobody knew about it, except for China. Well, except for China and her assistant, who was standing there now, hands clasped before him. She ducked back before he saw her. This was what she got for trusting someone. Back in her diablerie days, she'd have killed anyone who knew about her secret escape route. Footsteps behind her, and she dodged left, scowling as she did so, forced to scurry in her own library. She hurried through the stacks and ducked down, and listened to them talking. "Have you seen China?" her assistant asked quietly. "Glimpsed her," came the reply, flaring. "Think she knows?" asked another voice, a man's this time. "Possibly," her assistant said. "Do we have everyone?" "I think so." "Then there is nothing to be gained from stealth." China saw movement and pressed herself back into the shadows. "China," her assistant called loudly, "we know you know. Why don't you come out?"
"It's really not that bad,"
called Flaring.
"Be quiet," the assistant said. "Whatever chance we have of her surrendering to me, we have none at all of her surrendering to the likes of you." His voice grew louder again. "This is most undignified, I hope you realize. You're hiding, for goodness sake. China's Sorrows is hiding. I have to say, cowering does not become you." No matter how much she wanted to gouge out his eyes at that moment, she was forced to agree with him there. "We'll find you," the man shouted. "If you fight us, we'll hurt you." "Will you shut up?" the assistant barked. "China, we have known each other for a long time. I've been your faithful assistant for centuries. I don't want to see you scrambling around in the dark like a scared mouse with the cats closing in. If you're worried about what will happen, please don't be. You don't lose who you are. I am still me. You will still be you. Once the remnant is inside you, you become more, not less." Moving quietly, China took off her shoes. She closed her eyes. The other reason why she kept the old trick of the moving stacks was far less sentimental than reminding her of her childhood. Sometimes, very occasionally, old tricks became very useful, such as when the library was attuned to her moods, much more than anyone else's. China told the library what she needed, and the library obeyed. The stacks moved suddenly, slamming up against the possessed sorcerers, forcing them apart, making them stumble and stagger and cry out in shock. China leapt up and ran, bookcases creating walls on either side of her, forming a straight line to the door. But there was someone in her path. Hidalgo had managed to avoid being shunted aside. He turned and saw her, and started to smile, just as the bookcase to his left shot into him, squashing him against the bookcase on his right. China sprinted by. She plunged out into the corridor and slammed the door shut, tapping the symbol over the lock. The seal wouldn't hold them for long, but it would be enough for her to make her escape. She turned for the stairs, but two mages were just reaching the top. They smiled when they saw her. She didn't wait to find out if the smiles were genuine, and she didn't bother to warn them of the danger. She ran into her apartment, headed to her bedroom, and grabbed the bag she kept for emergencies. She tapped the symbols tattooed onto her legs and felt the energy charge through her muscles. At a gesture, the window flew open and China vaulted out. The cold hit her, the wind gushed around her, and she fell 3 stories to land in a crouch on the pavement. Nobody was around to stare. Headlights approached. She waved, and a taxi braked, skidding slightly on the icy road, and she jumped in the back. "Drive now," she commanded. "And drive quickly." The driver laughed, then glanced back at her, and fell in love. "Drive!" she snapped. Whimpering, he stomped on the accelerator, and the car fishtailed as it leaped forward. "Watch the road!" He fixed his eyes ahead. "Head for the city centre," she said, unzipping her bag. "I'll tell you where exactly we're going once I make a phone call." She saw his eyes flicker to her in the rear-view mirror. "I love you," he said. China didn't bother to respond. She took a pair of expensive boots from the bag, put them on the seat beside her, and took out the rest of the clothes. They were dark, tight-fitting, and stylishly practical. "You don't mind if I get changed back here, do you?" she asked. She heard him whimper again. Chapter 37.
Enemy hands.
Philomena!
Scrutinous hissed.
Philomena, get over here!
Caught sneaking across the quiet street, Philomena Random jerked around, fists clenched, ready to fight. She saw Scrutinous waving frantically and hesitated, then jogged over. The moment she was close enough, Skulduggery stepped out and levelled his gun at Random's face. Random held up her hands. "Don't shoot me! I'm me!" Skulduggery shrugged. "Unfortunately, Phil, if you were possessed, that's exactly what you'd say." "Don't call me Phil. My name is Philomena." "If you were possessed, you'd say that too." "Geoffrey," Random growled. "Tell him to put his gun down. The Remnants didn't get me. I spent the last half hour running from cover to get here. I haven't been seen by anyone or anything." "We'd like to believe you, Philomena," Scrutinous said. "Ask me then," Random said. "Go on, use your mojo on me." "I don't know if it'd work on a remnant." "Why wouldn't it? It works on mortals, it works on mages. Why wouldn't it work on a remnant?" "Do it," Skulduggery said. The gun in his hand was scarily steady. Scrutinous looked into Random's eyes. "You're going to tell me the truth?" he said. "Yes, I am," Random answered. "You're not going to lie to me?" "No, I'm not." "Who are you?" "I'm me, you moron." "No need to be snarky. Then get to the point." "Do you have a remnant inside you?" "No, I most certainly do not. Satisfied?" Scrutinous looked at Skulduggery. "I didn't feel anything odd. I think it's her." Skulduggery put the gun away. "Philomena, we have reason to believe the Great Chamber is already infested. I think the Remnants are having a race to get to the most powerful vessels they can. This would be one of the first places they'd go." "So, what are we going to do?" Random asked. "We have to make sure. If we're lucky, the sorcerers inside figured out what's been going on in time, and they've sealed themselves away. If they have, we just have to reach them and get them out of there." "But you don't think that's what's happened?" "No, I do not. But we have to be sure." "So, we're going in," Scrutinous said. Random laughed. "No, we're not." "Yes, we are." Random's laugh dissolved. "No, we are not. Are you crazy? Skulduggery, you're used to this kind of thing. But Geoffrey and I are in public relations. We don't fight or shoot guns. We convince mortal witnesses that they didn't see what they actually saw. We can't storm a building that's fallen into enemy hands. We couldn't storm a closet." "You're going to have to learn," Skulduggery said. "Because you two are the only way I have of making sure people are who they say they are." "But it's scary," Random whined. Scrutinous laid a hand on Random's shoulder. "I was in a life-or-death struggle earlier tonight, Philomena. I was almost killed. But I got through it. Was I injured? Yes. Was it serious? My knee still stings, but I'm alive. I did it. You can too." Random took a breath. Okay, let's do it. But you're going first." "Actually," Scrutinous said, "Skulduggery's going first. He's got the gun." "Well, I'm not going last," said Random. "I'll go in the middle." Scrutinous glowered. "I'm going in the middle. I'm injured." "You skinned your knee." "Skinning your knee is one of the most painful non-lethal injuries there is." "It's not worse than a paper cut." "I said one of the most painful," Scrutinous pointed out. "The pair of you," Skulduggery said, "shut up. I'll lead the way. You two can walk side by side behind me. Happy?" "Not really," said Random, but Skulduggery was already walking across the street. Scrutinous grabbed Random's arm and dragged her across. They followed Skulduggery down the steps and through the iron door. It closed behind them as they passed into the corridor with the carved walls.
"If a remnant takes control of me,"
Scrutinous whispered to Random as they crept along,
I would rather you kill me than allow me to hurt anyone."
Random looked at him and nodded solemnly.
"You have my word, and if one of those things takes control of me, I want you to leave me alone and let me go about my business." "You're hysterical," Scrutinous said. "You don't really mean that." "I am not hysterical, and yes, I do mean that. If I'm possessed, you are not allowed to let him shoot me." "But you'll be evil. At least I'll be walking around. Do I have your word?" "No," said Scrutinous crossly. "You do not have my word."
"Fine," Random snapped. "Then you don't have my word either." A door opened, somewhere beyond the great chamber, and they heard shouting and cries of alarm, crashes and bangs, and the sound of things breaking, a battle being fought. They hurried to the door ahead, looked into the chamber just as figures sprinted through. A fireball exploded and the air rippled. It was the ridiculously named 4 elementals, all 5 of them, and it was 3 against 2. Black veins stood out clearly on the faces of the 3 attackers. The 2 defenders backed away. Skulduggery strode in, Scrutinous and Random hurrying to keep up.
"How about we even up the odds in here?" he said,
at which point all of the 4 elementals looked around. Skulduggery stopped walking immediately and said, "Oh, hell." The 2 defenders were black-lipped, vein-ridden remnants too. This wasn't a battle between good and evil. It was more a squabble between siblings. The 4 elementals pushed at the air as one, and a wave of air hit Scrutinous and Skulduggery and Random, and tossed them back off their feet. Random hit the wall beside the door and dropped to the ground, while Scrutinous and Skulduggery sprawled out into the corridor. Scrutinous looked up, dazed, in time to see a remnant flit towards Random, and then Skulduggery was pulling him to his feet, and they were running. There were more shouts, and Scrutinous glanced back, saw Chakra joining the 4 elementals as they sprinted in pursuit, saw even more sorcerers emerging behind them, and above them, darting from point to point, remnants closing in. Scrutinous piled on the speed, his sandals slapping the hard floor, the beads around his neck leaping up to hit his goatee. Skulduggery was fast, and was already close to the exit. Scrutinous was not. Something cold latched onto the back of his neck, and slithered around before he could even get his hands up. He stumbled, tried to call for help, but the moment his mouth opened, the remnant slipped inside. Ahead of him, Skulduggery had the door open and was looking back. Scrutinous tried to scream as the black-lipped sorcerers caught up to him, and the cold feeling spread down into his throat. When he looked back at the door, Skulduggery was gone. Chapter 38. Fighting. The early morning sun did nothing to beat back the freezing cold. Few cars ventured out, but Tanith's bike hugged the treacherous roads like it was a warm summer's day. She pulled into a garage where the only other vehicle was an SUV, set the bike down on its kickstand, and took off her helmet. Her hands were numb as she slipped the petrol nozzle into the tank. The gauge on the pump clicked steadily upwards, her own chattering teeth adding to the symphony. Even though Ken Speckle had healed the injuries sustained when Tesseract had thrown that stereo into her head, the very thought of it stirred her anger. The cold was making her face ache. Standing there, freezing, she decided to finally ask Ghastly to make her some warmer clothes. She always liked the clothes he'd made Valkyrie, and the fact that they'd acted like body armour was a bonus she could probably do with. Those kind of clothes were expensive, though, but she figured if she asked him nicely. She returned the nozzle to the petrol pump and hurried in to pay. The warmth embraced her the moment she set foot in the door, and she shivered in appreciation. "Cold out?" said the guy behind the counter. If it had been Valkyrie standing there instead of Tanith, The guy would have been fixed with a withering stare for stating the bloody obvious. As it was, Tanith smiled as she approached. "It is indeed," she said. The guy, no more than 18, smiled as he brought up what she owed. "Nice bike," he said. His name tag identified him as Jed. "I want to get a bike, but the insurance is way high." Tanith handed over cash. "Well, they're not the safest way to travel, I have to admit." He nodded, still smiling. "I like your coat." "Thank you. I like your boots." He was still smiling, not in an endearing way, and not, bless his heart, in a flirtatious way, just smiling, just standing there smiling, making random comments. "Thanks," Tanith said again. The door opened behind her, and a gust of cold air swept in. "Well, be seeing you." A middle-aged woman stood between her and the door. She was plump, her hair a little too red to be entirely natural. She wasn't moving, wasn't shivering, wasn't shopping, wasn't looking through her handbag. She was just standing there, looking straight at Tanith, a faint smile on her face. Jed grabbed Tanith's hair and yanked her backwards, halfway over the counter. The middle-aged woman ran forward, fist plunging into Tanith's belly. The air left Tanith's lungs, and she wanted to fold up, but Jed still had her hair. She tried to break his grip, but he was stronger than he looked. The woman hit her again, and again, then leaned in, hands on Tanith's face. "This won't take a minute," the woman said, and opened her mouth wide. Something stirred within her throat, something black, writhing and wriggling its way up her gullet. Tanith saw eyes, slits of white. She stopped trying to break Jed's hold and instead slapped both hands against the woman's ears. The woman sagged, dazed, her mouth closing, forcing the darkness back down inside her. A remnant. It had to be. The woman took a step back, and Tanith kicked her in the face. Jed growled, and Tanith cried out as she was hauled all the way over the counter. Jed dropped her on the floor, on the other side, and knelt on her, firing punches. She covered up as best she could, but the punches were getting through and rattling her skull. In desperation, she heaved herself sideways, letting her legs swing up wildly. She caught him on the shoulder, and he grunted. She scrambled up, but he was on her already, forcing her back. Her hips slid along the wall, and she twisted, flinging him against a rack of car-cleaning products. Tanith sprang over the counter, ignoring the middle-aged woman who was trying to get to her feet, going right for the door. A little boy, aged around 8 or 9, stood there. "Why did you hurt my mammy?" he asked. Jed charged into her, and they crashed into a row of shelves. The shelves toppled, jam jars smashed, and bags of sugar exploded, and a dozen other household goods spilled out across the floor. Tanith rolled on top and rammed her elbow into Jed's grinning mouth. As she hit him, he actually started laughing. She drove her knee up into him, and he grunted, and the laugh was reduced to a pained chuckle. She pushed herself up. The middle-aged woman was on her feet, but shaking her head, like her equilibrium was lost, and she was trying to get it back. "Mammy!" the little boy cried, hurrying to her. He passed Tanith and suddenly swung around, his little fist crunching against her ribs. Sharp pain stabbed through her side, and she doubled over as he hit her again. The little boy looked at his hands, eyes bright. "This is new," he murmured. He took hold of her, stepped back, and launched her across the floor. "I'm fairly certain that I just broke my little hand," the boy said, sauntering over. "Not that it matters. I'm about to get an upgrade." Tanith raised herself to her hands and knees, but the little boy lunged, his foot smacking into her cheek. She sprawled onto her back. "We had a deal, you see," the little boy continued as he stood over her. "The 3 of us. We all want a sorcerer's body, so we decided that the one who beats you gets you. They both went for the older and stronger vessels, but me, I had a feeling you wouldn't be too eager to hit a child." The remnant made him stronger, but it didn't make him any heavier. She swung her leg into his ankle, and he toppled into the magazine rack, which collapsed on top of him. Tanith sprang up. Jed and the woman were closing in. "You can't kill us," Jed said, blood pouring from his ruined mouth. "These are innocent people we're using." "Good people," the woman nodded. "If you give yourself to me," Jed promised, "I promise I'll take good care of you." "You'll be happier with me," the woman said. "I'm getting used to a female body, and us girls have to stick together, don't we?" "I don't care if you're good people," Tanith snarled. "Ken Speckled Grouse was a good person, but he still hammered nails through my hands and legs. If either of you takes one more step, I'll hurt you." Jed and the woman looked at each other, laughed, and came closer. Tanith took 3 quick steps and jumped, twisting her hips slightly and snapping out both legs. The toe of her left boot hit Jed's cheek, and the heel of her right boot crunched into the woman's nose. They went sprawling on either side of her as she landed. She ran out into the cold and hopped on her bike. Pulling on her helmet, she moved the bike off its kickstand and fired up the engine. She looked back to see the boys sprinting after her, screaming in fury as she roared out onto the road. Chapter 39. Muriel. Muriel Hubbard came in, left her car keys on the hall table, and draped her coat over the banister. She went looking for her husband, found him in the living room on the phone, talking about a riot. Today was his day off, but they still came running to their chief superintendent whenever anything bad happened. Her own phone rang, and James looked around, gave her a tight smile. She smiled back and left the room, bringing the phone to her ear.
"Mum!"
It was Ashley. She was whispering, "I need help." Muriel adjusted the thermostat in the hall. It was much too warm in the house, and walked into the kitchen. "What's wrong, sweetie?"
"They're after me."
"Who is after you?"
"The others."
"Your friends."
"They're not my friends."
Muriel brought the kettle to the sink and filled it. "Are you arguing with Imogen again? Sweetie, you know what she's like. Give her a few hours and she'll be all apologies."
"Imogen's dead."
"Oh, don't be so dramatic. You'll forgive her. You always do."
"Mum, Imogen is dead. They killed her."
"Who killed her?" asked Muriel.
"The others. Dan and Aoife and the others."
Her daughter's voice shook.
They tore her apart."
Muriel nodded. "And why did they do that?"
"I don't bloody know."
"There's no need to curse, Ashley. We've all had arguments, we've all had fights, we've all torn strips off each other. True friends work it out."
"Mum, you're not listening to me. I don't mean they tore her apart with words. They tore her apart with their hands. She's not dead to me, Mum. She's just dead. Are you understanding me now? They physically attacked her and physically killed her."
Muriel sighed. "Oh, then why don't you come home?"
"I'm hiding."
"Where?"
"I'm in the playground. In the little hut thing."
"Where the little kids play. You can fit into that."
"They're looking for me. They want Dad."
Muriel poured boiling water into a cup and dipped a tea bag in. "Why do they want your father?"
"I don't know. They said he has influence."
"Of course he has influence. He's the Garda superintendent." Ashley's whisper rose again.
"I know who he is, Mum. I'm just telling you what they said. They said they could use him. They said they wanted to get to him through me."
"Oh, right." Muriel took a sip of tea.
"They're here,"
Ashley said, much quieter. "Your friends?" Ashley didn't answer. Muriel took another sip as she waited for her daughter to speak again. She heard a distant shout and the sound of movement, the phone being jostled, and then rushing wind in the receiver. Ashley cried, loud enough so that Muriel had to hold the phone away from her. "Get Dad! They're after me! I'm heading home, but they're right behind me! They're faster!" Jostling. The rush of wind. Ashley's panicked breathing. Muriel shook her head and looked up as her husband walked in.
"There's something happening in town," James said, picking up his car keys. "A bunch of people going crazy, apparently. Riots in the streets. Have you seen my coat?"
"I think it's on the bed," Muriel told him. He nodded, went upstairs. "Sorry, sweetie," she said into the phone. "What were you saying?" "Get Dad!" Ashley screamed. The sound of movement abruptly ended with a loud thud. Muriel heard Ashley crying, but she sounded far away, like she'd dropped the phone. James came back in, his coat on.
"Maybe you should stay indoors," he said. "It mightn't be safe out. Where's Ashley?"
"I'm just talking to her now," Muriel said.
He nodded. "Tell her to come home."
"Oh, she won't like that."
"Tell her she can give me one of her teenage tantrums later, and I'll sit through the whole thing, I promise. But it's not safe out."
"It's not even safe in," Muriel said with a chuckle.
James laughed, then stopped. "I don't get it."
Muriel hit him, and he flew back against the kitchen counter and collapsed onto the tiled floor. The first time in 32 years of marriage that one of them had raised a hand to the other. Sad, really.
Another voice came over the phone,
low, mocking.
"Is that Ashley's mammy?"
"Hello, Dan," Muriel said. "You're too late, I'm afraid. You should have gone after him through the wife, not the daughter." She heard Dan curse, and it made her smile. She opened her mouth wide, and the remnant struggled out. Her body dropped, and it flitted to her husband and climbed down his throat. James's eyes flickered open. He groaned softly as he sat up, really wishing he hadn't hit himself so hard. He reached for the fallen phone as he stood. "Still there, Dan? Now I'm the one in control of all those nice policemen and women, and you're, what, exactly? A spotty teenager?" "No," Dan said defensively. "I have a plan B." "Oh, I'd love to hear it." "Well, first I'm going to kill your daughter here. Then I'm—" James heard other voices, and after a moment, Dan came back on. "Okay," he said. "Apparently, I'm not going to kill your daughter. Aoife got a bit carried away, a little psycho. But I'm still going to have fun. You're the superintendent? Then I'm going to be the Taoiseach." James laughed. "From spotty teenager to Prime Minister. Not a bad promotion. Providing someone doesn't get there before you. You'd better hurry, Dan. If you keep wasting time like this, all the superpowered sorcerers and the very important mortals will be taken." Dan didn't answer. He just hung up. James laughed, got to his feet, and stepped over his unconscious wife. Then he left the house, going into work on his day off. No rest for the wicked, he thought to himself, and laughed. Chapter 40. The Plan. The Hibernian cinema was in lockdown. The doors were barred and the windows covered. Every non-essential wing of the science magic facility was sealed off. Ken Speckle was taking no chances. Valkyrie sat in the medical bay. She'd been here for hours, had spent the morning inhaling a bowl of steam that Ken Speckle had shoved into her hands. "So you won't catch cold?" he'd said gruffly as he busied himself with something else. Fletcher was beside her, watching the news on TV, and Tanith and Ghastly were across from them, sitting side by side on one of the beds. China sat in the corner, making phone calls that weren't answered, doing her best to stay away from Clarabelle, who seemed to be fascinated by her. Skulduggery walked in, hat pushed back off his brow, the only sign that he was concerned. "China?" he asked. "Nothing," China said.
Everyone's gone straight to panic stations.
Don't make any more calls, Skulduggery said. If they haven't answered by now, we can assume they've been compromised. From this moment out, we trust no one.
How many? Tanith asked. If they've all escaped from the Midnight Hotel, and we have to assume they have, how many of them are we talking about?
We don't know, Ghastly said. 1,000, maybe 2. No one's ever been able to accurately count.
2,000 remnants, she breathed. What do they want? What are they after?
Valkyrie went pale. They're after Darkess, Skulduggery said, before she could even consider confessing. That's what they told Valkyrie. One of them must have hijacked a sensitive and seen that version of the future. Now they have someone to worship. Tanith frowned.
So you're saying they have a purpose? Remnants have a purpose? A reason to organise? That's unheard of. That's bloody terrifying. They're all over the news, Fletcher said. Reports of a riot in the nightclub, disturbances all over the city, and another riot in Galway.
No, Ken Speckle said, walking in. The Galway thing wasn't the Remnants. That was me.
Valkyrie frowned.
What? He smoothed down his lab coat.
Ever since my experience with the Remnants 5 months ago, I've been working on a carefully controlled virus. It heightens aggression and antisocial behaviour, lasts a few minutes, and then vanishes, leaving the infected people unconscious with no memory of what happened. We placed canisters full of this virus around the country where they've lain dormant until tonight.
Fletcher stared at him. Why? I mean, for God's sake, why?
It's our cover story, Skulduggery said. It gets the civilian population believing that there is a somewhat rational explanation to all this madness, while at the same time scaring them into staying off the streets and locking the doors, leaving us to operate unhindered.
I thought we might need it.
Ken Speckle nodded.
Granted, I thought it would be a few decades before we'd need it, so it's a good thing I work fast.
But the professor says it won't hurt anyone, Clarabelle said happily.
It's a thought virus as much as anything else, he said. If the infected person is in danger of harming himself or anyone else, he falls asleep ahead of time. I've done what I can to reduce the risk of injury, but the point is the real remnant attacks will be mixed up with our fake ones, so it'll look like the same outbreak. When we have the real problem solved and all those dreadful things are locked away, I'll pass the secrets to the antidote to some struggling young doctors who just want to make the world a better place. They'll save us all, be heroes, and whatever wonderful projects they're working on will have 10 years' worth of funding overnight. Everyone, as they say, wins.
Now, all we have to do is solve the real problem, Skulduggery said.
Valkyrie put the steaming bowl down. This happened before, she said. You told me about it, years ago, in Kerry.
1892, Skulduggery nodded. They took over an entire town. A giant soul catcher was built in the McGillicuddy's reeks to trap them.
Who reeks? Fletcher asked.
It's a mountain range on the other side of the country, and that machine, the receptacle, is our only chance to stop them.
OK then, Tanith said. So we lure the possessed there, turn it on, the remnants get sucked out of the bodies they're in, and the problem's over. As usual, China said. It's a little more complicated than that. For one thing, we're hardly going to be able to lure them back to the only place in the world where they know they can be hurt. They fell for it once. They're not going to fall for it again. And for another thing, I'm fairly certain that nobody knows how to even turn this giant soul catcher on.
Nobody alive, Skulduggery agreed. Gordon Edgley was the only person I knew who had that knowledge.
I can find it, Valkyrie said, stepping forward. It'll be in his study. He kept all his research there.
Skulduggery shook his head. It's far too dangerous.
Fletcher can teleport me there. I'll find out what we need to know, and we'll be back in 3 minutes.
We'll all teleport over, Skulduggery said.
I tend to find things quicker when I'm alone.
This isn't open for discussion.
China's right, though,
Ghastly said.
activating the receptacle is one thing, but how are we going to lead the possessed there?
Skulduggery looked at Fletcher. How many people do you think you can teleport at one time?
Said Fletcher.
Don't know.
10?
You're going to need to teleport a lot more than that. If we lure the possessed into one spot, if we have them all touching or connected, maybe standing on the same surface, do you think you'd be able to teleport them to Kerry? Fletcher stared. 2,000 people? 2,000 evil people? Do you think you could do it? Nah, not a chance. But it's possible, Skulduggery said. I saw Cameron Light teleport a ballroom full of people halfway around the world without batting an eyelid. Well, that was Cameron Light, said Fletcher. I've only been doing this a few years. I still haven't a clue what I'm doing half the time. Plus, I've never been to Kerry, and I can't teleport somewhere I've never been. First things first. We need to know if we can turn it on. Fletcher, you're going to teleport all 8 of us to Gordon's house. Ken Speckle looked around.
What's this? I'm going too.
We have to stay together, said Skulduggery.
But I don't want to go. Ken Speckle frowned. I object to the very idea of teleportation.
Sorry, Professor. I'm really not giving you a choice. We'll only be there a minute.
I want to teleport, Clarabelle announced, smiling excitedly. Will I change my shoes? I have Wellington boots with cows on them.
Your shoes are fine, Skulduggery said. Everyone step in and link arms. Fletcher. Fletcher waited until everyone was linked, and the bright medical bay changed instantly into the darkening living room of Gordon Edgeley's house.
Oh, Ken Speckle murmured. I don't feel well.
Oh, I'm going to be sick, Clarabelle laughed. Everyone stay here, Valkyrie said. I'll take a look in his study. I'll come with you, said China.
Skulduggery held up his hand. There's nothing up there that you can add to your collection, China. Valkyrie will be quicker alone. China rolled her eyes.
You're all so suspicious of me.
But she stayed where she was. Valkyrie turned on a few lights as she hurried to the stairs. It was late afternoon and already dark. She reached the landing and closed the door of Gordon's study behind her. Moving quickly, she passed through into the hidden room and pressed her finger to her lips as Gordon's image shimmered up before her. He raised an eyebrow.
We have company, he whispered. They're downstairs, she whispered back. Gordon, we have a serious problem. The remnants are loose, and you're the only one who knows how to activate that big soul catcher in the McGillicuddy's reeks.
The remnants are loose? What?
All of them. It seems that way. Do you know how to activate it?
The receptacle? Yes, it's fairly straightforward. All you need is the key, and I know where that is. How do you plan to lure them there?
We're still working on that. Skulduggery wants Fletcher to teleport them over, but Fletcher says he can't teleport that many people.
Of course he can. You need to read Into Thin Air again. Not only is it one of my best books, full of danger and intrigue, and the winner of the Bram Stoker Award, a Hugo and a Nebula, but, as research, I conducted many interviews with teleporters. There are quite a few chapters which could help Fletcher reach his potential.
We don't really have time to read, Gordon.
He shook his head sadly. That's the problem with the world today. No one takes the time to sit down with a good book.
Actually, the problem of the world today is that the remnants are loose and trying to kill everyone.
I don't know. I still say that no one likes to read anymore.
Gordon,
I need you to do me a favour. Anything. Valkyrie hesitated. I need you to talk to Skulduggery and the others. Anything but that. It's time for you to make your grand return. No, it's not, said Gordon. We need you. I can tell you what you need to know, and you can tell them. Wouldn't that be so much better? That way, you get to save the day. I've saved the day plenty, Gordon. We don't have the time to do this our usual way. You know everything we need to know. Why are you afraid? Because I am not me, Valkyrie. I am not Gordon, no matter how much I pretend to be. I am little more than a recording. You think they'll be disappointed? It's not that, it's... You treat me like you have always treated me, and I appreciate that. But to everyone else, to all my old friends, I will appear diminished. And my ego, while furious and grand, could not take that kind of attack. You won't help us because of your ego. My dear niece, a great portion of who I am is ego. Confidence bleeds to arrogance, and arrogance props me up when my limbs are too weak. Gordon, you have to do this. You have to make the sacrifice. I've never been good with sacrifice. I'm better with small donations. I'm pretty sure the Remnants intend to worship me. He raised an eyebrow. Really? What if this is how I become Darkess? What if sealing my name didn't change anything? What if I'm driven to do what I do because I have 2,000 insane shadows telling me to? I don't want to kill anyone, Gordon. I don't want to hurt my parents. Please, help us. Gordon softened. Very well, Stephanie. Take me to them. She picked up the echo stone in its cradle. Oh, thank you. He nodded. She tapped the stone, and his image faded away, and she went downstairs. The others were talking in the living room, arguing over plans and possibilities. They stopped when Valkyrie walked in and watched her place the cradle on the table. There's someone I want you to meet, she said, a little nervously. Before you do, I just want you to know that I didn't like keeping this a secret. She tapped the stone again, and Gordon appeared. Hello, he said. Eyes widened. Mouths dropped open. Skulduggery remained still. Gordon quickly continued. Do not blame Valkyrie for this. I insisted that she not tell any of you that I was around. She tried to get me, on many occasions, to change my mind, but I was resolute. I suppose I was somewhat embarrassed or ashamed of my current incarnation, and while I do not pretend to be the man you once knew, I believe that I can be of some assistance in this hour of need. Treat me the same way you would a book or similar font of knowledge. Gordon cleared his throat and waited for the rebuke. It's about time, Skulduggery said. Now it was Gordon's turn to look surprised. You knew? Of course. Valkyrie frowned. You knew? How could you know? Whenever we needed to find information that only Gordon would have, Skulduggery said, you'd come here, alone, take a few minutes, and arrive back with precisely the answer we were looking for. So you never believed me when I told you I'd been researching? No. You thought I was cheating? You were cheating. But you thought I was cheating. That's worse than me cheating, the fact that you doubted me. Your logic is astoundingly confusing. Why didn't you say anything? Gordon asked. If I was right, Skulduggery said, and if Gordon had copied his consciousness onto an echo stone, I imagined that version of Gordon would be a tad sensitive about his situation. When you were ready to tell me, you'd tell me. I was prepared to wait. It's good to see you, old friend. Gordon blinked. Yes, it's very good to see you too. Ghastly smiled from across the room. Welcome back. I'd shake your hand if I could. Ghastly, it truly is wonderful to see you, Gordon responded. I heard you were a statue for a time. You're looking much better. And China, you're even more beautiful than ever." China's own smile was warm.
"Hello, my darling dear."
Tanith made her way forward. She licked her lips, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
"I am," she said, "such a big fan."
"Oh," Gordon responded, obviously delighted. "Thank you."
"I've read all your books, all of them, and The Darkness Rained Upon Them was brilliant. It's probably my favourite, after The Coward Colonel Fleece and Brain Muncher."
Fleece has always been my best character. You must be Tanith, then. Valkyrie has told me so much about you, but I'd heard tales of your exploits even when I was alive. Did you know that one of my short stories is based on a tale I heard about you?" Tanith's smile grew so wide, Valkyrie thought she might swallow her own head.
"Enough fawning,"
Ken Speckle said. Tanith nodded self-consciously and stepped back.
"Gordon, it's good to see you, but we don't have time for idle chatter."
"We were talking about my work," Gordon replied. "There is nothing idle about that." Ken Speckle sighed.
"Nevertheless, can we move on to something that could help our situation? The more time we spend discussing how brilliant or otherwise your books may be, the more people get hurt."
"Of course," Gordon said. "So long as we all agree that my books are indeed brilliant."
"Fine," Ken Speckle growled. "Now, can we talk about something that matters?"
"By all means. Valkyrie told me your plan, and of Fletcher's uncertainty. I spent 4 weeks interviewing teleporters, and I am positive that I can impart what I learned quickly and easily. Hello?" Clarabelle had walked up while he had been speaking, and now she stood in front of him with a faintly quizzical look on her face. She chewed lightly on her lower lip, like she was trying to solve a particularly difficult equation, and slowly bent forward, so that her head passed through Gordon's chin.
"Ah," said Gordon. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Ken Speckle muttered. "Clarabelle, stop that."
She straightened up and started to circle Gordon, examining how real and solid he looked. Gordon, for his part, smiled and did his best to ignore her. "So, you can tell Fletcher how to teleport 2,000 people?" Skulduggery asked him. Gordon nodded. "Oh, yes. It's not a technique, you see. It's a state of mind. It's an idea that must be understood and accepted. I feel certain that if I explain it, as it was explained to me, Fletcher will grasp the intricacies and be able to perform what is expected of him before the day is out." "Perfect. It's a good thing you're still around, Gordon." Gordon smiled, was about to say something modest, when 2 slender fingers emerged from his forehead and wriggled about.
"Clarabelle," Ken Speckle said, crossly, "get your hand out of Mr. Edgeley's head."
Clarabelle withdrew her hand sulkily. "There is another matter," Skulduggery said. "The receptacle." "Yes, of course. Activated by a key that was broken into 2 pieces and hidden. It's not a key as we know it. In fact, it's just a flat piece of gold the length and width of your hand. Whatever imperfections there are in the gold, however, activate the machine." "Do you know where the pieces are?" Skulduggery asked. "One piece is in Drogheda," Gordon said, "in St. Peter's Church. It was attached to Plunkett's case, that's all I know about it. The other piece was hidden in New Grange, until it was stolen by a man named Burgundy Dalrymple. He lives in the outskirts of Meath." "Dalrymple?" said China. "I've heard of him. He fought for Meverland during the war. Good with a sword." "Better than good," Gordon said. "A master swordsman he was. When the war ended and his side lost, he adjusted better than most, and he did okay, all things considered, but he was one of the people possessed the last time the Remnants were loose. The remnant was torn out of him at McGillicuddy's Reeks, along with all the others. But Dalrymple had difficulties after that.
What kind of difficulties?
Skulduggery asked. Once a remnant abandons somebody, and then that person reawakens, they can't remember anything of the experience. But occasionally, they do remember sensations. Dalrymple remembers the sensation of not being alone, of being part of something greater than he, and he's been trying to recapture that feeling ever since. He's been waiting for the remnants to return, and he probably stole that half of the key so that when he is possessed once again, no one will be able to activate the receptacle to tear them apart.
What about the machine itself? China asked. Have you seen it?
Gordon shook his head.
It's in a hidden cavern. I don't know how to find it, and I don't know how to get to it.
It's supposed to be amazing, though.
I spoke with some of the sorcerers who built it, and they told me enough to get my imagination working.
Why didn't they tell you how to find it? Fletcher asked.
The receptacle saved the world, Gordon told him. It was their last-ditch effort against the Remnants. Once it was used, they vowed to seal it up so no one could tamper with it, or take it apart, or corrupt it. One of them said to me that when you're dealing with magic, you can never trust your enemies to stay beaten, or to stay dead. If we ever had to face those things again, they ensured that at least we'd have a weapon.
And we have no time to waste, Skulduggery said. Fletcher, take us back to the Hibernian.
Valkyrie picked up the echo stone in its cradle, and they all linked arms. In an eye blink, they were back in the medical bay.
"Oh, that was much better," Clarabelle beamed. "I only threw up a little bit in my mouth."
Skulduggery turned to Gordon. Are you sure you can teach Fletcher what he needs to learn? Gordon smiled and nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. Then you're going to get started almost immediately, Skulduggery said. But first, Fletcher is going to teleport Valkyrie and Tanith to Drogheda, to search that church and find the first half of the key. China, you'll accompany me to track down this Dalrymple fellow.
"Ah, I love it when you get all commanding," China said, without any significant trace of sarcasm.
Ghastly, Skulduggery continued, you're going to drive Fletcher to McGillicuddy's Reeks. Gordon, I'd like you to accompany them to Kerry, if that's okay with you. Gordon blinked a few times, and when he spoke, his voice was oddly strangled. Of course. Glad to be of assistance. Valkyrie didn't say anything, but she knew Skulduggery had just paid Gordon the highest possible compliment. He treated him like a real person. You'd better hope you can educate this boy in a few hours, Skulduggery said. All he needs is to realize the fundamental truth behind teleporting, said Gordon, and then he'll be able to do what he needs to do. Shouldn't be a problem. Ken Speckle, I'm afraid we're going to have to use this as our base of operations, Skulduggery said. When Ghastly and Fletcher reach the McGillicuddy's Reeks, they'll teleport back to us. We'll lure the possessed here until they're all in one place, and then Fletcher will teleport everyone to the receptacle. How are we going to lure them in? Asked Ghastly. It's chaos out there. Skulduggery shook his head. It's not as disorganized as you might think. Look at it this way. The Remnants have been locked away without bodies for years. Their first night out, some of them are going to go a little crazy. But they do have purpose, and that purpose is Darkus. They're going to start to group together,